Just gonna wait and see if anybody wants to play trivia. See if we get any players. I figured we'd take a little break from commentary. So we'll see if we get any trivia players in. All we need is 2 to begin the game. I mean, I just thought maybe people might be getting a little tired of commentary and want something different, but who knows, maybe not. I could be like e-beggars and just sit there and make community post after community post harassing people's visitors to their live streams and spreading false rumors and just being an out and out dick. But yeah, I'll just see if anybody wants to play trivia first. Do 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 boop 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 boop. Hence, maybe this is why I don't take the time putting together trivia anymore. Sorry, just kidding. I know people will show up to play sooner or later. It's up to you guys. Trivia? Anyone? Maybe there's some great live stream going on I don't know about or something. Who the fuck puts in lieu of somebody else's birthday? Who fucking does stuff like that? Swiss, you know what? You should fucking... Shh. Hi, Ellen. I hope you're doing well. Swiss Miss is such a tramp. Just my opinion. No, the 25th is. And why King Jays would fucking ask them how old I am or ask them anything other, I'm like, I'm right here, buddy. You can ask me. Of course, they're just going to harass them like they do. And what a stupid thing you typed all that out, e-beggars. Like, why don't I have Sharon and Steve move in with me? The fuck is wrong with you, you fucking douchebag? Why'd you have them move in with you? Jesus Christ, I'm sure they're adults. They can handle things on their own. Why are you harassing people, you freak of nature? Like, seriously, you're harassing them. Your friends are harassing people. Like, all you do is harass people. That's it. Why people, like, even converse with you? Right? Exactly. Because he likes to harass people with cancer. That's why. So he's not against it. If he spoke about you, he'd have to admit that he thinks it's cool that they were harassing you, but instead he pretends to miss the whole point of her fucking post and start talking some stupid shit. He is an ass. He got to worry about himself. 16 people and nobody wants to say hello to me or Ellen and play trivia. Hi, Angel baby. All right, we got 2 people. You guys gonna play trivia? So that's a yes. Well, it, Ellen says the same thing. So we all got to suck at something. Might as well be trivia. We can see which one of you sucks the best. Let's see who sucks the best. All right. First question. Let's see which one of these suckers is first on the board. Oh, I gotta get some paper. Hold on. I need paper. Paper. What's this? Uh, all right, here we go. You guys ready? All right, put the light on so you can type the answers. Who will be first on the board? Make sure you're in all chat, not top chat. And if you use talk to text, that right after you use it, you tap the screen to bring it up all the way to the end. You know, that 10-second thing if you tap the screen. Tell me the full name of the singer of the song I Honestly Love You. Full name of the singer of the song I Honestly Love You. Do 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 do. You can Google it. Ellen, first on the board with Olivia Newton-John. All right, you both just woke up. Hi, Debbie. Welcome, Debbie. All right, Ellen, first on the board with Olivia Newton-John. All right, everybody, make sure you're in all chat, not top chat. And if you use talk to text, tap the screen, make sure the red line's all the way to the end. And the next song is the drummer for Genesis. And he went on to do a solo career. Full name. I'm not a big fan of his, by the way. I was never a big fan of Genesis. Remember he sang, "Take a look at me now." And Studio. You guys not music fans? Just kidding. Ellen with Phil Collins. Ellen's gonna get the championship hemp rope belt made out of pure hemp. Chester Thompson, who's he? Okay. No, not his drummer. Like, I would think anybody would know that. Next question. First and last name of the famous one. Lead singer for Journey. Not like, the ones they recently had or anything. Oh, Sherry, hold on. That's like one of the worst songs, I think. But that was his solo career. El Solo. Angel Baby with Steve Perry. Angel on the Board with Steve Perry. Okay. Full name of the person who sings Brown Eyed Girl. She's my brown eyed girl. Do you remember when we used to sing? Sha la 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 la. Ellen with Van Morrison. I don't know. I think you're talking about Brown Sugar. Brown Sugar. Just like a young girl should. Oh. Well, I met I don't know the lyrics for that song. Oh, I think that's Honky Tonk Woman. Think I have the wrong song. Wrong song. Okay. What does that say? I can't believe out of 22 people, only 3 people will play trivia with us. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? They must be not smart enough. They must know that Angel Baby, Ellen, and Debbie will whip their asses. Just whip their asses. Tell them what trivia is all about. And also tell me this. Ooh, ooh, kitty. Tell us about what in that song, or who, I should say. In that song, they're going to tell you about who. Ooh, ooh, kitty. Tell us about the what? You never heard that song? Someday I want to make him mine, all mine. No? I'm not even going to tell you. I'm going to hold out. I know what they're telling us about. Bet you Alexa knows. Just say to Alexa, go, ooh, kitty. And then ask her what song it is. Bet you that bitch knows. Well, we'll go to the next question then. Oh, your AirPods? What's your AirPods? You put those in your bra. AirPods. Hey, Tanger. Tanger, do you know who they're telling us about when they go, kitty? Who are they telling us about in that song? Yeah, I think that is the band who sings it, but they're telling us about who. Tanger on the board with the boy from New York City. Tanger's on the board with the boy from New York City. I have bear pods for my bear. Sometimes my bear likes to tune me out, so he wears them. All right. Close game, you guys. An angel baby don't care about how close it is. Here's the next question. What song is this from? All is calm. All is bright. What song? Tanger with Silent Night. I'm holding back going off on frickin' e-baggers. King of the Albatross. Because, I feel like he put stuff up on purpose because he likes me to go off on him because it's his fetish. That's what I think that his fetish is. He's like, say my name when SG talks about me. I can't think of anything to rhyme with that. Is that a joke? E-beggars, tea-baggers, dry humpers. Maddie song is bacon. I heard he's building a guest house for Maddie and Gerald in his backyard. Okay, Angel baby. Say my name, say my name. When Maddie is around me, the smell always astounds me. Phil Collins. Hi, Gearhead. I think you're back at the very first question. Take a look at me now. Phil Collins was actually one of the answers, but it was like the first answer. He's gonna be yelling out all the answers for the other ones. I don't know. He disappeared. 411. Someone called David Pilates or whatever his name is. We've got a missing 411 case here. Gearhead. He disappeared. All right. The next question is Jimmy Stewart played George Bailey in what movie? Jimmy Stewart played, hi Pink Owl. Jimmy Stewart played George Bailey in what movie? Say my name, say my name. George Bailey. No, for us. Jimmy Stewart. Hi, Gearhead. Hi, Pink Owl. Hi, Ellen. Hi, Tanger. Hi, Angel Baby. Hi, Debbie. All right, my cat's getting mad. He wants to know what movie Jimmy Stewart played George Bailey in Tanger with It's a Wonderful Life. Do, 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 do. Wonderful, too, I know. He's before my time, too, but it's like a Christmas classic. Okay, now, Tucker. All right. This person's heart was 2 times too small. Jimmy Stewart's real dog's name? I never watched A Wonderful Life either. Sister. George? Was his dog's name George? Was his dog's name Bailey? He had a son named Stewart. Stewart. Did you know that? Oh, I don't know anything like that. What's my question I asked you guys? Oh, this person had a heart. He's not really a person. 2 times too small. Tanger with the Grinch. Tanger with the Grinch. Okay, everybody, make sure you're in all chat, not top chat. And the red line is all the way to the end. Okay. All right, here we go. A medical nonprofit group. Not the Shriners, by the way. It's doctors something. It's doctors something. Doctors. Hi, Irv. Doctors Without Borders. Ooh, Tanger won that round. Irv, you're going to play a round of trivia? Tanger gets the championship hemp belt. Yay! Championship hemp belt. Yay! Woo! Woo! The crowd goes wild. Woo! Oh, come on. If you know the answer, just shout it out, Irv. All right, everybody make sure your red line is all the way to the end. And you're in all chat. Next question is, word for a fast spreading outbreak of a disease. Fast spreading outbreak of a disease. Not pandemic. Pink owl with epidemic. Pink owl on the board with epidemic. Everybody, if you use tap to text, tap the screen. Anyone's game, anyone's game. Tap the screen, make sure your red line is all the way to the end so that you're right on cue to the second. And tell me what the word is for the short section at the end of a book. Also begins with, no, isn't that at the beginning? No? It begins with E. Kind of like whatever that, prologue. Kind of like that, but it begins with E. Okay, Debbie. Pink owl with epilogue. Yeah, Pink got it. Pink got it. Okay, who would this biography be about? Hi, Nat. Who would this biography be about? A president remembering Jack. Like it's really a biography. It's really a book. A president remembering Jack. You know Jack. Like it really is his biography. Jack was his nickname. No, not President Meoff. Just kidding. Just kidding. A president remembering Jack would be about what president? Yeah, who is it about? Tanger on the board with JFK. Tanja. Next question. What do they call the print that they use for blind people? They can feel it. It's like raised. Ooh, you were so close, Gearhead, but Tandra came in before ya with Braille. Braille! Now, I will be writing the next question in Braille. Oh, sorry. Actually, I'll sign language. Everybody, make sure you're in all chat. And if you use voice to text, that's not cheating. Just make sure to tap the screen after you use it to make sure that you bring the red line all the way up to the end so that you know the next question is on point. Time seconds. Okay. What is a word for someone that secretly listens in? No. I think it would take a lot of work. Ellen on the board with eavesdropper. Okay. A medical condition, Greek for seizure. And you get seizures. And the name of it is Greek for seizure. Not Caesar, seizure. Ellen with epilepsy. Peeping Tom. Now I think Chandra might be behind. I think Chandra's a little behind. Did you guys know Peeping Tom is Greek for seizure? Did you guys know you've been speaking Greek all this time? Iman. Did you know it? Okay, here we go. Next question is a deck on a ship or a walk or a stroll. Same thing. It's either, a deck on a ship or a walk or a stroll. And that's where the ship gets its name from, because people would take a walk or a stroll on this particular deck. Nope. Strut. Get on the strut deck. Nope, it's on the ship. It's not on near the ocean. It's on a ship. Gearhead with promenade. Gearhead on the board with promenade. Promenade your partner. You do that square dancing. Gearhead was the square dancing championship of his middle school. He used to do-si-do his partner like nobody do-si-doed. All right, here we go. Next one. Windows on a ship are called what? Gearhead with portholes. Ooh, gearhead. Everybody's tied up here. Circles. Next question. A game with X's and O's. Ooh, Gearhead again with tic-tac-toe. Gearhead was the tic-tac-toe champion of his middle school. He was very busy in middle school, by the way. He takes the lead. Here we go. With the next question. If your wisdom teeth are wedged, what are they? Some people get their wisdom teeth Ooh, Gearhead whips it out with impacted. It whips it out. My wisdom teeth, all four of them were impacted. That was very painful. It was more painful than childbirth. By the way, let's see if Gearhead will keep whipping it out for us. What is the ancient structure on money? An ancient structure on money. There's some kind of a building on money. No, White House is a good one, but no. Isn't it on money? No. Tanger with pyramid. Tanja with pyramid. What hovers above the pyramid? You don't have to be specific, but yes, an eye is correct. Tanger with the eye. What is the Latin phrase? on money. You have to tell me what it means, but like, what is the phrase? Tanja. I know those kids do grow up too fast. They ought to make like toddlers that never grow up. Now that would be AI I could get into. As long as it's pluribus, but we'll give it to Tanja because, you know, just cause. Just cause. Oh my god, Tanja just stole that one away from Gearhead. She keeps her champion. I thought it was pluribus. But, I wouldn't mind like a little AI, 3 or 4-year-old. But not if they were like Gage from Pet Cemetery. But unless they were like the actual actor from Pet Cemetery, because he's a cute kid. This is a whole new round. Whole new round. Anyone's game. You might get a 5-card stud. In what card game? Poker. Gearhead gets it. Gearhead gets poker. Okay, here we go. Gearhead first on the board. He's got his gears turning. Okay, here we go. When done going to the bathroom, a king might do a what? Something along the lines of poker. Something. No, close. Close. After the royal wife. Crown royal. It has the word royal in it. Think poker and toilet. Tanger with royal flush. Tanger with royal flush. Alan came in close to her behind. Okay. Skip, skip, skip to my what? Lou. What Lou? Pink owl with Lou. If you were tap dancing, all right, everybody, make sure you're not behind. Tap, tap, tap. Bring it all the way up, the red line. Make sure you're on all chat, not top chat, and tell me if you were tap dancing, something that Gearhead was very good at in middle school. He was really an overachiever in middle school. But if you were tap dancing, you might shuffle off to where? Somebody must have taken tap in school or something. Oh, pink owl with buffalo. Pink owl with buffalo. She takes the lead with buffalo because that's what you get. See, if you tap dance, then you would know it. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. I fell in love with you. Bum, bum, bum. What's the name of that song? Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, 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 bum, bum, bum. I fell in love with you. Bum, bum, bum. Nope. Pink owl with heart and soul. Ooh, pink owl in the lead. Heart and soul. I fell in love with you. Heart and soul. Next question. Everybody make sure you are at the end of the screen. Hi, Gearhead. I didn't see you there. Just kidding. Next question is, what is the official language of Brazil? Brazil. The official language. Official. Gearhead with Portuguese. Those are the geese that like to land on the porch. Portuguese. Okay, finish this quote. When you have nothing to say, blank, blank. What did you say? You'll be back later? Oh, Brazilian butt lift. Nope. Pink owl was saying nothing. Ooh. She may win that hemp belt. Oh, the quote is, when you have nothing to say, say nothing. In 1983, who was living in the White House? It's a belt, gearhead, so your capris don't fall down. Nat wasn't living in the White House in 1983. Pink Owl takes the lead. I mean, the championship, sorry. Takes the belt away from Tanja. Tanja's gonna have to hold her capris up. She's gonna have to hold her capris up. Tandra's capris have fringes on them, on the bottom. That's right. Pink Owl's gonna put them on her capris now. That's right. She was tired of holding her capris up. Pink Owl got the championship. The crowd goes wild. All right, is everybody ready for the next round? Or as they say in France, la round. In Spain, they say la round. Get ahead. You have flare capris. And they're striped like 70s. I don't think so. What do you mean he's hacking you? Irv is hacking you. My Cadillac. I like to call my Cadillac my love machine. All right, here we go. Next question. What does this say? Oh, in Canada. She's kidding around. She's kidding around, Irv. Yeah, bell bottom capris. In Canada, what two languages do they speak? You have to answer both languages in one answer. French and English is correct. Tandra, first one on the board. She's dying for her hemp belt back. She don't want her capris falling down. I see London. I see France. I see Tandra's underpants. I better not say that. You know how these freaks are. Not these freaks, not the ones here, but the ones there in Freak World, in Bizarro Land. Really, you should just send stuff to Chicopee. Yeah. What did Fred Flintstone order when he was out to eat? Ginger with a Brontosaurus burger. Correct. Where did George Jetson work? No. Nobody knows. A Good Marriage is a good movie. Or The Good Marriage is by Stephen King. Debbie. She finds out her husband is a serial killer. It's something to do with space, but it's a two-word name. You saw The Good Marriage? It was good too, right? The Good Marriage. Where does George Jetson work? Yeah, it is good. The Good Marriage, Stephen King movie. It's free on YouTube. Oh, you're close, you guys. You're very close. You're very close. Gearhead got it with Spacely Sprockets. Gearhead with Spacely Sprockets. Yeah, it is good. She finds out he's a serial killer. Something we all want in our life. Find out our husband's a serial killer. You know what? Well, I'm not going to say what I think I would have done if I found that out because I don't want to spoil the movie for Debbie. We'll talk about it after she watches it. We should have a movie club, like a book club, and we all watch the same movie and then we talk about it. That would be fun. So much fun, you guys. Don't you think so? Aren't you already excited? What's the longest river in Africa? Bum, 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 ba, 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 da, ba, da, bum, bum, bum. You never saw what happened in the Angel Baby? Oh my God. You're leaving? Oh, the Nile. Oh, I thought that said night. Nile. The Nile. The Nile is correct. Net, are you behind in the audio? I need you to tap your screen and make sure that the 10 seconds doesn't move any more than it should. Boop, boop, boop. Boo-doo, boo-doo, boo-doo. Boop, boop, boop. Boo-doo, boo-doo, boo-doo. Now I got that song stuck in my head. There are two French-speaking groups in Louisiana. I want both of them in one answer. It's not chopsticks. It's not the question. I want both of them in one answer. Frida Fred got it. Frida Fred. We'll let Frida Fred get that answer. Do, do, do. FF got that with Creole and Cajun. Creole and Cajun. First and last name. The movie's called The Good Marriage or A Good Marriage, something like that. Good Marriage by Stephen King. Okay, here we go. First and last name of the playwright that was married to Marilyn Monroe. The Good Marriage or A Good Marriage, something like that. Good Marriage, Stephen King. First and last name of the playwright that Marilyn Monroe was married to. Net Net with Arthur Miller. Ah. Net Net on the board with Arthur Miller. No, Joe DiMaggio was a baseball player. Okay, finish the name of this play that he wrote. Death of blank blank. Death of blank blank. Pink Owl with a Salesman. Yeah, it's a good movie, Debbie. Yes, she was hitched to Joe DiMaggio. I think that was who she really loved. He also wrote another play based on the Salem witch trials. What was that called? Blank blank. A salesman. And that wouldn't be a very good salesman, would it? What are you? I'm a salesman. You better buy it now. I think they even made a movie out of it. Based on the Salem witch trials. Do 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 do. Arthur Miller play based on the Salem witch trials. Two words. I'll give you the first word. The. Second word starts with C. Look it up. That's how you learn. That's what trivia is about, learning. Net with the crucible. Net with the crucible. That was a good movie. The Craft was a good movie. You ever watch that, Debbie? That was a good one. All right. Complete the name. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Wait. Tell me this. What was the dog's name in Frasier? Dog's name in Frasier. Tanger with Eddie. What was Frasier's ex-wife's name? Tanger with Lilith. And she wins back the hemp rope, the championship belt. Yay! Ah, yay! 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 Oh, sorry, Pink Owl. Your pants fall down. Oh, well, I don't know anything about that, but I don't know. I'm really trying to dock somebody or something. Well, I'll just get rid of it. No, Justin, I'm playing trivia. Yes, you can both wrap the belt around your waist. We have a whole new round now. Anybody's hemp rope belt. Okay, Frida. Anyhow, complete the title of this play. And also a movie. A streetcar blank blank. A streetcar blank blank. Who will be the first on the board? Ooh, Tanja. Name Desire. Andrew's first one on the board. All right. All right, you're out. Frida's out. Hi, Drowsy Doll. Frida's out. Thank you. All right. Next question is complete this title. Cat on a blank, blank, blank. Yeah, we just blocked them now, Debbie. Cat on a blank, blank, blank. Gearhead with hot tin roof. Next question. Complete this playwright's name. Tennessee. No, you're not blocked, Justin. Not whiskey. No. Tanger with Williams. Tennessee Williams is the answer. Everybody tap the screen and bring your screen, the red line, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds till you can't bring it anymore. And get out of top chat and be in all chat. Make sure you're up to the second with the questions. And tell me what a teenage volunteer at a hospital is called. You get a little outfit. It's cute. I was one. Laverne and Shirley were ones. They weren't teenagers, but Ellen with Candy Striper. I was a Candy Striper. No, you don't volunteer as a doctor. Well, I guess you could. I guess you could volunteer. Song. I wonder who wrote the what? I wonder who wrote the what? I don't know if they still call them that. What was my job before YouTube? CEO of Amazon. Gearhead is correct with Book of Love. I think it was you who wrote it, Gearhead. That's what I think. The English call French fries what? Chips. Gearhead gets it with chips. Chips is correct. And what do they like to season their chips with? Good night, Debbie. Enjoy your movie. Love you, girl. What do the English like to? Not oil. Not mayo. It's two ingredients. Yeah, salt and what? Come on, you guys. No. Come on, salt and vinegar. Pink arrow with salt and vinegar. Pink owl with salt and vinegar. The whole earth was of one language until what was built? The whole earth was of one language until what was built? Yo, yo, baby pop. Yeah, you. Come here, give me a kiss. Better make it fast, or else I'm gonna get pissed. Can't you hear the music pumping hard? Hey, Robbie got it. Robbie! Robbie in El Casa. The Tower of Babel is Cracktamundo. And she's babbling on and on, and she won't shut up. She's babbling on and on. Pussy, pussy, pussy cat. You ever hear that? Faster Pussycat, Babylon. Huh? Good song, good song, good song. Got your number at the bathroom wall. All right, here we go. What type of bird brought the olive branch? The olive leaf. You know Faster Pussycat? Pussy, pussycat, pussycat. Meow, meow. Tanja with dove. Oh, look at Justin. He almost got it. He was hot on your heels. Okay, okay. What word describes what you're doing if you put everything off to tomorrow? What are you doing? Funky Brewster. Procrastinate. Net net with procrastinate. Net net. She didn't procrastinate on that answer. What is Barbie's younger sister's name? Fucking gearhead. How the fuck would you know that? Holy crap. Gearhead played with Barbies. Gearhead played with Barbies. Gearhead played with Barbies. I thought that fucking one was gonna trip you guys up, but it fucking didn't. I forgot all about Skipper. Sure, sure. Fucking, he was fast with that one. He was like, fuck Barbie, I want Skipper. I'll be your Gilligan to your Skipper. You can call me little buddy anytime. Oh, yeah. Napoleon was said to have played with what? No. It's a plaything. I had Tiffany Tuesday. Not dynamite. Not a yo-yo. No, come on. Napoleon, military. He was said to have played with Robbie. Got it. Toy soldiers. Robbie with toy soldiers. What was Napoleon's last name? Easy Bake Oven. uh, Robbie got it. She spelled it right. Bonaparte. Robbie! Oh my God. Here we go. Next question. First name of Napoleon's love interest. Ooh, Pink Owl with Josephine. Jackson 5. The Jackson 5. He's a busy man. Napoleon was a dancing, boom, 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 dancing machine. The Jackson 5. If you're snobby, you might be this two-word rhyming phrase. Cheating off my paper. Swiss piss. That's a good one. I almost feel like giving you a point for that. I almost feel like giving you a point for that. Krabby Patty. Nope. Not rich bitch. I'll give you a hint. The first word starts with H. If you're snotty, you might be this rhyming two-word phrase. The first word starts with H. Robbie. Hoity-toity. Although I do like the Swiss piss answer. Yeah, but no, because it says hottie toity, hoity toity, but not spelt right. Hoity toity is how it's spelled. Well, that's what happens sometime on Jeopardy. It does happen. Kendra don't mind. She got the belt right now. Next one, next question. The car that brings up the rear on a freight train. Name of the car that brings up the rear on a freight train. Gearhead, caboose. The crowd goes wild. Gearhead has a hemp championship belt for his bell bottom capris. Capris to cover his caboose. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. All right, now another round, you guys. He's got a belt to hold up his caprice, so his butt doesn't freeze. No. Ah. How would you win a staring contest? How would you win a staring contest? Gearhead with Don't Blink. Gearhead is the first on the board. First on the board for this round. What's the middle name of Hans Andersen? Robbie with Christian. Christian. Who turned into a beautiful swan at the end of the story? Robbie with the ugly duckling. Are you guys giving? Are you guys really like? Don't give Robbie a chance. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Only because you guys are lucky if Robbie gives you a chance or me a chance. I'm only kidding. I'm only joking. You know I love you, Robbie. There is a lot of good players here. We're honing up our skills. Now I have to make up questions because I ran out of them, so I'm going to have to make them up. So, if you're on a submarine and you raise up that thing to look out above the water, what is it called? Gearhead with periscope. What role did Anson Williams play on Happy Days? Ooh, Gearhead, snapping it with the Happy Days. The backup singer, the backup singers, I should say, for Leather Tuscadero were called what? Leather and the Hi Snow. No. Robbie with the Suedes. Joan Jett was in a band when she was very young with Cherry Bomb. They sang that song. What was the name of the band? Ooh, Gearhead with the Runaways. Woo! You guys are slamming it around. What song? There was other people who sang it too, but Joan Jett sang it too. It was bum 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 bum. I don't hardly know her, bum 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 bum. But I think I could love her, bum 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 bum. What's it called? Crimson and Clover. When Gearhead comes walking over, ba 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 ba, to collect his championship hand belt. He wins that round again. Joan Jett didn't give a damn about her. Michelle Obama. Snow. Snow. First one on the board in this round. Okay. I need both of these answers in one answer. Okay? Who was trying to save Princess Fiona? Donkey and Shrek is correct. No. Donkey and Shrek is correct. First and last name of the person who did the voice of Donkey. Ooh, Snow again with Eddie Murphy. Has everybody watched the Dave Chappelle show and the Charlie Murphy stories about Rick James? Okay. Rick James had a ring on and punched Charlie Murphy in the forehead. What did the word imprinted in his forehead say? Robbie on the board with Unity. Okay. All right, let me think. Let me think. Let me think. You. I don't see you saying unity on here. Yeah, the one with Prince was wicked funny. What at the end of that skit with Prince? What did Dave Chappelle, Prince, ask if they all wanted after the basketball game? Snow with pancakes. What was the name? Well, the names of, the two teams. Something versus something. Blouses and shirts. Yeah. Robbie got that one. Let's see. I have to make all this up. Uh, let me think. Let me think. Oh my God. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. What was the name, first and last name of Laverne and Shirley's landlady that ended up with Laverne's father? Looking for first and last name. What? Snow just gave you a hint. Andrew should know this one. I'll give it to Snow because she got them both, even though she answered separately. Edna Babish is correct. And Snow takes away the championship hemp belt from Gearhead. Now she can keep her capris up. Keep her capris up. Guys, want another round? I'm gonna have to. I have to make this up, you guys. I have to make it up. So I'm sorry. All right, you guys ready? Guys ready? When the Beverly Hillbillies wanted to go swimming, where did they go swimming? No. Cement Pond is correct. Tanger first on the board with the cement pond. The cement pond. Oh my God, you guys are so good. I ran out of questions. I have to make this shit up. I'm gonna have to make it all up now. Oh my God, I'm dropping stuff. Birdie, 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 birdie. All right, let me think. Please do, Angel. Okay. Okay. The name of a military Barbie doll, but not a girl. I know, right, Angel Baby? Not a girl. Gearhead with G.I. Joe. G.I. Joe. In the movie G.I. Jane, first and last name of the actress who played G.I. Jane. Gearhead with Demi Moore. Okay. What was the name, first and last name of the Broadway actress? Plus, she's been in, movies and stuff. First and last name of the person who did "Hey You Guys" on the Electric Company. Nope. Oh, excuse me, I burped. A. You want like a little hint? I like to live in America. Everything's free in America. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da. She was in the movie West Side Story. Cheech Marin. It's an actress. Yes, she was in it. I like to live in America. She sang Fever with Animal on the Muppet Show. Warrior Princess, Rita Moreno, Rita Moreno, Fever. You give me fever, boom, boom, boom. When you touch me, fever when you hold me tight, fever. Wait, I can't. Warrior. That's how they say it in Jewish. Warrior princess on the board. In West Side Story, what was the name of the two gangs? They were gonna rumble. Both answers and one answer, please. Jets and the Sharks. Robbie got it. When you're a jet, you're a jet, you're a jet. Last name of the guy from the money tree. Phil. 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 I think it was from the money tree. Phil begins with an R. Begins with an R. Sounds Italian. No, it begins with an R. The last name. Phil. Look it up, you guys, so you can learn for the next time you have to answer this question. Close. Sounds like a pasta dish, kinda, but not really. But Phil. No. Phil Rizzuto. Snow gets it. Phil Rizzuto. When you're a jet, you're a jet, you're a jet. Phil Rizzuto. Wednesday is what? And not hump day. Okay, Alan, you have a great. Yes, it's rice. It's rice. Phil Rizzuto is risotto. It was Phil Rizzuto. No, Wednesday is Anthony, not Prince Spaghetti Night. Close. It's very close. That's very close. It's so close. I think it's like when it's, light out. Wednesday is Prince Spaghetti what? Yes, Warrior Princess. Prince Spaghetti Day. Warrior Princess knows. Aw, thank you, Tanja. What chef makes ravioli and spaghettios, beefaroni? Boyardee. Tanja. Charade it out. Ah, who works hard so we don't have to? Think about the commercial. We work hard so you don't have to. Snow scrubbing bubbles is correct. All right, all right, all right. Who was the spokesperson for the quicker picker upper? First and last name. She also played Rhoda's mother. Come on now. Played Mrs. Morgenstern, whatever, Rhoda's mother. Snow with Nancy Walker. Blank, 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 blank is that heavenly coffee. Heavenly coffee. Better coffee a millionaire's money can't buy. What kind of coffee? Ginger, chock full of nuts. Fill it to the rim with the rich taste of what? Snow with brim. What kind of dish detergent did Madge say you were soaking in it? Snow with palm olive. You're not making a fool of yourself, Angel Baby. Snow keeps her hemp championship belt right there. All right, this is a whole new round. Whole new round, Angel Baby. Whole new round. What band sang Smells Like Teen Spirit? Snow with Nirvana. Snow be fucking cranking it out. What city did they hail from? Gearhead with Seattle. What side did musical youth want you to pass the duchy to? Gearhead, left hand. Gearhead, left hand. Pass the duchy to the left hand side. Who was going to clean his room, but then he got high? Gearhead, Afro Man. Okay. Who was Hart singing about when they said, "Come on home, mama cried on the phone. Too soon to lose my baby, and my girl should be at home. Try to understand." Gearhead's looking to whip your ass. Magic Man is correct. What is the last name of Anne and Nancy of Hart? Warrior Princess with Wilson. Meredith Baxter Burney played the lead role of a woman who murdered her attorney husband and his new wife, who he was cheating on her with. First and last name of that woman. And the first and the last name begin with the same letter. Asher Dash with Betty Broderick. You know, I think that she had every right to do that. I think they should let that lady go. He deserved it. He was a fucking dick. He was such a dick. I don't know why they just didn't let her go. I mean, what the fuck? That's like a crime of passion. You know what I mean? Alienation of affection. It wasn't vigilante justice. He deserved it. He deserved it. And so did that little bitch. What do you mean, so was the Holocaust? Yeah, right? What do you mean that Bobbitt guy isn't anymore? The Holocaust wasn't a crime of passion. He wasn't married to any of those people. Nobody was in love with them, killing them. It wasn't alienation of affection. I'm still confused about comparing the Holocaust to, you know what I'm saying? You should know better, Snow. Well, don't be hyperbolic about the Holocaust. Not a joke about there. That's just how I feel. Because the Holocaust is totally different. Besides the fact that I really like Betty Broderick. I mean, not Betty Broderick, Meredith Baxter Byrne. Betty Broderick should get out. I think Amy Fisher might be out or making lots of money behind bars. What's the house at Haldimore? A sassy gay man that used to. Oh, Amy Fisher is out. And yet Betty Broderick can't be out. But then again, Amy Fisher was wanting to kill that lady. No, she went back with Joey Buttafuoco after that. Pamela Smart. I think she's still in too. Or the other one, Mary Kay Letourneau or Mary J. Letourneau or something like that. But if you notice, and here's the thing I think, is that I think there is a lot of men that end up with students. And yeah, Mary Kay died. I mean, she had a really like kind of weird upbringing too. She really did. And they stayed together for a long time, you know. But a lot of like look at that show Pretty Little Liars. And they had the girl dating the teacher in the show. Yeah, she had a really weird childhood. Like I think she was babysitting one day and her younger like baby brother drowned, and then her father, like, he cheated a lot on his wife. You know that, remember the lady, I forget her name. um I forget her name. She killed her kids, all of them. She drowned all of them. She had like five, and they were all named, names from the Bible. She was married, I think it was in Texas. I feel like it was in Texas, but I could be wrong. I can't think of her name. And she drowned each one of the kids, and they said that it was a postpartum depression. Yeah, I know, and they all be fucking doing that, right, Angel Baby? Yates, yep, yep, yeah, yeah, but, Andrea Yates, yep, you're right, and they kept saying, like, that she wasn't and the husband just kept, like they were living in, like, a school bus too or something, and they had, like, 5 kids, and then finally, like, even that Susan Smith's husband, I gotta wonder about sometimes how they're treating these women, like, after they have kids. Are they, saying they're not attracted to him anymore? Um, he was being real, I don't know, just it just seems like to me, to me, in my research of, law and crime, it doesn't seem to me like there's, these murderous women that keep getting let out of jail over and over again. But there is men who commit like really serious crimes and they keep getting let out of jail over and over again until finally they're like a serial killer for a 15, 20-year stretch. And it's like, but for women, I don't know. Yeah, right, Snow? In all of the research and all of the law and crime that I have studied and stuff, there is not women with this long criminal record that have been let out over and over and over again, but there is men. I didn't know that you knew somebody who had done that. That's a shame. What do you mean that may reach beyond just women and men too? What do you mean? It's like, I mean, the kid who like actually murdered, the kids that actually murdered Pamela Smart's husband. They're sitting there saying, I mean, this, oh, minorities. I mean, I don't know, like even minorities when it seems that women uh you know do a crime, it's 3 women. Damn, that's pretty pretty high stakes. I mean, like that's pretty up there. Wow. Yeah, it's like, women it seems like well, first of all, for instance, like Charles Manson, okay? He spent his life in jail. Yeah, they do. All the time. All the time, Snow. Right. And Angel Baby, how it's like they'll give a restraining order to the woman as if like that's going to keep the guy away. I mean, if he shows up, he's planning on doing something severe, and they say it too. Like even the people like online that sit there online and say they're going to do this, they're going to do this, they're going to do a school, shooting and this and that. Yeah, that Lakin bill got thrown through real fast. That guy's trial was real fast, and I don't believe it. I think the timing of it was for political purposes. And that got fast tracked. I've never seen a fucking trial come that fast. Ever. You should know by now, Snow. Anything with Trump's signature on it, I'm not fucking down with. I don't know why you bring it up. I really don't. Because even Gearhead knows that. I'm not like even Gearhead. Like, even everybody knows. So, because I don't believe that this is a Republican Democrat thing anymore. I think we're being screwed, robbed, and fucking fucked, man. We're being fucked big time. Got this motherfucker just robbing people, like, and I'm talking about Elon right now. Yeah, that was fast tracked through. Even that guy said he wanted another trial. I mean, uh, it was fast tracked. It wasn't about who signed it. It was about the timing of it and the parent, the you know, fine. Who's winning? Oh, Gearhead's winning this round. No, I didn't say that. I said that I hate him. Okay, anywho. Mr. T's name in the A team was his full name in the A team. Well, B.A. Baracus is correct. Snow got that one. Good night, Tanger. Okay. First and last name of the actor who starred in the movie American Gigolo. Roll me in designer sheets, I'll never get enough. Gearhead takes the hemp rope championship belt away from Snow. I will, Tander. Okay. Okay. Do we want another round? Okay, Angel Baby. Do we want one more round? Let me think. Let me think. What was the Costanza's idea of Christmas? Snow with Festivus. She's the first one on the board with Festivus. What was the first name of the girl that George Costanza was going to marry? Yes, these are Seinfeld. George Costanza was going to get married to that blonde girl, remember? And she had like the snooty parents. Snow with Susan is correct. That was going to be my next fucking question. Thanks, Snow. It's going to. What was Kramer's first name on the show? Robbie with Cosmo. Robbie. Well, what show did you watch? Gearhead. What show did you watch? Floyd Kramer. Let's see how well you know it. Really, gearhead. Well, I don't know any of that, you guys. On Family Affair, first name of the two little kids, not their real names, but on the show. Barrett Jackson, Gas Monkey. I never heard of that. With Mrs. Beasley? Do you know who Mrs. Beasley is? I had Mrs. Beasley. Someone stole that because they knew it was probably worth some money. They stole my fucking Mrs. Beasley, motherfuckers. All right, what was the name of the Brady Bunch's maid? Robbie with Alice. What was the name of her boyfriend? Robbie with Sam. What brand cooking oil did Florence Henderson promote on the commercial? Wesson is correct. Warrior Princess. I had a Mrs. Beasley. I'm so mad that I don't have her no more. Back in the 70s, they were like, half pants, but they were not called capris back then. They were called something that Mexican people might wear. What were they called? Nope, they're pants. Nope, nope. It begins with a G. Begins with a G. I said it begins with a G. It's like a Mexican word. Not gringos. Not guapos. Gauchos. Gauchos is correct. Wait, you fuckers never had gauchos? I had fucking gauchos with a matching vest and shit. But they were like the color of if I was going on safari. So actually, like, if I had one of those, like, hats that they wear, those safari hats that kind of look like construction hats, only, not quite so construction-y, I would look like I was going on safari because it was beach. Beach gauchos with a beach vest. Look, I was fucking smiling. I don't want nobody to fucking. I had the safari style going on. These are Pete's. Gorillas in the Mist was based on who? First and last name. She studied silverback gorillas. Rabbit with Diane Fossey. And she takes the belt away from Gearhead. You know that those gorillas, that seem so threatening and stuff, when poachers are chasing them, they shit themselves. That's how scared they are. Not Jane Goodman, Jane Goodall she's the one who does the monkeys, but Diane Fossey, she was killed with a machete on Christmas Day Eve by poachers. She's buried next to her dog and her favorite gorilla, Digit, in the jungle. Yeah, but it's fucking really sad. We definitely have regressed back. I think that we were really making some changes in the 70s, and I know, and they just like, man, they just would cut, like with Digit, they cut his his hands off, and she found him dead with his hands cut off. Yeah, I don't even think they show that anymore. Now I honestly feel like they pit certain animals against each other to make videos. I really do. Like, oh, if a bear meets a lion or alligator. I really do. I think they pit these animals against each other, and I even think, like, you know how, yeah, there used to be, like, I don't know, wrestling and boxing, and now it's like, they're wrapping their legs around the opponent's neck till they're almost dead. The pugilism, it just seems like it's gonna progress to the death kinda thing. It really took everything that I had to, finally sit down and put down some trivia questions, cause every day I wake up and wonder, "What the fuck have they done today?" Every day. And I understand, if I could just for a moment get the ear of people who, I get it. We voted opposite. I get it. But for people who believe in democracy, and that, not not like the 1% should have all the money. Like, even, I was reading about uh Purdue Pharma, you know, how they had tricked all these doctors and stuff into, oh, OxyContin's not that strong, and, and this and that, and, the whole opioid crisis. And then they got sued for billions of dollars, but none of that money went to anything really pertaining to the names that were needed. Yeah, they pushed it as non-addictive. Exactly, Snow. Yeah, exactly. And none of that settlement really went to the money of, yeah, exactly, Snow. And in reality, the money that they paid out in the settlement really was just really a drop in the bucket to what they had made. But the lives that are lost because of it, to those families, there's no price you can put on. So when they, like, have a settlement for a case that I feel is criminal, criminal. One time, Gearhead, a friend of mine, and I don't even call her a friend anymore. She tricked me, now, into taking it, and she tricked me. But see, I didn't know she tricked me till after I'd already swallowed it, and the only way I knew that she had tricked me was because she goes, "Oh, don't swallow it, chew it." That's what made the flag go up. But I had already swallowed it with something, like to drink, like, because I asked her for an aspirin, and I wouldn't think in a million years, knowing that I'm totally against pills like that. I mean, I will take aspirin and stuff, but as for pills, nah, no chance. No way. Exactly, Gearhead. It probably was the plan. Probably was the plan. And that was so fucked up to do to somebody, like, to not tell them, like, what they're taking. And that's secular. I mean, seriously. I don't even know why you would like come back in here. Puppies? Oh, you mean I've kicked all have. And those pharmaceutical companies, though, they knew they were. And the other night, you were here, Snow, when I was really, I don't know, it'll come on me. I mean, I'll miss her. I miss her every day, but sometimes it'll just come up on me like where I just cry and cry and cry and cry because I think about how things could have been in her life, how things would have been different in my life with her in it, and how I'm happy to have had my sister for 16 years, and she was not addicted to those pills, but they knew that they could cause respiratory failure. This is back, like, in the early 80s. They knew that it could. Now when I do my research, they had already done research on these things. And, you know, I'm still pissed. I'm still fucking pissed that when, my family, we were mad about it, and they said, "Oh, well, we don't have the technology to know what another doctor is prescribing." But here we are 40 years later, and the opioid crisis has, gotten worse 200 times percent. And they have the fucking technology. So they just blew smoke up me and my family's ass. There's never a time I would fucking allow if ever there was like a case where my loved one was lost and they were like, "Well, we're not going to find him guilty in the criminal case, but here's a civil case and here's some money." I'd say hell to the fucking no, cuz it's fucking murder. It's murder. And people who if they're going to be found guilty in the civil case, then they should be found guilty in a criminal case. Nah, it ain't about that, Snow. It's about I'm still pissed because 40 years later, I've watched that crisis increase. And now they have, wait, is it being implemented? It is, but they don't care because of the money that they make. But the bottom line is, we took that as, okay, well, then when they figure it out, there'll be less deaths, from this. But there isn't. In fact, there's people on YouTube making money filming people in Kensington, filming people all fucked up. And YouTube makes money off that too. And at the end of the day, I'm still fucking pissed. I'm still fucking pissed because if it hadn't increased, then I wouldn't, because at this point now, I'm just saying to myself, "S so these motherfuckers were like, fuck your sister, she'll just be a number," you know? Hi, Diane. But the other night, and I don't know if you saw it, Gearhead, but I know that snow was here. I was bawling my eyes out, bawling my eyes out, and I could still, in my head, hear my sister singing "Me and Bobby McGee." Like, that's what really brought me to this community was, the whole it is a deep subject, Drowsy Doll, but I'm still pissed. I just wish, like, as I'm I'm just one person, and I'm not, a big channel or anything, but, it wasn't my last live, it was the one before that. And man, I don't even know what it was that just brought it on, that I just started to think about, I don't know who that doctor is. I just started thinking about her, and I think about her every day, you know what I mean? But I don't know if, like, these companies, if they think about when they think about, like, the number of people, who have, I do know who that is. I don't know who that is. They think about these things as statistics and, and people as numbers, but each person, like, has their own story, and my mother was never the same again after my sister passed away. That broke my mother. Like, my mother had always been one of the strongest people ever, and my mother was never the same again. Well, you'll have to tell me who. I've never heard of them. I look them up, but I've never heard of them. It is trauma. It is. It's traumatizing, and I would love to, right, Angel Baby? They're never the same again. Nothing was ever the same again. All of our lives changed. I just always remember my sister singing that la di da. Ba-de-da-da-de-da. Can you, like, refresh my memory? I'm, like, really flattered that you remember that. Can you, like, refresh my memory? Because 'Cause you're probably correct, drowsy doll. Yeah, it never goes away, man. It just never goes away when you lose somebody. Because it was 40 years ago for, losing my sister, and it never, ever, ever goes away. And you know what? Diane and Snow and anyone else who's lost anyone, it's hard for me to say, "I'm sorry for your loss," because I wanna say, "I'm happy for your gain," meaning that if you had to choose between having them and losing them, but having memories, that never go away because you had them, or never having them at all, I would choose to have my sister even though I lost her, because I didn't really lose her because I had her. You know what I mean? I had her. Even if it was just for 16 years, I had her. I had her. Like, she lives in my heart forever. I give her eternal life. I talk about her to you guys. And even though, thank you, Gearhead. Like, even though she's passed away, you don't feel that way, Snow. You don't feel that way. Maybe now you do. Like, I don't know exactly what happened to, like, between you two. I can only speak of my own experience. But man, I'd rather have my sister for 16 years than never. She was a great sister. She really was. She really was. I've had people in my life that I've lost, and I cannot think of them as a loss. I think of them as a gain. I was so lucky. Out of all the people in the world, that if that person was only going to be on earth for 29 years, like my sister was only on earth for 29 years. And out of all the millions of people in the world, wow, what a gift I received. What a gift I received. I find it so hard to say to people, "I'm sorry for your loss," because I feel like it is such a gift. Right, Drowsy, and out of all the people in the world, that person who was only here for 29 years got to be in your life. How wonderful of a gift. It is, and I'm still mad. I'm mad about the whole opioid crisis. I'm mad about the other families that lost. I'm mad that, the people who just were gaining money, didn't care about the individuals' lives. I'm mad about that, but man, I would not pick to not have her in my life and have her live to 99 because, yeah, priceless gifts. And we give them eternal life. We talk about them. We share stories about them. Yeah, that is so hard. And that's the one thing, Angel Baby, that I think would be much harder than losing a sibling or a parent or something like that, or a friend, would be losing a child. That Angel Baby, oh man. My friend who, she had 2 kids, and, one of her kids passed away, and, she would wake up crying, and her friend that was staying with her said, "Is Pam really in that much pain? Because 'Cause she'll wake up crying sometimes." I said, "That's when she has dreams about Marky, and when she wakes up, she cries because she doesn't wanna wake up." Which is really so sad because of, having another kid to have to survive for, but, like, some people would think, you're lucky that you have other children," but, man, that is one thing I would never even, like, even venture to try to imagine. Because my mom was never the same. My mother was never, ever the same. If I could go back in time, though, and change one thing for my mother, I mean, yeah, of course, I would change for my whole family. Um, Linda never passing away, but if I could change one thing for my mom, I would change what my auntie Dot did to her when we lived in England. She broke my mother's heart, man. 'Cause, in England, you get council houses, and, we were really poor, and we really were squatting, and fucking living poor. And so my mother, has signed up for a council house. And when her name came up and we went to see the council house, it was not like every other council house, like in England. It was not like, because England is like a lot of brick row houses. But once in a while, there's a freestanding place, and it was like everything my mother had always dreamed. Every picture she had ever drew of like cottages. My mother used to be a really good drawer. And she would draw cottages all the time. And that it was it. And when the lady got there, my mother said, "This must be a mistake." And the lady was like, "No, it isn't a mistake. This is, what came up." And it had the thatched roof and the belled out windows, with like the little diamond shapes on, and just everything my mother had ever dreamed of. And some people just hate to see somebody get something. My auntie Dot, who, we always loved, but she was married to my mother's brother. And one thing I would like to say that I'm sorry to hear that, Diane. One thing I want to say is what I find disgusting, and I find this disgusting about e-beggars too, because e-beggars knows exactly how disgusting his friends are. I mean, he fucking knows how fucking gross they are. He fucking knows. He knows. He knows that when he sees, Dora the Hora or fucking Munchie talking about my kid, or, them talking about my mother fucking people in a station wagon. My mother never even had a station wagon. I only saw my mother with one boyfriend in my whole life. In my whole fucking life. She didn't drink, she didn't smoke cigarettes, you know what I mean? Like, well, she did smoke cigarettes, but not a lot, and then when she quit, she would just hold the cigarette, she would never light it. And them fucking assholes sitting there talking about her the way they do. If ever any fucking and leaving the shit there too. Like Swiss don't even have the fucking decency to take that shit off. If any of them motherfuckers ever got in my face, including you, e-beggars, and talk that shit about my mother like you do, or my sisters, or my fucking my daughter, or anybody, I would knock you the fuck out. Trust and believe. Beggars, why do you hate your living loved ones so much that you take time away from them to write paragraph after paragraph about how I should let Sharon and her boyfriend move in with me? Well, if I talk about my family, it's fine. When pigs like that talk about my deceased mother who died before fucking people were even using the computers and I mean, they were using computers, but not like this. And that motherfucker wants to sit there and focus on me and Sharon or anybody who's in my live streams, but ignore, like, even when, he goes off about, he goes off about me and Sharon and saying her and her boyfriend, blah, 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 because I shared the post that Sharon put up about Ellen, but he ignores talking about the point of Sharon's community post, which is people being disgusting to Ellen because she came out with about her cancer diagnosis. So instead of mentioning anything about the cancer diagnosis and how disgusting his friends are, he wants to sit there and waste paragraph after paragraph after paragraph of his time to talk about me and right. Gearhead, I don't even know why you waste your time talking to that man. You're such a different caliber of a person than him. And I mean, and you know that because he's, like fucking Sharon puts a nice community post and I share it and suddenly this motherfucker's talking about what me and I have no excuses now. I have no excuses. I know, Diane. Is it? I mean, like, and I have no excuse. Talking like he knows my finances. And thank you, Gearhead. I did hear, see that you had written, why are you guys so concerned about what somebody's doing with their life? And Janelle pipes up, blah, blah, blah. Like, you see how it makes it so hard to not, when you're the target of people who think they're better, that eBeggars, for some reason thinks he's, better than some people. I get you, Gearhead. I do. But like Sharon hasn't even been, and me, I've been doing like, even he even has to share a video on ramen noodles. It's like, dude, if you want to partake in my live streams, eBeggars, why don't you just act like a fucking normal person? I'm not that hard to get along with. Like if he came in here tonight playing trivia with us and stuff, Gearhead, I would just be like, okay, eBeggars gets that answer, and just you wouldn't be like, get him out of here. I wouldn't be like that, and he wouldn't see, anybody. I mean, I've even timed out people who are my friends and stuff if they're saying too, bad things about people's families and stuff like that, or if I think they're doxing somebody. Yeah, I mean, I'm not down with people fighting. I just, it's natural for me to get pissed off when this guy is like talking to me like as if he dictates to me. Oh, I don't expect people to be like me, but It's natural for somebody to be like, who the fuck are you talking to? You know what I mean? Yeah, because you know that they think somewhere in their mind that they're better than some people. Like, and I'm thinking to myself, how could they possibly think that when they don't even know how to contain themselves or act like human beings? I mean, the fact that every single person in my live stream, like Snow or this King Jays, or that they just can't not harass. No, it is not hard at all to be cordial. It is not. It is not. But to overlook the fact that Sharon's community post was about Ellen, and he couldn't even acknowledge and say something like, sorry to hear about that, with Ellen. He couldn't, that was just, too much for him. It's really a shame. I always said music, like, I really think if there was like a rumble going on, a rumble. Here I am still with a rumble. And they started playing music that everybody would just start dancing. Because I think, not like the music that they played at halftime this year. That would be a no go. That was like the worst. I could not believe it when everybody was like packing up halftime. I mean, after that had gone on for so long, who are like, what the fuck? I am gonna read this right now. He goes, I just thought of a great idea. Well, actually, no, you didn't. SG should have SV move in with her. That would accomplish so much. SV and Stevo could pay like $1,000 less in hotel costs and could chip in like 400 per month to SG. First of all, Ebears, what would make you think I would charge two adults $50 a week each for an apartment? $400 for two people towards rent that nowadays is like up to fucking $1,500 a month. What would make you think I would pay fucking 900 and I'm sorry, no, I would pay 1,100 because if it was 1,300, it'd be 900. If it was even what it is now, when it's 900, I'd pay 500 and then two adults would pay 400. What would make you think that? And SG would be able to chop her rent in half. Well, it wouldn't be in half, but with two other adults, you think I pay half and they pay half between the two of them? What's wrong with you, buddy? And then wouldn't need to worry about staying up days on end live streaming. I don't stay on days on end live streaming. Concerned she won't hit the $100 payout mark that YouTube requires each month. Well, $100 a month is helpful to anyone. Why are you worried about if I'm worried about hitting the $100 payoff mark. Why are you worried about that, King of Chaos? It's a win-win-win all around. What do you say, SJ? I say mind your own fucking business, buddy. You seem to believe SV is a model citizen. Now, have I ever said that she's a model citizen? Have I ever said that? You beggars. Have I? I think she herself knows that she's not a model citizen. And since she's your buddy and soulmate, she's my soulmate? Exactly, right, Gearhead? But when did I say she's my soulmate? Who is trying to plan her wedding? Why not be a sport and have her move in with you for like 6 months or a year so they can save up cash for their wedding? Well, how about you let them move in with you? E-beggars. Huh? And this way, you all would be better off financially. First of all, you don't know anything about any of our financial situations. Exactly, right? It's pretty bad. I mean, rent needs to start coming down. It's off the chain. Like I said, win, win, win. Looking forward to your next live stream where you announce the move-in. Well, first of all, why would I be announcing the move-in when your idea is pathetic? Because, first of all, none of it's your business. Second of all, you're sharing the post that Sharon made about Ellen. When do you acknowledge how disgusting your friends are picking on somebody newly diagnosed with cancer? I will chip in some nice housewarming gifts too. Nobody wants nothing from you, King of Chaos, except for your fucking silence. Hit the like button if you think this is a great idea and you tag Lies Tell Me More Lies. Oh, good name. Chilling with Janelle, My Father's Kid, and Gearhead, and Munchie. Gearhead, did you give him a like for that? I hope not, because this guy's a fucking joke. No excuses now. Who the fuck are you telling there's no excuses now? There is literally zero reason this can't happen. Yeah, there is. She's moving in with you. They're moving in with you, e-beggars. Steve can work construction anyway. Who the fuck are you dictating to? You motherfucking cancer bullying piece of fucking crap. E-beggars, huh? And Mass isn't any colder than Michigan or Illinois or wherever they are currently. Plus, there is more work in Boston region anyway. I don't even live in the Boston region. Just go into any Home Depot or Lowe's parking lot at 5 a.m. and take your pick of jobs for the day. Well, maybe you should do that, e-beggars. Maybe that's what you should do. So you share me sharing Sharon's post. Gearhead, I'm moving. I already have another apartment. I'm already moving. I know that these fucking people, for some reason, seem to think I'm not a responsible or adult or anything, but I am. I am. I always have been since well, I've been on my own since I was 16. Gotta be great, Angel Baby. Yeah, no, I mean, I've already, like, I mean, if somebody I knew was going to be my roomie, sure, splitting rent would be convenient, you know? But this guy, this is not even his business. The but he doesn't even mention Ellen, which is what the community post was about. He doesn't even have the decency to wish Ellen well. He doesn't even have that decency. You get Janelle, who lives with her parents, and I'm not even putting that down. I mean, good for her that her parents are still around. Exactly, Gearhead. I mean, it's hard, like, to make the transition from living by yourself to, but if you know somebody, and then they become your roomie, sure, that does cut down on the bills, but certainly him not mentioning what the point of Sharon's community post was, which was Ellen and her recent diagnosis, is more indicative of the type of person he is. So Janelle, who, is a douchebag in my opinion, because she treats her mother with cancer rotten, and when she noticed that Ellen was talking about cancer, she started treating her fucking rotten. So some people just want attention. And when they get it, they want to whine and cry about it. You get what you give in life. And I agree. Wait a minute, Janelle. Are you saying Ellen just wants attention? Are you saying she just wants attention? And I agree 100%. What a fabulous idea, eBay. You are full of great ideas. Actually, it's not a fabulous idea, Janelle. Why don't you do it if it's such a fabulous idea? And since they both sober, the move shouldn't be an issue. Where are they moving to? Like, seriously. eBagger says, right. I think it's a fantabulous idea. I really don't know any man who says fantabulous, eBaggers. So might want to come out of the closet. Janelle says, right. I think that they should take your advice, but it sounds like SG doesn't even want the S to the V living with her. She said they are grown adults and can figure out where to live. Okay, and it's that I already have somewhere to live. Is that a problem? So Centura Khan, who is the stalker ex-boyfriend of mine, who or his girlfriend, either one of them, I highly suspect that SG has a side bartending gig, and these engagement and Super Bowl parties are being hosted by the establishment. Well, most Super Bowl parties are hosted by the establishment. Establishments don't usually host engagement parties. SG commented on how nice the engagement party was. Yes, it was. Wonder what her gift was. Why does what my gift was concern you, Centuricon? The Super Bowl party had lots of food that she took home, What did she bring to contribute to the spread? Hmm, just curious. You know what? I'm not curious about your life in the fucking least, Centura. But yet you are just so fucking concerned about my life consistently. Is there a fucking reason? And Teabagger says, yeah, I'm fairly certain she's working as well, given that her last few live streams started at 3 a.m. I can start my fucking live stream anytime I want, motherfucker. Any fucking time I want. Any fucking time I want. Maybe she's back to working full time. If so, that would be great for her self worth. Who the fuck are you talking about their self worth? Teabaggers, you might want to think about your fucking self worth. Instead of sitting around being miserable or angry at the world. I'm not miserable and angry at the world. I got it. Don't worry about it. I got it. Real talk. Actually, no, it's not real talk, teabaggers. But if she's side gigging, hopefully she is maintaining her upstanding member of society routine and carefully recording all tips earned. Are you recording all the tips you earn? How about when you get the whole thing, buddy? Streetwalker, fucking motherfucker, teabagger. You know what you do. Selling yourself alongside secular. Two fucking nasties. Not doing so only hurts her anyway. You know what hurts you? Is you spending all this time typing about me when you could be out there on the corner turning another trick. Teabagger. In the meantime, you're just letting secular get them all, aren't you? You bring up good points about the social events, though. Oh, good points. Wondering what my gift was or my contribution to the Super Bowl party. Those are good points. I don't have to fucking report to you, motherfuckers. You start reporting to me, motherfucker. You stupid dumb fuck. I mean, it did seem like they were in the same kind of place she worked at based on old videos I saw a while back from when she used to work there. Used to work where? Why don't you take some videos from you fucking down on the stroll, motherfucker? Huh? I don't know. I'm sure we will both get an earful now for even discussing it. And I'll whack off every time she says my name. I love it when she calls me teabaggers. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Is that how you feel? Teabaggers? Huh? Is that? You want me to say your name, do you? But yeah, I guess he's personally auditing me and telling me who my roommate should be and who's supposed to live with me. And I think he should suck a few more dicks, get a guest house, and let Sharon and Steve live there for free. And Gearhead, thank you, says, what I don't get is why someone would be so invested into what she did or didn't bring to a party if it's not affecting anybody either way. And if she is working, that's a good thing. Why analyze it? If she doesn't pay taxes or whatever, that's all on her. And nobody will pay for it in the end but her if she isn't. I just don't get concern over stuff that doesn't affect somebody directly in any way much. And so they just ignored your statement there. And Janelle says to Centura, I'm imagining it was deviled eggs with a side of cat and dog hair. I don't even know how to fucking make deviled eggs. Do you, Janelle? Why don't you stop fucking eating all your mother's food and living at home for free, bitch? And having your father pay for everything, bitch. No, really. E-beggars, when Gearhead says a fucking logical statement, how come you don't have an answer for him? Gotcha. Courtney says, no. Woody Woodpecker says, never happened. SV has to always be in charge of everything. Gearhead says, got any thoughts on creators planning to stalk each other publicly and bring friends along to help? Who was saying they were stalking people? eBagger says, I don't know of any such plan. I tend to go where I get mentioned or tagged. I mentioned you and talked about Taylor Swift, buddy. Now, what do you need to say, eBaggers? And Gearhead says, oh, I'm not meaning you, if that was your thought. Maybe look around at some of your friends' posts. True. You might catch on. Maybe. Let's hope. Anyway, if you are against taking things here highly public in a public place, if they are joking, maybe they should reformulate their wording that's going on record file. I'm not saying names due to personal reasons. It's not hard to find if you look. Well, too, I mean, also, like, eBeggars still, and none of the people in his fucking comments is mentioning that Sharon was talking about Ellen, you know? eBeggar says to you, Gearhead, I mean, to the best of my knowledge, no one is planning anything, but I will look around. I'm guessing I missed a few posts somewhere. Equally, I was made aware that a certain group of people were coordinating contacting a professional licensing board against the creator for voicing her opinions while not at the job. Uh, Hi Wild Wisdom. E-baggers. Tough titties. Lots of fucking people lose their jobs because of the shit they do on social media. Lots of people. And if your friend wants to keep acting like she saves lives and she's some kind of nurse or something, then she'll fucking act accordingly. Fuck her. Who? E-baggers? Yeah, selective reading, I guess, right? Um, that is an abuse of the reporting system. Oh, really, e-beggars? When you don't think your friends fucking constantly fucking calling the cops on this one and that one and this one and that one isn't a fucking abuse of the reporting system? Shut the fuck up, e-beggars. You're fucking number one at that shit. How many times did you motherfuckers report Sharon's channel till finally she just didn't have none no more, huh? And designed only to act in a punitive manner for opinions people don't agree with. Well, here's the thing, e-beggars. Mind your own fucking business. There is ample horrible acts going back and forth all over. No, 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 no. You are incorrect, motherfucker. Your fucking friends want to sit there and think it's funny to harass people's dead fucking relatives and shit. Uh-uh. Nope. Too fucking bad, motherfucker. You want to talk about, oh, I think she might be working, but then you want to talk about fucking Swiss's job? Fuck you, motherfucker. It would be great if folks could confine their disputes to online only. Oh, really? But you're talking about who should be living with me, if I might be working, my deceased mother, they're harassing Ellen's cancer, my daughter. I mean, who the fuck are you kidding, teabaggers? Who the fuck are you fucking kidding? That's always been my opinion. No, it hasn't, motherfucker. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. You want to wonder what I brought to a Super Bowl party or what an engagement gift was or who's going to live with me? And you think that's online dispute? Yeah, but what I'm doing is not wrong. What I'm saying in defense of myself is right. I'm not doing it back to him. I'm not telling him where he works or who he should have living with him or what he brought to a party. I'm fucking pointing out how it's none of his fucking business. So that isn't two wrongs. I'm correcting him. And you said, I tend to fully agree. It should really be kept online. If that's where the issue develops, that's where it should be settled. Nobody likes it when things get public and personal here that I'm aware of. Yeah, but what you should have followed that up with is, so once again, I ask you, why does what someone might have brought to an engagement party or brought to a Super Bowl party have anything to do with you? That's what you should have followed that up with in that comment right there. Kyle, I don't know who Kyle is, but says, why are you so against people working on YouTube, social media? Oh, I get it. Less people working for $6 an hour. I don't know anybody working for $6 an hour. To be honest with you. He goes, I'm not right wing. Yes, you are, fucking Eva. Shut the fuck up. Insulations? I don't think he's making insulations. Yeah, but he didn't really answer you when you brought up, why somebody would invest time wondering about what other people are doing in their personal life. And then then he comes out with that shit. Uh, he's not right wing. That's great. He is funny. Um, I know there really shouldn't be no better way to divide people than to make them think they have a choice. That's for sure. No better way to divide people than make them think they have a choice. Then he's got to try to bring Sharon down to snow because she puts up Happy Valentine's Day, all you sweeties. I got a Valentine's Day massage coming, and a beautiful dinner. But this card and the sweet things he wrote is the most meaningful and cherished. So cute how he used a gold pen, too. So apparently, that bothered e-beggars because Sharon was sharing her Valentine's Day thing out. Is there a problem with you, e-beggars? Like mentally? Fucking mentally. Is there a fucking problem with you, dude? Is there a fucking problem with you, dude? Make it be your own personal motherfucking problem, buddy. Due to unforeseen circumstances out of our control. King of Cats, tell me what the circumstances are that your friends are out of fucking control, harassing deceased people, people with cancer. How about you, King of Cats, harassing first responders to such a tragedy involving children? How about you? What was the circumstances that made you out of fucking control to do that? You beggars? What was the circumstances that made you so fucking out of control that you harassed first responders to a tragedy? What was the circumstances? What's the circumstances that make your friends out of control? Huh? Snow Shepherd, when you hear statements she makes like this, be very suspect. The circumstances she is referring to was her and her boyfriend committing felony thefts, and they got locked up. You know that your friends Courtney and Janelle were also in jail, right? You beggars. You know that, right? Like, what do you have? Selective fucking memory or something, buddy? Is it? And you got a problem? Like, you can't remember? You can't fucking remember? You can't remember? Huh? No, really, buddy. You can't remember. And her boyfriend committing felony thefts, and they got locked up, all of which were completely within both of their control. They simply chose to engage in criminal behavior, got caught, and were incarcerated, much like my friends Janelle and Courtney and probably others. Oh, you don't have that there, though. You don't have that there, though. Those are the people attacking Swiss Piss. No. Your friend Swiss Piss attacks other people. What are you gonna just fucking neglect to mention how she calls Sharon Satan all the time and Sharon hasn't even been live in ages? You gonna just fucking neglect that? You're gonna neglect the fact that you're harassing her because she fucking put up a Valentine's Day post? Wait, what's wrong? What's wrong, buddy? You better come on in here and fucking come on. Don't make a fucking post about it. Talk to me. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on. Talk to me. What makes you think everything is so different for your piece of shit friends? Huh? What makes you think you're the fucking expert and you get to fucking run your trap when nobody's even mentioning you? Huh? Irrelevant fuck? You get a problem being irrelevant? I think you do have a fucking problem being irrelevant, don't you? Oh, is SG the only one who makes you relevant? Aw, well, you're welcome. You're welcome, little buddy. You're welcome, little buddy. Little Oompa Loompa boy. Aw. SG give you some attention. Aw. Nice little e-beggars. He's a nice little e-beggars. This little boy. Well, maybe it is Gearhead. But I'm not wrong. I'm right. He's in the wrong. There's not two wrongs. Somebody's right, somebody's wrong. He's not right harassing Sharon over a Valentine's Day post. He's not right thinking that he gets to maybe I didn't read you right. Tell me what you mean. Because I like you and I don't want to argue with you and I don't want you to think I'm arguing with you. I mean, because I know Sharon's your friend and I'm truly defending her right here and defending what's right. Because E-Beggars is wrong. Like, nobody's even mentioning him, so he really shouldn't even be inserting himself. You know what I'm saying? And using you to get angry and file reports to professional boards, etc. No. See, Snow makes her own decisions. If she wants to file reports against Swiss because she's not impressed with Swiss's behavior, Yeah, but see, nobody was talking shit about e-beggars. Sharon shared a Valentine's thing, and Snow makes her own choices if she thinks Swiss is not acting according to her job, while calling herself a nurse and then saying, whose life have you ever saved? Yeah, but we're not talking shit. These are facts. He's talking shit. Oh my god, so sorry I had myself muted. I was talking about like nobody was talking about e-beggars, and he's just finding anything to insert himself. And yes, I did tag him when he was harassing Taylor Swift because he was like, Taylor Swift out, Donald Trump in. They're two different occupations. It's like Taylor Swift wasn't the president and Trump replaced her. And Trump isn't going to replace Taylor Swift as a singer. Like, he doesn't do himself any favors. He really doesn't do himself any favors. Hi, guys. They are using you to get angry and file reports to professional boards, etc. I would simply encourage you to hear all sides out first and not simply accept one side as holding all of the truth. As you well know, as a psychologist, former or present, arguments and conflicts don't arise in a vacuum or a bubble. Here's the thing, Sharon hasn't been on lately. And community post that you're sharing here, King of Chaos, is Sharon's Valentine's Day post. So it's not showing, and Snow's watched enough. Sharon's last live was what, 3 months ago? And you're still fucking harassing every community post she makes, e-beggars? What's your fucking deal? There are two or more sides to a conflict. Yeah, but see, Sharon's not showing signs of a conflict with Swiss. Swiss is showing signs of that. And it is rare that one side is 100% correct and the other side is 100% incorrect. It's very often a blended ratio. E-beggars, how about you blend yourself out of the fucking picture because it has nothing to fucking do with you. Exactly, Gearhead. This guy's trying to make his point by sharing Sharon's Valentine's Day post. So if Snow went back and look, she's just gonna see over the last couple of months, they're still sitting there calling Sharon Satan, 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 over and over. Like e-beggars, it's just you trying to stir shit and your friends. In the meantime, you don't have any part. Swiss isn't unreasonable. Yeah, she is. She's a child. You might want to hear her out. Just saying. I think we've heard enough of that bitch. Then after you do what you feel is right. So ridiculous. And all Sharon says is fucking, he wrote in a gold pen. I mean, like, what the fuck? E-beggars, can Sharon enjoy her fucking Valentine's Day without you trying to make a fucking ordeal out of it? You're a fucking turd. Why don't you show us how you enjoyed your fucking Valentine's Day, e-beggars? Fucking turd. Right. It's ridiculous, man. This Miss Tina. Steve wrote her a heartfelt message riddled with errors, but Sharon couldn't be bothered to write even a simple one for him. What do you fucking know, Miss Tina? What do you know? What Sharon did? What do you think she needs to fucking report to you? E-beggars goes, that requires effort. E-beggars, I really think, I know, right? Deviled eggs would be a fucking generous choice, right? E-beggars, you're putting way too much fucking effort into harassing people that think you're irrelevant. Swiss says, thank you, E-bags. And not sure if the threats are still being discussed. I myself have no worries. Yeah, because you don't work as a nurse. But it's certainly not a nice way to make friends, LOL. I agree. Are you kidding me? You're harassing the fuck out of Snow. I agree. One would think a licensed therapist would be much more open minded when dealing with such accusations. Shut the fuck up, Swiss. Thank you for having my back, Bo. And then Gearhead said, maybe you should look up attack and be concerned about who else also does it around here or makes low key threats about people because they just can't get along for whatever reason. Try that maybe. And Swiss says, but one getting involved and suggesting calling boards on what ground? Because you don't act accordingly, Swiss. That's why. Yet we have a convicted felon running the streets and encouraging to make false reports. Um, you shouldn't be harassing my deceased mother. E-beggar shouldn't be harassing anyone. Janelle's a fucking convicted felon. So I think you need to shut the fuck up. Okay? How about if you can't play fair, don't play at all? How about we're not playing? How about we're just trying to live our fucking lives and e-beggars is harassing Sharon over a Valentine's Day post, and Snow can do whatever the fuck she wants, okay? Swiss, maybe you should act accordingly. Now, see that troll account that just came in here that I blocked is where I used to work before I got cancer, or when I got cancer, during when I got cancer. That's how stalkery they fucking are when people mention their jobs. So when e-beggars is sitting there going, "Oh, when she used to work there before," so e-beggars wants to fucking try and go through people's older videos to see if, where I'm standing might look like where I used to work and make false accusations. Right, Gearhead? Now, uh, nobody ever sees me sitting here putting up, where people work or this or that. But those motherfuckers, like, God forbid if I did work there still, right? And was like, oh, on, Facebook or something, karaoke tonight at my job at the Buffalo Club. Wait, any guess what they would be fucking doing? Any guess at all? I mean, obviously they'd be doing something. Otherwise, they wouldn't be fucking looking and looking and looking and searching and searching and searching and coming in here and putting up the name of an old job and him mentioning an old job. Any guess on what stalkers like that would be wanting that information for? Look how they've harassed Cindy. Look how they harass Angel Baby. And e-beggars wants to fucking sit there and fucking lecture people about jobs. Look how they fucking talk about my daughter. And e-beggars, you can keep typing all you fucking want, motherfucker. You aren't doing your friends any fucking favors, and your friends aren't doing any favors for themselves. Honest to God. Honest to fucking God. Your friend Janelle lied about getting fired from her job, while in the meantime, you motherfuckers are trying to link up if a background behind me looks like an old background of somewhere I worked. That's how pathetic you motherfuckers are. In the meantime, none of us really give a fuck where you guys work. You know why, e-beggars? Because we're not like that. You're wondering, oh, you made good points. What did she bring to the engagement party? What did she bring to the Super Bowl party? That looks like an old place she used to work from the videos I went through. You're a fucking stalker, e-beggars. You need to get a fucking life. That's what you need to fucking do. Yeah, Gearhead. And a year later, nobody did that at all. But this fucking e-beggars wants to keep fucking harassing people. So Geehead, sorry, Gearhead says back to Swiss, or everybody could just stop the stupid kitty games on here, period. No action happens without a seed to spark it. Almost nobody here does such things without something somewhere encouraging it beforehand. All people were not meant to be friends, but the shit here gets ridiculous at times. It's comparable to watching a soap opera at times you really don't care to watch. But the problem is that these people really try to get people fired from their jobs, really call CPS, really call the police on people. And nobody here. No, Janelle didn't get fired. And they can admit they fucking lied. It goes, "Oh, you caught me." See, so people who don't really do that shit are sick and fucking tired of people like e-baggers and Munchie who keep themselves anonymous, knowing that they're really the ones instigating. They're instigating. Munchie, they're an instigator. E-baggers, they're a monstigator. They're a monstigator. They're an instigator. They're disgusting people. And you said, I think the grounds were based on you doing some things on the tube you frown or have frowned on others doing in the past. But I'm just guessing here. I don't have the whole 411 on why somebody wants to do whatever towards you. Have you done or said anything that would make somebody want to call? If so, there's your problem. Yeah, and they were harassing Snow, calling her transgender and this and that. Oh, so King of Chaos, instead of coming in here, he's gonna make another community post. Okay, SG, let me refresh your memory from 48 hours ago when SV clearly was just minding her own business. She wasn't right in the middle of things, hyperventilating to get Swiss's name and license number and email it over to Snow. Yeah, she is just a sweet, innocent little lamb minding her home business and not doing a damn thing. Right, SG? And you partook in it as well, allowing this to go on in your live stream chat. Um, e-beggars, go fuck yourself. You sit there in those fucking live streams with Munchie and that Dora the Horror, the David's bra. Who the fuck do you think you're fucking accusing of anything, motherfucker? You think I give two fucks about some pig that harasses my dead mother? Do you honestly? No, fucking for real, motherfucker. You think I give a fuck about a whore pig who harasses my dead mother? This is why your argument that SV hasn't even live streamed recently means jack squat. Maybe your friend Swiss shouldn't have kept calling her Satan, 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 Satan. No, he wasn't. He walked right up to Trump and he said it. I don't care what way you attempt to spin things. Facts are facts. SV offered to email personal info over to Snow with the intent and purpose to mess with someone's financial situation of employment situation. That is a fact. You can call it whatever you want. Nothing will change that fact. Well, here's a fucking fact. How come you didn't mention what Sharon was talking about in her community post about Ellen and cancer? Huh? How come? Is that beyond you to fucking say, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ellen? Huh? Is that, yeah, he was leaning in towards Trump. He wasn't looking off towards the camera. Yeah, no. Well, it's not even that. It's like he wiped it on the desk. And not one of those adults had the fucking, thought process to pull a box of Kleenex out and say, no, 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 no. Do you know what I mean? Not one of those adults. Not one of them. He wiped it on the desk. I don't even think he should even have been in there in the Oval Office. Like, hell to the no. Hell to the no. Not at all. Not in the least. I mean, I'm more offended by somebody wiping a snot on a desk in the Oval Office than someone having, well, yeah, he's a little kid that not one adult had the fucking decency to say, hey, 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 what are you doing? He was distracting. He shouldn't have been there. Not to mention, I mean, seriously, I'm just, and then Lefty Heart said, kid can pick his nose the rest of his life. He will still be admitted and graduate from the Ivy League university of his choice, be an executive at any corporation of his choice. Now, he won't go to college. His father says, why bother getting a degree? and be a cabinet member of any president he chooses. Well, Elon isn't a cabinet member. We have the best government that money can buy. I don't believe so. Yeah, it says that has nothing to do with a high or low IQ. Well, I understand that, except that it was Trump who called the kid a genius. And if he's a genius, I guess, like the whole 4-year-old thing doesn't really get, that doesn't, float. I love how the kid stole the show. An Oval Office meeting explaining about what's going on in the government isn't really a show. It's not really a show to be stolen. I mean, it really isn't. It really isn't. Trump actually walked right by, what's her name? Tulsi, whatever. Walked right by her. He was supposed to swear her in, and he walked right by her. He does some shit. And this woman was all like, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Like, are you fucking joking right now? Is this for real? Um, and here's the thing: does Elon even? Yeah, I want to know where the 80 things that have already been earmarked and voted on, and amounts of money that have already been set for a personal, not a personal, but for a specific reason. They don't get to just fucking pull it. I can't even imagine Gearhead. I get it. Okay, you're Republican, you vote Republican, but you don't have a problem with them fucking with Social Security. I mean, that's not their money. They gave away all those nuclear codes and shit. Like, I mean, we're in a lot of trouble. We are in a lot of trouble. It's really scary. I mean, it's really, really scary. Disclaimer, I do not own all of the audio contained within this video, but I am using it within the Fair Act guidelines. It's been altered in speed and is being used for commentary, entertainment, educational purposes only, for critiquing purposes, and just to catch up on current events and current things going on. Just that's.
Have you heard of this brand new product that instantly cleans toilets without any scrubbing? Take any dirty toilet, pour in one scoop, and watch the foam expand to cover the entire.
Trump press secretary is just more than I can take. The fact that she stands in the press room and lies through her teeth and tries to cosplay being this badass girl boss, all the while, all of the Trump
They
women,
do. They do. They do.
Wear their crosses because they're so Christ-like and such good Christians while they're lying through their teeth. Watch this clip.
Now, before I take questions, I would like to address an extremely dishonest narrative that we've seen emerging over the past few days. Many outlets in this room have been fear-mongering the American people into believing there is a constitutional crisis taking place here at the White House.
There is a constitutional crisis when you don't want to have the 14th Amendment, but the Second Amendment you can have. Like, they can't pick and choose.
I've been hearing those words a lot lately. But in fact, the real constitutional crisis is taking place within our judicial branch, where district court judges
Angel baby.
So they're not even saying, no, this didn't happen. In the Bulwark, this one was just too delicious to go by. I had to make sure everybody saw it. Shout out to the folks over at CNN for the exclusive on this. Get this. The crack team at Doge, the Trump officials, fired nuclear staff without realizing their job was to oversee our country's nuclear weapons stockpile. And after coming to the awareness that these people didn't just have kind of pointless government jobs, they went to unfire them. They're like, oops, sorry guys, we did an oopsie. We didn't mean to fire the nuclear staff. We just didn't know what the Energy Department did. Oopsie doopsie, our bad. Hope that wasn't wrong. That's essentially how we are running the government right now. A couple of the delicious details from CNN. For starters, the Trump administration doesn't even really deny this. An Energy Department spokesperson only said that it was less than 50 people that were dismissed. CNN's reporting it was 300. So they're not even saying, no, this didn't happen. They're saying, yeah, it's true that we accidentally fired some staff who oversee.
Wasted on what last time?
What's the deal with these ads promising solar panels for free? Well, it's not true. You can't get solar panels for free. But I've been a solar panel installer in Massachusetts for 14 years.
America is under attack. Not from a foreign adversary, as you might expect, and America has plenty of enemies, Iran, Syria, Iraq, Libya, but no. America is under attack by homegrown terrorists. And if you thought, well, it's okay, because the FBI will be across it, or the Central Intelligence Agency will be coordinating with the...
I think they need to arrest Elon, in my opinion.
No. The attack is from within. Not just from within the borders of the nation, but from within the very seat of government itself. The American people are under attack from the White House and from the office of the president, who controls all branches of government and the Supreme Court. And after 330 million Americans...
And that's a dictator.
244 million were eligible to vote, but Trump only got 77 million votes. Do you see where this is heading? This man who claims to be doing the work of the people only won the presidency by a margin of 1.47 percentage points, and as we know, only 155 million people's votes were even counted. Voter turnout nationally in 2024 was just 63.9%. That's below the 66.6% voter turnout recorded in 2020.
Hey, it's Adam Schiff with another episode of what I call In Case You Missed It. Another blizzard of a week, but here's something you may have missed. This guy was fired. Now, if you're looking at his photo and you're thinking to yourself, I have no idea who the hell that guy is, you're like 99.9999% of the American people. I could not have picked this guy out of a lineup a week or two ago either. This guy is named David Heidema. David Heidema
We'll find out who he is.
was the head of the Office of Government Ethics, OGE. Now, I know you're thinking OGE, OGE, is that like Doge? No, totally different animal. This is an agency that actually oversees ethics in the executive branch. Yes, big job. All the more important job when you've got a bunch of people in the administration like this guy. That guy you recognize, Elon Musk.
Yeah, overseeing ethics. So they fire him.
This guy has all kinds of government contracts, interests, etc. And the problem is federal law prevents you from participating in government decisions if you have a personal financial stake in those decisions and their outcome. See this law? 18 U.S.C. Section 208 makes it a crime to participate in those decisions if you have a financial interest. Well, one of the people...
Same with Trump, though. See, making the fucking Secret Service and shit stay at his hotels while protecting him.
That's supposed to determine whether Elon Musk is violating that provision is the guy they just fired. Now, I wrote to this guy before he was fired, asking about Elon Musk's plain conflicts of interest. And then he was fired. I'm not going to get an answer from David Heidema.
Right. See, that's bullshit right there. And we all know that is. Yeah, I mean, you could argue it till the cows come home. But you know that's bullshit. You know that there's conflicts of interest going on there. Like, you know it. It has nothing to do with impeachment or this or that or nothing. You know there's conflicts of interest going on. There's no doubt about it. There's conflicts of interest. Like, that's it. That's, you know, straight up conflicts of interest. There's no fucking chance. I mean, it's disgusting. It is disgusting that this guy is getting away with having contracts with the government. No. No. I didn't bring up the impeachment stuff. You guys did. Did I share it in my community post? Yeah. But did I just say my main concern is that Elon should be arrested? Yeah, that is what I said. I didn't say anything about funding more, but I certainly don't want to fund him going to the Super Bowl or going golfing. Like, there's conflicts of interest. That's a fact. You can't deny that there's conflicts of interest going on. So, do you agree that there's conflicts of interest going on? No, it doesn't. Elon Musk type people doesn't happen every election. IAF? I don't know what that means. IAF? I don't know what that means. Right, but what I'm asking you is, do you agree there's conflicts of interest going on with the contracts that Elon Musk has? Yay, nay?
To my question. And here's the problem. That whole office has been decapitated. And why? Because they don't want anyone of independence in.
Okay. You don't know what a conflict of interest is? Elon Musk having.
In that office or anywhere else, it's the same reason they fired all those inspector generals, because they want to run roughshod through these agencies. Elon and his 20 somethings taking your private data, influencing our government decisions to make.
Dearhead, he said nothing about wanting to develop Gaza Strip into a resort. He said nothing about that. He said nothing about that. I mean, really, he didn't. He didn't say. Yeah, I mean, really.
There's one single video that's responsible for leading over 2,000 Christian men to permanently quitting the P word. And this video that I'm going to share with you in a second has been creating waves on social.
You talked a bit about Doge. Elon Musk is currently a, quote, special government employee who also owns companies that have billions of dollars in federal contracts. You said earlier this week that he has abided by all applicable federal laws, but what steps is the Trump administration taking to address that conflict of interest?
The president was already asked and answered this question this week, and he said if Elon Musk comes across a conflict of interest with the contracts and the funding that Doge is overseeing, that Elon will excuse himself from those contracts. And he has, again, abided.
Come on now. He's policing himself.
by all applicable laws.
Yeah, Elon Musk also, by the way, has not undergone a background check or had a security clearance or literally any of the other stuff that MAGA would demand of every single person that works in a Democratic administration. So just be very clear about that in terms of him complying with laws and everything. But think about that. The official spokesperson for Donald Trump just said he's off doing stuff that Trump has no idea what it is. Trump doesn't understand the first thing about any of the work that's happening at any of these agencies, let alone what Doge is doing to undercut it. And if he comes across a conflict of interest, he'll excuse himself. Like Clarence Thomas or something, where we're supposed to expect. I thought this was supposed to be like a movement that was like questioning of the elite. So you're saying the richest.
Everything Donald Trump does, Steph, and here's a point of light, is a miscalculation and an overreach, and he is alienating enormous swaths of the American public and countries around the world with his Gaza nonsense.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. That's going to help hasten his political demise.
Yeah, this is a lot of law breaking. Okay, but we did a Heroes of Democracy. Rule of law hanging by a thread. The attorneys that resigned en masse, right, rather than drop charges against a clearly guilty, allegedly, Eric Adams, right? Talk about that a little bit.
U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, the Southern District of New York, U.S. Attorney's Office, Danielle Sassoon, refused to do Donald Trump's dirty work.
No,
and let me just
he doesn't.
bring into full focus for
But
everybody.
that doesn't make a difference. He still does not get to touch Social Security. That is not his money. He does not get to go back on things that have already been approved, money that has already been approved for stuff, and then take it back. He does not get to keep his contracts. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't get to. I don't give a fuck if he's vetted or not. The guy's a fucking criminal, and no,
The depth of the corruption here, because a couple of days ago, one of Donald Trump's former criminal defense attorneys, who's now a high DOJ official, Emil Bove, or Bove, I don't care how you actually pronounce his name, said the following when he ordered U.S. Attorney Sassoon to dismiss the case against Mayor Adams, that the directive to dismiss the case in no way calls into
that's
question.
your money, Gearhead. Why do you think that Elon Musk needs it or should even have it?
Integrity and efforts of the prosecutors working on the case, nor Ms. Sassoon's efforts in leading them. And then when she said, I'm not doing it, I'm not dismissing a case that is strong on the evidence because you want Eric Adams to do Donald Trump's bidding. Here's what Bove said 2 days later. In accepting Ms. Sassoon's resignation, he informed her that the prosecutors who worked on the case were being placed on administrative leave and would be investigated.
They're firing and investigating anybody. It's revenge, basically, that they're in the office for revenge. I mean, it's getting like really fucked up that everybody hates us. It really is. Yeah, Elon Musk, extra privileges, extra privileges. So now he's looking to another one of his companies here, you know, to use so he can get that contract too.
Before I show you how I win 65 to 85% of my option trades, let me ask you a question. Is your trading account suffering right now, but you're wondering, what do I do to start winning?
DOJ members readying a complete review of the Department of Defense that could come as soon as Friday. The DoD accounts for more than 12% of the federal budget, with a budget in excess of $800 billion, a level of spend President Trump says he wants to cut in half.
Yeah, I don't think this is about impeachment. I really don't. I think this is about Elon Musk.
At some point, when things settle down, I'm going to meet with China and I'm going to meet with Russia, in particular, those two. And I'm going to say, there's no reason for us to be spending almost $1 trillion on military. We're going to have them spend a lot less money, and we're going to spend a lot less money.
Joining me now to discuss, Steve Simoni, CEO of Allen Control Systems.
He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
This company specializing in advanced robotics, having worked with security agencies and the DoD. Company is also backed by investors, including White House AI crypto czar David Sachs of Kraft. So we just want to mention that. But Steve, thank you for being here. Really interesting to have you on a day where we have so much news about the Defense Department. I'm just curious.
I don't really even think that they did. I think Elon fucked around and
If you can give me a sense of how your business interplays with the Department of Defense and what defense spending looks like and how it impacts you.
Yeah, so thanks for having me on. We work very closely with the Department of Defense. We're bringing a new capability to them. It's an AI-powered machine gun. And so we are working with them to show them how this works.
Holy fuck,
and
an
what does that
AI-powered machine gun. Wow. Wow. Did we not learn anything from RoboCop?
Just talk to me about that technology, because our audience can see some of it playing out on our screen here. What does that look like? What impact does that have on the Department of Defense's ability to cut spending?
Yeah, so what we're trying to do is change the battlefield economics. Right now, we're shooting down drones. Elon talks about this a lot with like $100,000 missiles, and the drones cost $1,000. So what we're trying to do is use an AI-powered machine gun, which a bullet costs $1 to shoot them. Down. And so what the product does is it kind of scans the battlefield with computer vision, and then the gun can slew or move to the target and shoot it very quickly, which is something a human operator couldn't really do before. The drones move too fast.
I'm sure you know this as well as anyone.
Yeah, the drones were put up there by us.
But I think people both love and fear AI. They love the idea of the cost cutting, but they're afraid.
Nobody fucking thinks that AI cut costs. Nobody loves the idea of AI. Unfucking real.
AI scanning and getting it wrong. How do you deal with that question?
Yeah, what we're trying to do is deliver the first safe autonomous guns to the battlefield. This is a very hard problem because these products are very powerful. And so it really takes a lot of operator training. We're trying to show the military this new type of capability.
Operator training? What operator? It's AI.
And then show them how to safely operate it. And look, they're the professionals, and they're the ones that are going to be actually using it on the battlefield. So they're actually doing a lot of stuff internally right now to leverage these products.
Something else the administration is really focused on, as you know, is border security. Can you talk to me about what innovation you're seeing in terms of security at the border and kind of the appetite for AI-powered technology?
Yeah, so at the border right now, they're trying to do all kinds of new things with computer vision to scan the skies, because drones are everywhere. Drones are changing not just the battlefield, but they're changing.
Okay, then you get rid of drones. Stop selling them. Stop fucking selling them then. So you made drones, you put them on the market, and now they're a problem?
Border security. And so a lot of new products and services are going onto the border to help mitigate these threats. And so it's a very important time right now for that.
It is, and it's so interesting hearing these congressional hearings. You hear a wide array of commentary from Congress folks, those who seem to really get the technology and those who have a ways to go to understand it. How much appetite is there?
Yeah, fucking crazy.
From Congress to really embrace AI?
I think there's actually a pretty large appetite.
Yeah, it sure does, Gearhead. It sure does.
Right now. I mean, we heard JD Vance just speak about this at a big conference, but one of the things is that they're all looking for ways to save, cut costs and be more efficient. And so they're really interested in this right now.
And more broadly,
they're
just speaking
not.
about the business.
No, they're not.
You're not the only defense player in this space that's performing very well. A stock like Palantir that's public is something our audience of retail investors love. But you are private. Some others in the space, like Anduril, also still private companies. Why stay private? What's the benefit?
So the reason you stay private is because you're trying to obviously build up your revenue and customer base before you're scrutinized by the public markets. So that's probably why. Right now, we're a much smaller company.
You don't want to be scrutinized? Wow.
And we're just growing pretty rapidly right now. So we'll be private for a little longer, but I have high hopes for the future.
What's demand looking like?
Demand's great. So all the branches of the services really want to get autonomous guns. Most guns right now are joystick
No, they don't. No, they don't. Oh my God. That's fucking disgusting. Fucking disgusting.
Major stock up alert. My family's favorite snack is on sale right now, 30 for 36, or you can double it for 72 and get free shipping. I choose
A win for Elon Musk and Doge, who are wasting no time in their efforts to overhaul the federal government, as a federal judge ruled Doge can keep its access to data at the Department of Labor and other agencies.
Oh my God.
Rejecting labor unions' attempt to shut down that access. But a judge has barred Musk and Doge from accessing Treasury data for now. Joining us now, CNN senior legal analyst and former state and federal prosecutor, Ali Honig, and CNN senior political analyst, Ron Brownstein. Ali, I want to start with you. Elon and Doge, they are temporarily blocked from accessing this Treasury data. Do you think that the judge will make this hold permanent?
Well, Paula, there has been a bit of a sea change happening over the last several days, which is this. In the beginning, virtually all of these lawsuits challenging Donald Trump's.
No, I don't. I don't. I think there is so much on this planet that is worth saving. That spending all this money for, yeah, I mean, like, he's got too many irons in the fires. Like, he starts one project and doesn't finish it and moves on to another one. You know, I mean, like, this guy don't give a fuck about anything.
Efforts and Elon Musk's efforts to downsize the government were successful. Basically, all of the courts to hear these cases at least put temporary holds on the Trump administration. But slowly, including over the last 2-3 days, we've seen some of those holds come off. We've seen courts start to rule in favor, in some cases, of Trump and Elon Musk. And the reason, broadly speaking, is it's not the case that federal employees have some sacrosanct perpetual right to remain employed forever. And it's also not the case that Elon Musk has zero ability to access information. If he's been someone who's appointed by the president to do a certain job with certain restraints, he can access certain information. So we're starting to see the tide turn right now. A judge, for example, has declined to put the buyout plan on hold. Another judge just yesterday.
Yeah, but don't you think that messing around with do you really want to go to the moon? Gearhead? Do you? Like, we can't even survive on the moon. Like, we don't.
Yesterday, a Democratic appointed judge, Judge Reyes, forcefully rejected an effort by the fired inspectors general to get their jobs back. So it's not quite as simple as, well, these people are entitled to jobs and they do good.
But they are entitled to their fucking jobs because the bottom line is you don't just come along and say, let's be like if I bought a restaurant and I said, okay, I'm changing the menu. And I took all of, the dishes on the menu off. I said, I don't want these here. But I didn't replace them with anything. That restaurant would fail. Gearhead, you personally, do you care about this planet or do you care about the moon? Like, I don't know if you have grandkids or nieces and nephews that the future will affect. Do you care about this planet or do you care about the moon?
Good work. And I think more and more the courts are slowly coming around to Donald Trump's position on these cases.
Yeah, Ron, I think what's interesting
No,
about the access to treasury.
I know, but I'm asking you a specific question. I'm asking you personally. Do you care about this planet or do you care about the moon? Well, wisdom, what I'm seeing here is that evil is winning over good. And if good's plans are to destroy the planet before evil wins, then I'm not down with that either. I think a lot of people's faith would be restored if a couple of people got struck by fucking lightning and just done with, just turned to fucking ash. That's what I think. I don't think it's right. See, that's not an answer. I'm asking you right now, today, do you care about this planet or do you think millions should be wasted on Elon Musk's plan to colonize the moon? And I think that if God is like, oh, well, then the whole planet can be destroyed because, these two rotten, evil motherfuckers are planning on taking over the world and I can't strike these two motherfuckers dead. I think that's pretty shitty. I'm kind of tired of seeing good people get fucked. Yeah, well, our maker shouldn't be our fucking destroyer. Well, unless he's gonna slingshot the Rock of Gibraltar at these two motherfuckers, I don't know. Because I'm waiting. For aneurysms for these fuckers.
data is this has people worked up, right? Because this is also how federal employees are paid, Social Security, disability. And Musk and Trump don't really seem moved by court losses necessarily. But do you think that if constituents and the populace gets too worked up about this, do you think political pressure might prompt them to reverse course on this?
Like they're all talking.
Well, I think
they're all talking like as if all of America that put all that money in. They lived off the fucking interest off our taxes and all of that. We don't matter no more. We don't fucking matter. We don't matter anymore. And every fucking day, good people wake up with a knot in their stomach, petrified. What have they fucking done today? And there they are, still fucking alive and kicking. And I keep waiting. God, when are you gonna strike the fucking evil down? You can do that, can't you? You created the fucking world, right? How are you gonna sit idly by and watch us fucking die? Well, don't worry about it. It's the end of the world. It was in the Bible. It's predicted that way. Oh, fuck that. I'm not into that. You got two people here that right on camera, you strike them down. Good evening, gearhead. Have a good night. You strike them down right on fucking camera. And man, guarantee you, God, anybody who lost faith will have it right back. Because we're losing it. We're losing faith. And are we supposed to just sit here and be fucking petrified every day? Every fucking day? By some piece of shit that has 1,000 millions to a billion. And he's got 462 billion. And what do we fucking got? What do we have? Huh? Our maker will save us, but he better fucking do it fast, because seriously, we're dying here.
I think the Treasury data also implicates people's privacy. And the question of whether, Musk and his minions, the people he's brought in, often in case very young coders, are going to have access to Americans' personal, financial, and maybe health data.
Really? Did I say they could? Did I fucking say they could? Did you say they could? Did we all say they could? I don't fucking believe we did. Yeah, well, he might want to start fucking striking some people with fucking lightning real soon.
I think, a different political question than the size of the federal workforce. And I'm not sure that the public broadly is going to be that unsympathetic to the idea of trimming the federal workforce. Where I think Musk and Trump run into risk on that front is whether this is going to threaten basic services. And, if you start.
Yeah, it is. Can somebody strike these motherfuckers down with lightning?
Severely cutting the federal workforce, well, you are really hostage to events. I mean, you cut CDC and there are outbreaks of infectious disease among kids, you're going to have some political blowback. Or you cut food inspection and there are outbreaks of E. coli and other problems. You're going to have blowback. So I'm not sure there's going to be a huge political uprising at the front end, but I think that once you do this, you leave yourself pretty vulnerable to events on the back end.
Duh. We got a fucking 4-year-old in the Oval Office picking his nose and wiping his snot on the fucking desk. And not one of those adults has the fucking balls. Not even his own father. It's not that his father doesn't have balls. His father's probably picking his fucking nose, wiping it everywhere. There's a president with his mugshot hanging outside of the Oval Office. Fucking ridiculing us. Ridiculing. He's ridiculing us. He's ridiculing us.
I want to get your take on what's happening. Talk about an uprising over at DOJ, where there's basically a civil war going on inside that building. You worked at the Justice Department. Obviously, we have the mutiny over dropping the Adams case, tensions over investigations have happened over the past few years. Attorney General Bondi, she's like 10 days into the job. Presumably Todd Blanche will be confirmed soon. Do you think there's any way that they can gain back the trust inside the building, or is it just lost at this point?
The fact that they're even talking this way. What a fucking shame. What a fucking shame.
I don't think there's any way they can ever completely win back the trust that's been squandered in the last 2-3 days. First of all, I don't know where Pam Bondi is here. She's sort of floating in and out of various news conferences and seems not to even know what's happening in her own department. Meanwhile, Emil Bove is wreaking absolute havoc. He's firing people. He's firing off letters that become public in which he says directly it's okay to dismiss a case if it furthers the president's political agenda. This is outrageous stuff.
You know how pissed I am? Like that. This is such a fucking travesty, man.
This undermines DOJ's independence. This undermines DOJ's credibility. I know for a fact you don't have to be too close to DOJ to be able to tell people are in an uprising there, and that's the people who have come up and quit and issued sort of eloquent public statements to explain why they're quitting. But it also goes to the hundreds and thousands of rank and file people who work there. The last week has wrought incalculable damage on DOJ.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house for any reason, click the button.
The Republican-controlled House Budget Committee is ready to fall in line with Donald Trump's agenda, passing a new budget proposal this week that calls for $4.5 trillion in new deficits through tax cuts and some deep cuts to federal spending, including mandatory spending, which covers programs like Medicare, Medicaid, and food benefits like SNAP. The Senate Budget Committee approved a conflicting resolution this week that doesn't address the issue of taxes. Democrats blasted the House proposal, saying it would harm the middle class. With us now is New York Times congressional reporter and Pulitzer Prize winner Luke Broadwater.
Luke, it's so much fun on Capitol Hill these days.
No, it isn't fun. It's fucking gross, man.
House moving in one direction and the Senate clearly wanting to move in another. As NPR reports, Senate Republicans want to proceed with a two-bill approach in order to act more expeditiously on the president's priorities at the border and then return later this year to address extending tax cuts. The House has different considerations than the Senate. And it goes on to talk about how these separate bills could jeopardize its altogether-ness in the House and the Senate. What's your take on how this plays out given the realities of Capitol Hill? That Republicans don't.
This population in Palestine is hostile, it's uneducated, it's even more radicalized than they were at the beginning of this. I mean, now they have no homes at all. They're even more hateful of the Israelis. And their birth rate is explosive. The average Palestinian.
What the fuck?
Palestinian woman has 5.5 babies. The average Israeli woman has only 2.5 babies. So demographically, they're a threat. Not to mention the national security threat. There is no way you can have these two peoples living
Hold up
side
a
by
minute,
side.
buddy. You're blaming Palestine and Palestinian women, but not Hamas, which we can't even say the fucking word. Holy mother of God.
Side.
Yeah. So again, I don't like them. Okay. For some reason, they're less educated than Israelis. I don't know exactly why. I mean, the fact that they don't control their country or their borders, they've been under a massive blockade for years and years and years. I'm not going to criticize Jesse Waters for not knowing that. He's an idiot. Obviously, he doesn't know most of these things. And weirdly enough, they hate Israel more than they did before 60 or 80 or 100 or 200,000 of their people were brutally murdered.
First of all, buddy, you're sitting up there ranting, going 60, 80, 100, that, but you're not blaming the fucking terrorist group that was
I don't know why, because I'm not going to use any empathy. That would require me to imagine that they react to things like humans do, like I would if this were to happen to me or the place I live. But I don't want to imagine them as humans. So I'm going to pretend that it's weird that they're angry that people around them are.
Oh, so he's okay. So he's going off on what the other guy was saying.
Being killed, that virtually every building in their territory has been destroyed. I don't know why these feral creatures are angry about that. And also they have too many kids. Now, every other day on Fox News, they tell you, no, we have to have more kids. Populations are going down. But that's for the good white people. Good white people should have more kids. These animals are having too many. So they're a demographic threat. They're having more kids.
Right. So here they've rolled back, abortion. And they're that I can't.
Then the rich white man says they should. So obviously they shouldn't be allowed to remain on the territory that they own. And so this is how you try to sell people on utterly unacceptable things. I'm sure there was German media.
Actually, the West Bank, Abraham did purchase that to bury Sarah. So just saying.
That was trying to get the population excited to conquer the world. Jesse Waters is now doing that, okay? It's the same exact thing with many of the same techniques. Now done, again, in a far stupider, duller way because he's incredibly mediocre at his job, but he's doing his best, Sharon. What do you think?
Yeah, he's too lazy to even study every ounce of Hitler's destruction. He just kind of cherry-picky little things. And to mention that a certain population is more educated than another when Palestinian students are barred from going to certain universities and can't cross over.
I feel like, it's like we have just like no choice in what's going on anymore.
Over here and go to Tel Aviv to go to school and this and that. He's just a buffoon. Who educated him? Because he needs to go back and try it again, do redo on that. It's just pathetic and gross that this is actually the playbook. It's the exact Nazi playbook. Everything is the same. And yet here we are in 2025 and no one sounded that alarm because you mentioned
wants the minerals from the Ukraine. I want to know why the fuck.
So if you want to store
Trump wants the
for
minerals from the
emergency
Ukraine.
or whatever, and you don't want to lose octane,
it's not in our interest today, not in interest of sovereign Ukraine.
President Trump has a method of operating which the Russians called разведка боем, reconnaissance through battle. You push and you see what happens, and then you change your position. So legitimate tactics, and we need to respond. And I'm very glad that President Macron has called our leaders to Paris tomorrow, and I expect them to.
The whole world is against us.
Joining us now is Mark Zaid, founding legal partner of the organization Whistleblower Aid. Mark, good to have you here. We are hearing the phrase constitutional crisis already less than a month into this presidency. The dean of the law school at UC Berkeley telling the New York Times there have been so many unconstitutional and illegal actions in the first 18 days of the Trump presidency. We've never seen anything like this. Mark, other administrations have clashed with courts before.
So fucking sickos. Every fucking day. These motherfuckers doing new.
One person said, "Hey, Elon, your Doge minions just fired my colleagues and I. We were working on improving maternal health outcomes at lower costs so that less pregnant women would die in our country." All right, I'm not joking when I say that with every day that passes, we are seeing more and more consequences of Elon Musk's rapid gutting of our public institutions, Elon Musk cutting programs that directly benefit the American people and leaving chaos in his wake. We learned today that not only is Elon Musk screwing over pregnant mothers,
I am so fucking sick of that guy, man. Yeah, it is. Wowism. Yeah, it is.
but he's also screwing over veterans. And on top of that, the other day, Trump officials fired nuclear staff, not realizing that they oversee the country's weapons stockpile, sources say. And to make the story even worse, they are now asking these fired federal workers to come back. They are begging the fired federal workers, but the Trump administration wants to unfire nuclear safety workers, but can't figure out how to reach them. They can't figure out how to reach some of the most uniquely qualified people in our country to take care of.
How the fuck can't they figure out how to reach them? What?
Our nuclear capacities, people who have kept our country running and safe for years, for decades when it comes to nuclear
I'll
stuff.
bet you because that motherfucker probably was deleting all their shit. This motherfucker.
They got fired on a whim, and now the Trump admin wants them to come back. And there are multiple cases of stuff like this happening. The Trump administration firing a team or an entire agency, and then after they break something, after something goes terribly wrong, they try to get this team or agency to come back, and usually it works out. Usually the team does come back. But I mean, inevitably, you're really going to piss off some employees, and they're not going to have the goodwill in them to come and work for you again and help you fix whatever mistake you made if they know they're going to get fired. So it's not thought out. It is very, very poorly executed, and it's coming at the cost of the American people. Again, let's just read this article really quickly. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe on this video.
Yeah, constant. American people coming at the cost of the American people. I don't think that people who voted for him realize or even want to admit how terrifying this is.
The individuals who work in an agency that oversee the nation's nuclear stockpile had been fired on Thursday and lost access to their federal government email accounts. The National Nuclear Security Administration officials on Friday.
That's crazy, man. That is nuts. I don't even know what they were working on or nothing. And that motherfucker just comes in and fires them. This is too much, man.
Attempted to notify some employees who had been let go the day before that they are now due to be reinstated, but they struggled to find them because they didn't have their new contact information. In an email sent to employees at NNSA and obtained by NBC News, officials wrote, quote, "The termination letters for some NNSA probationary employees are being rescinded, but we do not have a good way to get in touch with those personnel." Just think about how much of an absolute shit show this is. You
do not have a good way to get in touch with them. Oh my God.
You ruin people's lives. You fire them from their position working in the federal government, and then the next day you rescind that memo that fires them. You say they need to be reinstated, all because the nuclear capacity.
Right, Wildwisdom? And their answer to us is, yeah, but he's doing what he said he was going to do. No. No. He said he was going to lower the fucking price of eggs. He said he was going to stop the Ukraine war in that day. No, he's not doing that shit.
Capacities aren't properly being secured. I mean, we tried to tell Republicans and Elon and Trump fans 100 times that you can't just go through and break things, but we didn't think the consequences would be this immediate. The consequences were so immediate that 24 hours after firing these people, they needed them back. But again, we've already seen multiple instances of Trump or Doge or Musk slashing an agency entirely only to turn around and ask the same workers that he fired to come back and fix the damage. And that's not a sign.
And we're fucking sick of it. This is our country too. Nobody voted for this. Nobody did. Nobody in the right fucking mind would vote for this shit.
Of a competent leader making tough calls or going through and fixing things and streamlining things. That is a man-child breaking things in his way, then demanding that someone else clean up the mess. It's a strategy of pure chaos. Let's move on to some of these other stories that I found interesting. Really quickly, Scott McFarland tweeted out the other day, the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs confirms it dismissed more than 1,000 employees. A once unthinkable
Veterans Affairs. These people ran on the campaign that they were patriotic. Come on now. Come on.
concept for an agency that operates 100 plus major hospitals, many more hundreds of clinics, and processes veteran benefits. And really quickly, Senator Blumenthal said, quote, massive layoffs of VA employees, including nurses, doctors, and physicians already facing critical shortages nationwide, is nothing more than an attempt to balance the budget on the back.
How you feeling about your patriotic shit? It's gross. It's gross.
Hello, Mark Barden here from Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2012.
You must be so proud of yourself, be better.
I know that the Overton window is constantly shifting, but Trump's post today should still serve as a five-alarm fire to anyone, left, right, or center, who values democracy. He took to Twitter writing, "He who saves his country does not violate any law." The quote is often attributed.
Can you believe that? No, I said e-beggars. E-beggars. Did I say gearhead by accident? I meant e-beggar.
To Napoleon Bonaparte, the French dictator who staged a coup, seized power, and crowned himself the Emperor of France. Not exactly the kind of guy you'd want to emulate unless you yourself are a budding dictator. Yeah, no, that makes total sense now. Now, think about what Trump is saying here, that so long as he commits acts that
makes me, this is just gross. This guy's gotta be locked up.
he himself perceives as, quote, saving the country, then what he's doing can't be considered a violation of the law. In other words, he can do anything, label it as being in service of saving the country, and then get away with it. This is Trump normalizing the idea that he is in fact a dictator, can do anything, and that there are no checks to his power. And I would pose the question to Republicans, what if
I'm fucking sick of that shit, man. Yeah, me too. Wow, it's absolutely. I mean, saved our country. Our country wasn't in fucking jeopardy.
Democrat said this kind of thing? What if any Democrat said that the law doesn't apply to him or her, and that so long as they viewed their actions as being in service of some arbitrary, subjective notion of saving the country, then no one could touch them? Republicans called Barack Obama
Him fucking building casinos on Gaza is saving the country. Motherfucking idiot, this guy.
a dictator for issuing executive orders, even though he issued fewer executive orders than Bush and Clinton and Reagan, Carter, Nixon, Johnson, Eisenhower, Truman, Roosevelt, Hoover. I think you get the idea. But Trump straight up deciding that birthright citizenship, for example, which is literally in the Constitution, should be ended via executive order, and it's crickets
but
from
the Second Amendment's okay. He don't get to fucking pick and choose.
Right. From all those people who called Obama a dictator, from all those people who called Biden a dictator, like, for example, Trump's own Interior Secretary, Doug Burgum.
President Biden's policies on immigration or student loans. But respectfully, I mean, you're calling the democratically elected president a dictator?
Well, we've got three branches of government, and this president, more like any other, has bypassed Congress because as a governor of a natural resources state, a big ag state, we're facing over 30 rules and mandates. Each one of those could be 800 pages to 1,400 pages long. None of them have come from Congress.
Give it a rest, buddy.
Them could literally kill the industries that we have in our state, including baseload electricity, which we need to be competitive in the arms race around AI with China, who's building baseload electricity plants like 2 a month. So that's happening without Congress. And then, of course, on the student loan thing, when the Supreme Court ruled against him, then he just said, hey, we'll figure a different way to do it. So I just think that there's, again, a double standard here. He is bypassing the other two branches of government to push an ideological view, whether it's on economics or whether it's on climate extremism. He's doing that without using the other branches.
So he wanted to save the economy and the environment. What a rotten guy he was, huh? Rotten guy. Rotten guy, huh? Disgusting motherfuckers.
So Biden was a dictator for bypassing Congress and signing executive orders, but when Trump does it to the nth degree, unilaterally impounding federal funds that were legally allocated by Congress, that's totally fine. Just want to make sure that I'm getting the full picture here. And of course, Trump is putting on full display his desire to subvert the system of checks
We
and
are
balances.
fucking sick and tired of being fucking knot in our stomach and petrified every fucking day when we wake up. Yeah, they want the fucking world over. Yeah. That's it. Fucking in some kind of la la land. That's what they're fucking in.
With a spate of recent moves to fire career civil servants, despite the fact that the law prescribes requiring cause to do so, dismantling entire agencies, impounding congressionally allocated funding, ending birthright citizenship via executive order, and on and on. Most of these moves have already been blocked by a raft of TROs, temporary restraining orders, that have been handed down by judges. And that, of course, has led to Trump sycophants like Elon Musk pushing the idea that any judge who doesn't bless
How
their
many
legal action...
fucking restraining orders before you arrest somebody? Huh? If you see them violating them over and over and over, why aren't they being arrested? If that was you or me and we were violating restraining orders, unless you were a guy beating your wife, you wouldn't get away with it. In this case, we got two guys beating the shit out of America, playing a game of Risk with real people in real countries. And we're all just sitting here just waiting for the world to end because it's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. It's supposed to be this way. Seriously? No, for fucking real? This is fucking stupid, man. No, we're not, Wild Wisdom. We're petrified. It's like a nightmare. None of us want to be here and now. I guarantee you that no matter what these people say, I mean, like that whole, and no offense, Gearhead, but I kept asking you the same question because I'm thinking a yes or no is sufficient. Your whole paragraph of blah, 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 I still don't even know what you were trying to say. I care about it being a month of a president and our fucking life is in an uproar. The world is. I think the people who are just, thinking this is going to blow over need to really think about this. The world is in an uproar. This isn't, some people are, it's only YouTube. It's not real life. This is real life. Okay? As I've said all along, when someone came in here earlier with the job I used to work at, which I was That was like even before I had cancer and anything. Like, eh, but that's what they do. They stalk people in their real life, and then they want to say things like, it's only YouTube. Like trying to make you think you're crazy for being irritated about it. It's only YouTube. No, see, that was my real job. If it was my job now, they'd be harassing the fuck out of it. But now, and I know I'm not the only one, because I watch all these same people, and I'll even watch all the ones, even if they're like, I watch a lot and I read a lot of what's going on the daily. And we all say the same fucking things. And I don't have big channels like they do, but I know that they're just regular people like me and you and all of us. And every day we've been waking up with a fucking knot in our stomach. And if you haven't, then you're not paying attention. Then you're not fucking paying attention. They do. They want war so badly. So badly. I was shocked to find out that presidents actually sit there and shoot fucking missiles at countries, and it's not relevant enough to be on the news. And if it is, I'm almost like pretty sure that if I think it's a, you know, fucking like blurb or something, then uh yeah, but no. See, these other countries are uh uh America has gone along so like proud to have some motherfuckers come in and say, you guys been fucked up. You guys been fucked up. When you know, even though when times get rough, we all still were like, you know, what do you mean make it America great again? Like, what do you, but this is not great. And when people who voted with him say, well, he's doing what he said he was going to do. Okay, yeah, make change, but he didn't say these things. Like, they literally know that he said he had nothing to do with 2025, Project 2025. They literally know. And all those other countries are like, listen, America, we're sorry, but if you're going to sit back and if your lawmakers and your people and everybody is going to sit back and watch another Hitler take place. And that's what's going on here. It's not just that we're calling him Hitler. Nobody's doing that. It's the point of taking over a whole country. I mean, this is bad.
should be impeached. He tweeted, for example, federal judges who repeatedly abuse their authority to obstruct the will of the people via their elected representatives should be impeached. With the irony being, of course, that the only abuse of authority here is ignoring the law in deference to Trump's corrupt edicts. But that doesn't matter to Elon, who, along with Trump, is drunk on power. But the reality is that Trump does and always has viewed himself as being above the law. He himself said that he wants to terminate the Constitution, that he wants to be a dictator on day one, and since he took office, has governed to that effect. And of course, Elon, desperate to consolidate money, power, and influence for himself, will use his platforms and his wallet to help Trump consolidate power so that he can entrench his own influence. I spoke to Congressman Jamie Raskin about this
Can you
exact phenomenon.
imagine
Here's what he had.
AI weapons? Do you know what that means? That means that they will tell the weapon who they want it to kill. And that's who it will kill. Like, picture a bullet that can go around curves and everything and seek you the fuck out. Because one of the things that makes, when people are like, oh, you can replace workers and this and that with AI, the thing is, what makes them different is that people have humanity. Humanity is a big thing. If you wouldn't take monkeys and I mean hundreds, maybe if not thousands, and torture them, knowing you're torturing them for a product that really doesn't work. It's like you're transplanting other people's memories. It's not making paralyzed people walk again or anything. It's not doing that. Like, none of his shit is his own idea. It isn't. Tesla, he didn't create that. None of his shit is his own ideas. If you're okay, okay, I understand. Okay, some things you buy and eat or whatever, and it's tested on humans, and we eat, meat. But we're not doing it. But say it was your call. Was your call. Sure, yeah, go grab 600 monkeys and drill holes in their heads. Like, in different places, like repeated holes too, to where these monkeys were in pain, but still alive with holes in their heads. And you knew it. You knew it. Or you got little kids mining cobalt for you. That's why they want the minerals of the Ukraine, because they take the minerals from the Congo too. Like, that's why there's uprising there right now. And there's Trump saying, I'll take you white South Africans here and give you citizenship and develop your own place for you here. Like, can you fucking believe this shit? It's like Shuki.
He had to say.
Donald Trump has taken the position that his scholars call the unitary executive position, which is that anything that is under the executive branch of government, writ broadly, including the independent boards and agencies, are not really independent, but are rather subordinate and vertically reporting to the president. So the president can fire any of them for any reason, for political reasons, for reasons of retaliation, and Congress cannot stand in the way with a statute which says, no, this is a 6-year term, or this is a 4-year term that has gone into your administration. We learned last night, this is really an historic and dreadful statement, but the Department of Justice said they no longer will defend these statutes. So people are going to start.
Oh my. So the Department of Justice, and probably because all of those people were like, yeah, go ahead and oh my God, we're worse off every day. Every fucking day we're worse off. Every fucking day. Every fucking day. Every fucking day.
This is the quickest way to pee out fat.
Good God, man. Stop eating those. You're going to blow up. No, I'm not. The numbers on the scale just keep going down, bro.
So what do you call a half a trillionaire, unelected, unconfirmed, unvetted, et cetera, who's almost single-handedly in control of the federal government? An autocratic oligarch, an oligarchical autocrat, a fledgling dictator, perhaps? Whatever the case, Elon Musk is not the president. But here's the thing, neither is Donald Trump. Would it be better if Donald Trump were acting like the president?
This is her right now.
No, almost certainly not. But to ignore the fact that the fascist plurality of American voters, whom the American voters actually voted for, is sinking further into his delusions and senility and lashing out against the American people and our allies alike because he no longer has any impulse control, while Elon Musk takes over the levers of power completely unopposed.
He's not completely unopposed.
By the fascist Republican Party, pushing us well beyond the bounds of any challenge this country has ever faced. Mark this. We're already seeing it. Mark this going forward. Everything they do will be the worst possible version of what can be done. Let's dive in.
No, we know. Okay.
In Cuba, remember just last month, President Trump said the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo would house what he called the worst migrants and, quote, provide additional detention space for high-priority criminal aliens.
U.S. officials, including Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, have touted flights that have included...
I guarantee you. You know what? Now I'm kind of worried about those Department of Energy employees. I wonder if Elon did sign to them. And then he was like, oh shit, sorry, didn't know you guys would realize it. So now they're like, oh, they're being hard to get a hold of. Come on now, how would they be fucking hard to get a hold of? That's a fucking lie. I wonder if they fucking did sign to them. Damn. I wonder.
Migrants who they say are suspected gang members, including members of the Tren de Aragua Venezuelan prison gang, as well as migrants with serious criminal records that include rapists and murderers. But internal government documents that we obtained here at CBS News, Lindsay, show that in addition to that population, the Trump administration has also been sending migrants who are considered to be nonviolent and also low
Isn't that terrible? Throwing regular people in with people like that.
Risk. But hey, they're brown. Over the past 9 days, at least 8 military flights have transported migrants to Guantanamo, with nearly 100 Venezuelan nationals currently being held. The Trump regime aims to detain up to 30,000 unauthorized migrants at the base. Civil rights groups are accusing the regime of using Guantanamo as a quote-unquote legal black hole, denying detainees access to legal representation and due process, because that's what Guantanamo Bay is for.
All right,
Let's take a look.
but this shit's old. What you should be doing is checking to see if some of the people from the energy department are there.
These lawyers that I spoke to are incredibly concerned that all of these immigrants that are being sent to Guantanamo do not have legal access. They say they have not been able to talk to them. They don't know who they are. They don't know the conditions that they're living in, and even whether or not they truly do have criminal histories and violent criminal histories like the Trump administration suggests. And so they've been very...
Okay, so here's what I'm wondering. These ICE agents, what department did they work for before Trump came aboard that they're all not being fired from? If every other fucking department is being fired, what department does ICE work for? Because they're fucking busting people at taco stands, fucking anywhere. Mexican restaurants. So what department are they from? I'm fucking pissed at you, Nobias, because you're my fucking research assistant. The fuck? Why you get leave me high and dry? Why, was she live? And she said that to you? Was she live saying that to you, or what? Putting it in her community post again? Like, what the fuck?
very concerned about exactly what is going on with the rights of these immigrants that they have as they're being transferred to Guantanamo.
Over this past weekend, the Trump regime has moved more than 30 people described as Venezuelan gang members to the base as U.S. forces and Homeland Security staff prepare a tent city for potentially thousands of migrants. Around a dozen men were transferred from El Paso, Texas to Guantanamo last Friday, coinciding with the arrival of Homeland Security.
Homeland Security? They're the only fucking government group not Swiss piss was a good answer tonight. If you're a snotty fucking bitch, your name might be rhyming 2 words. I need a research assistant. I just do.
Security Secretary Christie Flak Jacket Gnome and Puppy Killer. The New York Times has photos of the incoming tent city.
Puppy killer, huh?
The
A
Homeland
tent
Security
city
Secretary
is rising at Guantanamo Bay. How do you have a fucking tent city at Guantanamo Bay? Come on now. Come on. I can't watch this tent city stuff. She's a hooker. She's a hooker. Hooker. Say herself. Bam, 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 bam. All right, Tootsie. All right, all right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right, all right. Slovak is the same thing as Slovakia. I think so. You love Elon Musk, is what you're saying, Tootsie? You love him?
Big ideas don't come easy.
How there are claims that researchers abused monkeys. So this is something that came out with the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, and they allege that most of the animals have died, most of the primates in the studies have died, and they allege that the brain chip tests, their neural implant.
We could confirm this on a bunch of different sites, but I'm just saying, like, if somebody knows this is going on in their company and they're behind it, don't you think there might be something wrong with them?
Have killed 15 out of 23 monkeys. So this is something that's really interesting. It's definitely caused quite a stir in the neurotech community, and kind of something that's not very typical for an Elon Musk company. The company Neuralink actually posted a rebuttal on their blog, and that was very interesting. And I'll talk about that a little bit in a bit. But at the end of this,
It actually is common because yeah, Tesla needs cobalt. He's got little kids mining. Fucking the Tesla plants, he was constantly getting in trouble.
I'm going to first of all give you my thoughts about this and what I've seen on Twitter and everything like this, and then I'm actually going to play
Tootsie, but put Trump aside. Put Trump aside. And let's talk about Elon Musk, okay? Because right now, Elon Musk seems to be the one presenting problems.
audio from the Tesla Space, which is a channel devoted to Teslas mostly, but they also talk about
I don't
this.
even think Tootsie really means that. I think they're just trying to get me going. That's all right.
Well, I thought they did a really good job. I asked for their permission to post this, and they agreed. And we're going to be talking about that a little bit. So basically, in the original article, they claim that the animals have been abused, and that there are disturbing documents filed, and that many of the macaque monkeys in experiments have
He looks like it, right?
Was following brain implants and recurring infections at implant sites. They had a lot of deteriorating health, so they had to euthanize a lot of the animals. And so it's very clearly a hit piece against Neuralink. And I want to be as objective as possible with this. And then in the rebuttal, Neuralink posted.
Tired of cooking during the week? Cook Unity sends you delicious restaurant quality meals straight to your door every week.
Yeah, sure, because we can afford them.
All right, let's talk about animal testing at Neuralink. Controversial subject, I know, but we've always been committed to discussing the latest updates and news about this company in the past, and we know that you all want to know the latest info about Neuralink. So it would be a bit of a failure if we didn't talk about the monkeys. There are reports abound right now about monkey deaths at Neuralink, some of them involving some very unpleasant accusations about mistreatment. But we now have both sides of the story from the animal rights folks and Neuralink themselves. So there's a great opportunity
Man, he
here.
does look kind of like AI, the way he moves and stuff. You know what? You know that movie Multiplicity? Have you ever seen it with Michael Keaton? And fucking, I just wonder, like this fucking guy. And sometimes he appears at meetings and stuff on the big screen and everything. Like he's everywhere. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker's off the chain. They should send him out to Mars. I bet he'd like it there.
To break this down objectively, identify some truths, and we're actually going to learn a lot about Neuralink in the process.
Yeah.
Before we get started, let's just throw out a T-word warning for anyone who is sensitive to this subject matter, because animals definitely were harmed in the process, and we are going...
Now, my question is, put aside the whole, whatever, everything else. If you had a company and it was your call, it was your call to say, yeah, do it or something, whatever. It does.
Going to discuss that. So, let's get going. Okay, so we'll start off with the heart of the matter. In early February, a complaint was filed to the U.S. Department of Agriculture alleging cruel treatment of macaque monkeys, which were being used to test the Neuralink technology at the University of California's Davis Primate Center.
And everything he gets fucking served with, it gets excused. Everything this motherfucker gets served with gets excused. What the fuck? Yep.
These allegations would have taken place in the time between 2017 and 2020, when Neuralink were working with the university to manage their animal subjects. In 2020, Neuralink opened their own in-house animal facility, which was not mentioned in the complaint. So more on that later. Let's take a look at the folks making the claim, known as the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. They
ain't that fucked up, and now he's just fucking getting rid of everything.
Are a non-profit organization dating back to 1988 who seem to be primarily focused on promoting the vegan diet. Their messaging is mostly that eating meat is bad for your health. In 2021, they threw a beans not beef protest in Washington, D.C. It could be said that they are an animal rights group, but they are primarily about food and diet. The group...
I don't know, what's bad about that? It doesn't mean you have to do it,
was founded by Neil Barnard, who does seem to be a real doctor and professor of medicine at George Washington University, and a person who very proudly eats a lot of beans. If we go to their website, the first thing we see is a graphic that says, "Tell Elon Musk to stop his cruel brain experiments," with a button asking you to take action.
Are they for it or what?
AKA give them money. So these folks clearly understand how the media works. If you go around saying that animals are dying in medical testing, no one bats an eye. Tell the media that Elon Musk is torturing and killing monkeys with brain implants.
No. What do you mean no one bats an eye, buddy? You're stupid. This dude's stupid. No one bats an eye. So, but you're gonna make people being against animal cruelty about Elon Musk. Are you fucking out of your mind? People are against this no matter who it is. Jeez, oh Pete's, man. Stupid fuck.
And people will lose their minds. They got that right. The crux of their argument revolves around what the committee calls extreme suffering as a result of inadequate animal care and the highly invasive experimental head implants during the experiments. The PCRM says it obtained more than 700 pages of documents, including veterinary records and necropsy reports, through a public records request to the university. The records relate to 23 monkeys owned by Neuralink, which were housed and experimented upon at UC Davis's facility.
Yeah, but there's more than that. I'm telling you.
From 2017 to 2020. It's no secret that animals are used in all kinds of product testing, from shampoo to medical devices.
Man, this guy. Fuck this guy. This fucking guy. Fucking gross, man. Just so gross. So, this guy's kind of funny. Uh,
and just steal all of our Social Security data. He's saying that the president can ignore the judiciary, that the president is freed from the constraints of checks and balances. That is an authoritarian takeover. That is a constitutional crisis. There's a lot happening in Washington, D.C. Right now. So one of them is,
they're criminal.
The Doge gang has their sights on Social Security. The landing team is already there. The person who Trump proposed to be in charge of the Social Security Administration has said he's a Doge guy. And it's just a matter of time before they show up with their servers, plug it into the system, and just steal all of our Social Security data.
News First, Bridget Spencer is live outside the VA Medical Center in Decatur. And Bridget, the Department of Veterans Affairs just let go of hundreds of people.
That's right, and some of those people we talked to work right here in Atlanta at the VA hospital right here behind me. Now, they called us very frustrated earlier today, wondering how they are going to put food on the table. Robert Anthony has worked at the Atlanta VA Medical Center since last spring. He took a vacation just last week for his birthday. He came back to some startling news. I'm terminated. He received this letter via email that said, quote, "The agency, based on your performance You have not demonstrated that you're
I'm not understanding this, though.
I don't agree with that because
I'm really not understanding this. I'm not understanding this. Yeah, I don't understand this. How the fuck is this going on? Honestly, how is this occurring? I'm
Can you feel the love tonight?
speechless.
Good question. Federal workers apparently can't, and these broken-hearted, bloated government groupies might as well have spent their Valentine's Day saying, pick me, choose me, love me.
When our computer systems are under attack by pimply teenage boys, what do?
They want to take away our protection for their profit? We have a stand for that. Well, and take it. Talk and take it. We are not leaving. We are not leaving. We are not leaving.
Wow, that's so sad.
I feel like going on. Sing with us.
They're singing. They're singing. What a shame. That's so sad. I understand, but see, they all go out there and fucking. I'm feeling like they're the ones without the jobs, and the Democrats are the ones with the jobs that are like. I'm just. So fucking annoyed. Um,
To help tighten skin, never wash your face. Never put these 3 aging accelerators on your face. Let's start. To help tighten skin, never wash your face. Never put these 3 aging accelerators on your face.
I already had her on.
I know this is hard to hear, but it's important. The shooter who murdered my beautiful butterfly Dylan.
Showing you a headline. I'm going to read a little bit from this article, but I want to give ICE what they want. Not that thing. Something else.
Disclaimer,
ICE
disclaimer.
wants to know if you're.
I do not own the audio in this video. And the opinions of this person I'm playing, don't always necessarily represent mine. I'm just playing random political videos. So, I mean, I get it. This guy is like, shouting about it, but don't be thinking like that it's me. You know what I'm saying?
Posting negative things about it online. ICE wants to hire contractors to monitor social media for threats. Those who criticize the agency could be pulled into the dragnet. All right, here's what they want. And I want you to share this. Share this on social media so that they don't have to.
All right, I'm doing that. I'm just doing what he's asking. kind and accommodating like that.
Search very hard. They don't have to look too deep to find people criticizing them. Are you ready? We're past the 30-second mark now. YouTube hopefully won't demonetize this. Fuck ICE.
That's, that's somebody else speaking. I'm just playing it.
Fuck you if you work for ICE. Fuck you.
Well, I don't know who works for ICE. I was just pondering that. Good on them. They didn't lose their job.
Booted thug who's participating in mass deportation and the sending off to internment camps of migrants desperate for a better life. Fuck you. Wait for the jackbooted thugs, the armed agents of the states to pound in and arrest as they monitor.
Yeah, I already played her. I already played his niece.
My communications. And by the way, we're going to get to that. It's not just about threats. They want to know who's critical of them, and by extension, the dear leader who set this absolute human rights violation into motion. Here's once again that headline from The Intercept. ICE wants to know if you're posting negative things about it online. ICE wants to hire contractors to monitor social media for threats. Those who criticize.
That's some fucked up shit. Like, this is really turning into, fascism.
Another kitchen find that just makes sense. Toss out that old mandolin that you have that probably cut your fingers or sliced your knuckles.
A surprising but now kind of consistent opponent to Elon Musk and the doggy organization is Steve Bannon, who has a couple of good points to make against what he's seeing in that whole endeavor to cut waste. That's really just a smokescreen for corruption. He's also going to undercut his points, which is fun. So
I don't even understand this. This guy ripped off like $15 million from people with that guy who was like in a wheelchair, the veteran of build the wall stuff. And he's, I don't understand. I don't understand that. That's a crime, isn't it?
both sides of this. So take a look at this.
Till we see the math, and I mean hundreds of billions of dollars of cuts, hundreds of billions of dollars of cuts, and stop whining about entitlements. Get into that discretionary spending. Get into the Pentagon. Get into Medicaid. Medicaid, you got to be careful.
What the fuck? He ripped off donations. What the fuck? Tanya Harding couldn't even go back to skating, and she wasn't even the person who struck Nancy Kerrigan. What the fuck? I can't even.
Okay. See this headline right here? Trump causes constitutional crisis. Trump causes constitutional crisis. Showdown emerges of the limits of his power. Let me be blunt. This is a lesson here. The existential threat to President Trump's administration is not in federal court. What President Trump is doing is constitutional. The appellate courts will say that. The Supreme Court will.
This guy, I can't even understand this. So, did they make a deal with him to drop his case?
Hold on, before we pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one platform that replaces all of these.
He pled guilty.
A former Trump advisor, Steve Bannon, accepted a plea deal in a Manhattan courtroom today.
Yes.
He's accused.
Oh my God. And now he's defending. Oh my God.
Of tricking donors who then gave money to help build a wall at the U.S.-Mexico border. His guilty plea means he'll avoid prison time. CBS News political reporter and attorney Katrina Kaufman has the latest from the courthouse. Katrina, we know this case dates all the way back to 2018. Can you give us a
Oh my God.
refresher and tell us more about the charges that Bannon was facing?
Mugo, Bannon was facing charges of money laundering, conspiracy, and a scheme to defraud donors to what you were just talking about. It was an organization that was set up to raise money to build a wall along the U.S.-Mexico border. This was during Trump's first administration.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the timing. Timing is everything. I mean, come on. I'm in shock. I mean, I'm in shock right now. I'm just like, no, don't. Oh, screenshot. Okay, but if there's somewhere on there where it says opt out of that setting, then do that. Like, totally block them, and get off their list. Leonardo DiCaprio would never, ever. No way. He's a fucking environmentalist.
raised over $25 million, Mugo. But prosecutors say they were really funneling that into their own pockets and defrauded donors of about $15 million. Today,
Where'd the other 10 million go to?
in court, Bannon pled guilty to one of those charges, the scheme to defraud in the first degree.
And Katrina, we know Bannon will not serve any prison time or jail time, but there are other stipulations here, right?
Doesn't seem like it. Wow.
Correct. There's no jail time, but this is a 3-year conditional discharge. As part of it, he can't serve as the director of a nonprofit in New York. He also can't fundraise for charities that have any assets in the state. In addition, he can't use any of the data that came from donors that contributed to that organization. We build the wall. And then a final important part of this plea deal is that he cannot appeal this conviction.
Wow. We know he also spoke briefly outside the courtroom. What did he have to say?
First of all, when he left the court, one of the reporters asked him how he was
unbelievable
feeling, and Bannon replied that he felt like $1 million. He then came out.
Felt like $1 million. What a fucking slap in the face. What a fucking slap.
Outside the courthouse here and really spoke out against Attorney General Letitia James and District Attorney Alvin Bragg. He called them an existential threat to the Trump administration. He also called upon Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate them for what they did to Donald Trump. And furthermore, he said,
God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. Oh God. What a fucking travesty. Ah.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house for...
Luigi Mangione is breaking his silence. The 26-year-old who's been arrested and charged with the murder for the fatal shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson is now speaking out on his highly publicized legal battle. Saying in a statement on his website, "I am overwhelmed by and grateful for everyone who has written me to share their stories and express their support."
I really don't think killing the guy, though, was the thing to do.
Powerfully, this support has transcended political, racial, and even class divisions. Luigi continues, "While it is impossible for me to reply to most letters, please know that I read every one that I receive. Thank you again to everyone who took the time to write. I look forward to hearing more in the future."
Yeah, they could have been picked up. You know, a lot, what I realize, even about myself, right, is that, have you guys ever heard of the Gulag? I'm sure some people have heard of the Gulag. And I myself never really researched it as much as I think it deserves to be researched, you know? So, disclaimer, I do not own all the audio contained within this video. I am using it within the Fair Use Act guidelines. It's been altered and speed and is being used for commentary, critiquing, educational, entertainment purposes only. I just like to learn.
The Gulag, a repressive and criminal system whose sheer size and longevity are unusual, is a major historical phenomenon of the 20th century. These Soviet camps were created in 1918 and reached their peak during the 1950s.
So, right after World War I.
Around 500 concentration camp-like facilities have locked up in total 20 million people over 40 years. Innocents made guilty. One adult out of 6 has been in a camp or deported.
Isn't that something?
The Gulag, a repressive and criminal system whose sheer size and longevity are unusual, is a major historical phenomenon of the 20th century. These Soviet camps were created in 1918 and reached their peak during the 1950s.
During the 1950s. They said during the 1950s. Ain't that some shit?
Around 500 concentration camp-like facilities have locked up in total 20 million people over 40 years. Innocents made guilty. One adult out of 6 has been in a camp or deported. The Gulag Archipelago, as it was named by author Alexander Solzhenitsyn, used to spread over thousands of kilometers from the White Sea to the Black Sea.
I don't know how many miles a kilometer is. I don't know if anybody could look up how many miles a kilometer is, because you know how, like, in America, we didn't switch to the metric system, and a lot of the videos use the metric system. I know I looked it up before, but I forgot.
from Moscow to Vladivostok, from the Arctic Circle to Central Asia. For decades, the Soviet concentration camp system has been hidden. Concealed, ignored, denied. The Gulag was like a country within a country, a lost continent, an independent civilization difficult to see and to this day still unknown and misunderstood.
That's, I don't know. I don't know. Listen, man, I don't know. Right now.
Deported to the island of Nazino, an isolated spot in the middle of a Siberian river. Unloaded without provisions or tools, these deportees underwent torture by starvation to the point where they ended up tearing one another to pieces.
This guy could be watching all this stuff on the History Channel and be like, oh, that sounds interesting.
To this day, the inhabitants of the region call the spot Cannibal Island. In the early 1930s, the Soviet Union was pursuing its program of rapid industrialization to the detriment of the rural areas, which were subjected to increasingly demanding state contributions, at a time when the harvests were already proving to be mediocre.
So that's what Trump kind of just fucked around with, you know, the farms and all that.
Грандиозные стройки, они требовали людских ресурсов. Раз.
The major works of the time required a lot of man,
Они требовали
especially resources.
А где эти ресурсы?
Where to find these resources?
Перекачивание ресурсов из аграрного сектора в промышленный, вот, и потребовали очень
We can't understand him.
Huh?
We cannot.
August 1992. In a gloomy hotel room, a former Nazi lives sick and in hiding.
In 1992.
Stricken with cancer, he knows better than anybody that he is dying. He used to be a doctor. Under the Third Reich, Ari Bertheim had been an archetypal Nazi, the incarnation of power, cruelty, and terror. Now, he's but a shadow of his former self.
It was as though he was some character out of a James Bond movie, but the villain, not the hero.
Ari Bertheim, one of history's most terrifying Nazi criminals. An SS doctor during World War II, nicknamed Dr. Death. It was better not to go to the...
And he got to be alive. So fucking he died, like just in the US too, like what the
Infirmary, people died there. At Mauthausen concentration camp, witnesses described acts of unbearable barbarity.
This person was really a terrible sadist, someone who was motivated by a deep sense of cruelty.
This young doctor with no medical experience operated on nearly 300 prisoners.
No medical experience. How are they even saying a young doctor if he has no medical experience?
The operations were often fatal.
Ari Bertheim was known for injecting gasoline directly into the hearts of inmates in order to kill them.
In other words, they came to him to be helped, and he murdered them.
Fascinated by Adolf Hitler, whose initials he shared, he identified with what the Reich claimed to be the Aryan physique and Aryan superiority.
Oh my God.
He wasn't the kind of person that people forget easily.
But after the war, this criminal mysteriously escaped justice. He started a family and continued to practice medicine without even taking the precaution of changing his identity.
He didn't hide. He was even listed in the telephone directory. If anyone had wanted to find him, they could have found him.
But when the
fuck out.
news started to tighten around Ari Bertheim, he disappeared and his name went near the top of the list of the world's most wanted Nazis.
I did everything that I could. I went to travel to the end of the earth.
He escaped notice.
Who was Ari Bertheim? This is the story of the terrifying Dr. Death. Mauthausen, 1941. One of the Third Reich's most murderous concentration camps.
Every single one of them that we look at says most murderous, most murderous.
Ari Bertheim was a young SS member among many others. It was here he began his doctor's career. And yet in this infirmary, he would make a reputation for himself in just 6 weeks. This young doctor, fresh out of medical school, was to mark the history of this concentration camp with his sadism and cruelty.
Fucking asshole.
3 reasons why you need this portable welder. Firstly, it makes beautiful welds, and it works with 2 to 32.
Was wir heute an menschlicher Kultur, an Ergebnissen von Kunst, Wissenschaft und Technik,
all the human culture, all the results of art, science, and technology that we see before us today are almost exclusively the creative product of the Aryan. This very fact admits.
Yeah, but not really, because a lot of the Jews that they killed were like scientists and writers. And I mean, seriously.
Of the not unfounded inference that he alone was the founder of all higher humanity, therefore representing the prototype of all that we understand by the word man.
Ist der Prometheus der Menschheit.
The Aryan is the Prometheus of mankind. The role...
That's gross. That shit goes on. It does. Do, 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 do. Let's see.
True nature surfaces, revealing a chilling absence of remorse. And in this list, we look at killers who have given interviews and displayed a disturbing lack of empathy. along with disconcerting
I don't
anger
think if you're a
towards the
killer,
incidents.
you would display a disturbing lack of empathy. Remember that guy though that he'd call the police and be crying, and they called him like the weepy killer, and he was always crying. Washing their face where? Wash in moderation. Dirty girl. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Come on now. Skip to the good stuff. The serial killers. So just kidding. Just joking.
Introducing the new Ego Power Plus 2-stage snowblower, a heavy-duty workhorse with unmatched power from the #1 rated brand.
This cobbler turned murderer, Joseph Callinger. He was born Joseph Lee Brenner in 1935 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. At the age of 4, he was adopted by Austrian immigrants Stephen and Anna Callinger.
And that's kind of sad, because you would remember, like, if you were 4, like, did his mother give him up at 4? Which is even worse. But if he'd been, like, which is really hard to believe that he would have been at the orphanage up till the age of 4, because usually young kids get adopted pretty quick. So, I wonder if his mother gave him away at 4, which is, that'd fuck a person up.
And given a new surname. His adoptive parents were abusive, and as an adult, he perpetuated that cycle of abuse with his own family. This ultimately led to his arrest for child abuse after his children reported him to the police. He was initially jailed, but was later diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and subsequently released under the supervision.
He's that fucked up. His own kids reported him. Damn, man.
Of his family. By 1974, Callinger complained of hearing voices from a floating head that he claimed followed him around. He also believed God was telling him to kill young boys and 7.
Oh, wow. That's such a surprise. A serial killer is blaming voices in their head for killing people. I'm not even saying that it's not schizophrenia, because a lot of times, like schizophrenia will cause people to hear voices telling people to harm people that they know and love.
For their penises. Acting on these voices, Callinger enlisted his 13-year-old son, Michael, to help him torture and murder his first victim, a 9-year-old Puerto Rican boy. His next victim was his son, Joe Jr., who suffered for reporting his father to the police for abuse.
Oh my God, they let him go back. Can you imagine how petrified that kid must have been? Can you imagine?
Tragically, Junior was later drowned in an abandoned building. On January the 8th, 1975,
And they
Callinger...
wouldn't have fucking looked at him? Honest to God. Oh my God.
Michael gained entrance to a house in Leonia, New Jersey, by posing as salesman. Once inside, they beat, robbed, and terrorized the 8 people inside. Callinger went on to kill 21-year-old nurse Maria Fashing by stabbing her in the neck and back. The pair was soon apprehended after a blood-stained shirt left at the scene was traced back to the Callinger household by a laundry mark. After his capture, Callinger was diagnosed with paranoia and schizophrenia by psychiatrists. Despite this, the jury determined that he understood the difference between right and wrong, leading to his conviction for murder. He received a 40-year sentence in Pennsylvania for a series of robberies, followed by a life sentence in New Jersey for the murder of Maria Fashing. In jail, Callinger's erratic behavior continued.
Not for his kid. That's terrible.
And he repeatedly expressed his desire to kill every person on earth. He also slashed a fellow inmate's throat and poured lighter fluid on himself, set himself alight, and tried to fry an egg on his head.
Ugh.
Eventually, he was moved to the Fairview State Hospital for the criminally insane. It was there that he gave this chilling interview to American journalist Geraldo Rivera.
Geraldo.
You're patient with a good ear, and you try to help people.
Yes.
And you're not trying to murder.
Yes.
You murdered your own son?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
He was a sacrifice. I was to murder 3 million people on the planet Earth. And he was a sacrifice to see if I could murder one of my own. At the end
Oh my God.
of murdering all the people on Earth, I was going to murder my own family and then take my own life and become God.
What do you think of the death penalty?
I'm opposed to it.
The state has no right to take your life, but you can murder other people?
I don't think anyone has the right to take the life.
Could you guys see? I mean, could you guys still hear and see me? Yeah?
Do you still experience them?
Yes, I do.
Often?
Often.
Do you ever feel violent?
Yes, I do.
What do you feel like doing?
Killing people.
You still feel like...
They should have just put him, in my opinion, because that costs taxpayers money. I mean, just saying, it does. Can you still hear me, Wild Wisdom? I'm not even talking about Trump anymore. These are when interviewers ask serial killers the wrong question.
like killing people?
Yes.
Describe the feeling that you get when you feel like killing people.
Well, last March 11th, I was hallucinating, and I took a razor blade and I cut a man's throat.
Here in the hospital?
Here in the hospital.
Do you think you'd murder me, Joe?
Yes.
That's gruesome, Joe. That's horrible.
Yes, it is.
And you don't blame me if I say I hope you never get out of this place.
I hope I never do either.
In the years following the interview, Challenger expressed remorse and often refused to eat and attempted suicide. On March 26, 1996, he was put out of his misery when he died of a seizure, aged 59.
Wow, that's pretty young, actually. That's pretty young. And a seizure, like, that's just out of nowhere, kind of.
As for his son, Michael, he was convicted as a juvenile and was placed on probation until his 25th birthday. He is now free and is believed to have changed his name.
Yeah, but what? Like, what's going on with the guy? Is there anybody checking up on the guy? I mean...
Hello, Mark Barden here from Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2012,
Oh, you did? You lost me? Okay.
Trump making an excellent argument for his own assassination is wild. Welcome back, folks, to History Time for the demented toddler in charge of the free world. Because Donald Trump just made what some are calling the most un-American statement ever uttered. That's right, folks, because Donald Trump posted on his Truth Social and his Twitter quoting Napoleon Bonaparte. And the internet had an absolute field day roasting his Bonapartean boast to his stupid orange face.
Napoleon, Alexander the Great, Donald Trump. We're all cut from the same.
He thinks he's cut from the same cloth as Alexander the Great.
Cloth, and that cloth is very, very large.
And while Trump may want to think of himself as looking like Napoleon, the truth is he actually ended up looking more like this version.
The he's they
Ziggy piggy, ziggy piggy, ziggy piggy.
I don't know what that is. So you could
True
hear
nature
that?
surfaces, revealing a chilling absence of remorse. And in this list, we look at killers who have given interviews and displayed a disturbing lack of empathy, along with disconcerting to his conviction for murder. He received a 40-year sentence in Pennsylvania for a series of robberies.
And yes, I do.
Eat and attempted suicide. On March 26, 1996, he was put out of his misery when he died of a seizure, aged 4 was a female American serial killer.
So now they're going to talk about Eileen Wuornos. I always feel kind of bad for her. I'm sorry, I just do. I feel like, she had a really bad upbringing.
Aileen Wuornos was a female American serial killer who, whilst working as a prostitute on Florida's highways, shot dead and robbed 7 men.
Yeah,
The killing
but
spree started around late November 1989.
this thing I was starting to watch, right? And I do feel like she had a bad upbringing.
In the 1990s, Aileen Wuornos was labeled a monster, the first female serial killer of modern America. But before she became the woman America would come to fear, before the headlines, before the death row confessions, there was just a little girl, Aileen Carol Wuornos, born into a world of pain, betrayal, and abandonment.
What a shame.
But was she born evil, or did a cruel world create what she was to become? Aileen Carol Wuornos was born on a rare day, February 29th, 1956, in
Pisces. She was born in Michigan.
Rochester, Michigan. She also has a rare life story. Unfortunately, it's a story of neglect and violence. It's the story of a young girl searching for love in a world that gave her nothing but suffering. Aileen's story starts with her father, Leo Dale Pittman. Pittman was a convicted child predator, a schizophrenic who was served
Another schizophrenic child predator.
time in prison when she was born. He was a man who should never have been a father, and quite honestly, never was. By the time Aileen was just 4 years old, her father was found dead in his prison cell. Unable to adjust to prison life, he took it upon himself to go out on his own terms. Her mother, Diane, was only 15 years old when she married Aileen's father. She was far too young and too scared to be a mother. And by the time...
And that guy, Wade Wilson's mother, was 14. Charles Manson's mother was young, too.
Aileen was a toddler. She had abandoned her and her older brother, Keith, dropping them both off with their grandparents and disappearing into the night. And so Aileen and Keith were left in the care of Laurie and Britta Wuornos. But if Diane thought she was sparing her children from harm, she couldn't have been more wrong. Her grandfather, Laurie Wuornos, was an abusive alcoholic, a man who ruled his house with iron fists and whispered threats. Laurie could...
What a shame.
...be best described as an abusive monster. He regularly beat Aileen, humiliated her, and often called her worthless and a mistake, along with a variety of other horrible things. To put things in perspective, he didn't just beat her, he broke her, both physically and emotionally. And then, the unthinkable. Reports indicate that Aileen suffered SA at the...
It really is something that people can't say the word because, it's like banned or something, but it's a real issue that goes on.
hands of her grandfather, and perhaps even others in her grandparents' social circle. And although there were those that said Aileen was a liar, anyone who looked closer knew the truth. The abuse, the violations, the pain, the emotional scars. It was all there, in plain sight. By the time she was 11, Aileen had already learned a devastating lesson. Love didn't exist. Only survival did. As a preteen, Aileen had given up on ever feeling safe. She spent her nights in the woods near her home, smoking, drinking, and selling her body for food and cigarettes. Then, at just 14 years old, Aileen became pregnant. But who was the father? The answer to that question was a total mystery. Some reports allege that it may have been a friend in her grandparents' social circle, while others point fingers at a stranger, someone that Aileen had come across while out on the streets. Either way, this was a sad and traumatic event for someone so young and so alone. Aileen carried the baby to term. However, the child was taken from her the moment he was born. Afterwards, she was sent away to a home for unwed mothers. While she was away, her son was given up for adoption. Aileen never saw him. She never held him. She never even spoke his name. It's as if the birth and the circumstances surrounding it were erased, leaving only
I wonder if he ever found out now.
the trauma behind. When she returned home to her grandparents, there was no sympathy, no comfort, only more abuse. And so Aileen did what she had always done. She ran. Now at age 15, with nowhere else to turn, the streets became her home, and prostitution became her means of survival. This was the beginning of a long and dark road, and for the next decade, she would drift across America, surviving on the one thing the world had taught her was of any worth, her body. Aileen continued a transient life, hitchhiking across the country, relying on men for survival. But every time she felt like she trusted someone,
I don't understand how none of these schools knew she wasn't there or what she was going through.
they took advantage of her. She moved from one abusive relationship to the next, from Michigan to Colorado to Florida, and as she migrated around the country, she would suffer SA, beatings, and abandonment, over and over again. And with each betrayal, something inside her hardened. It stoked a fire. An overwhelming rage was building, along with the belief that the world was out to destroy her. As a result, Aileen would be arrested for assault, drunken fights, and armed robbery. And each time she was released, she fell deeper into the cycle of violence and desperation. And then she met someone. By the mid-1980s, Aileen Wuornos had
Who were cool? Oh, hitchhikers? Yeah, it was the people who picked them up, though. Have you ever seen that movie, Monster?
nothing left but the road. She was homeless, drifting through Florida, relying on strangers for money, shelter, and survival. Then, one night in a Daytona Beach bar, she met the woman who would become the most important person in her life, Tyria Moore. For Aileen, this was something new, something different. Tyria wasn't just another abusive man looking to use her. She was a woman. She was a lover and a friend. Aileen fell hard and fast. But the question is, did Tyria truly love her back?
The girl ratted her out.
Or was she simply another person who would take what she needed and leave? For a while, it seemed like Aileen had finally found something she had searched for her entire life: family. They lived together in rundown motels, scraped by on petty theft, and in Aileen's case, earning money with men. But Tyria wasn't just a bystander. The two had a system. Aileen would hustle, and Tyria would reap the benefits. Money was tight, and Aileen, desperate to keep her lover happy, did whatever she had to do. By 1989, Aileen and Tyria were broke, homeless, and desperate. It was in this
Yeah, and so many of them that's how they ended up dead, you know?
storm of poverty and rage that Aileen's killing spree began. But what role did Tyria play? Some say she knew everything. Others believe she was simply along for the...
Earlier, I was looking up something that it always stays in my head because, it was the Boston Marathon thing that happened and that occurred. And it stays in my head because of there was a guy who crossed the finish line, and it was his picture in the newspaper crossing the finish line right, as it exploded. And then, like, within 2 or 3 days, there was an explosion at a fertilizer plant in West Texas. The town of West Texas. And he was the one taking the pictures. I know this is like I just changed subjects because it's in my head, And I found it odd that, first of all, he, had just escaped with his life 2 days before, and now here he was close enough to be taking the pictures that the AP, the Associated Press used in their stories about it. Well, today I was like, I'm going to just type him in and see what he does now, what he's doing. Well, when they first announced who they thought the perpetrator was of what happened in Boston, they put the wrong, like a picture of somebody who had been missing for a couple of weeks. And, they did end up finding this guy dead. But it was the wrong person. But they were doing it by facial recognition. So when I looked up what he was doing nowadays, currently, that's his gig, is the facial recognition stuff. And I just find it shady that this person was, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe his name's Joe Berti, Berti. So if anybody ever feels that they'd like to take a look at the story, I find it really strange. That's just my.
Even their cars, and pawn the items using fake names. Warnos always claimed she killed the men in self-defense after they attacked her. However, she later retracted that statement, and police believed she had killed men who'd either picked
Who, the guy, Joe Berti? I know, right? And I just find it odd that if that was like you or me, we'd be being looked at. Anybody would be if they were in two places at the, that was going on. That's so crazy to me.
Experts tell us the odds of having two disasters like Texas and Boston in the same week are 1 in every 4,800 years. So what then are the odds of one man being an eyewitness to both? Here's ABC's Cecilia Vega.
Joe Berti finished the Boston Marathon in 3 hours and 56 minutes flat. And then, just moments later, this.
I heard the first explosion, and as soon as I heard the first explosion,
Oops.
because of how loud it was and right where it was, and then literally seconds later, and I just felt like it was a bomb.
You thought right away it was a bomb.
Absolutely, yeah, because of how loud it was and right where it was, and then literally seconds later, the second bomb exploded.
Berti's wife, Amy, was just 10 yards away from the explosion. A woman standing next to her lost a leg, but Amy was fine. 2 days later, back.
Right. Okay. That woman has this huge Parker on. Okay. I know for a fact on that day that a lady that I worked with had volunteered at the race because we all got worried when we heard about that and we're trying to call her and stuff. She volunteered at the race to hand out waters because it was so hot.
Home in Texas, Berti was driving home from a meeting. He saw a huge fire raging in the distance, and then a familiar sound. The blast from the exploded fertilizer plant in West Texas so strong, it rocked Berti's car.
I was just trying to figure out what it was. Like, was it a terrorist attack? Did someone drop a bomb on us? It was the size of it was just incredible.
Are you thinking, what? Again?
Yeah, I was just thinking, I can't believe this is happening.
Maybe it was luck, perhaps fate. Berti has another way of looking at it.
I feel blessed. My wife was 10 yards from a major explosion, and hundreds of people around her are critically injured, and she doesn't even have a scratch on her. And I was
30 seconds to the finish line and uninjured. So we both feel blessed.
2 explosions in 1 week. It sounds pretty unlucky. Joe Birdie walked away without a scratch. And those, Dan, are some pretty good odds.
Now, that to me, that's strange to me. I'm just saying. And I'm just saying, I'm not like trying to.
How many sales calls could you book if you sent 50,000 cold emails per month? My man Alex booked 200 calls.
A company a few years ago and then sold it to IBM. And then since inside of IBM, our IoT business, as well as our weather business, blockchain, supply chain, Watson Media, and a bunch of other things as well.
Fantastic. I'd love it if you could talk a little bit more about IBM and the role you all play in IoT, AI, that kind of arena, kind of what you do, what you offer the market, how your approach is different than maybe what else is out there.
Okay. We started investing in IoT about 6-7 years ago. And IBM is heavily invested in industries that I call asset intensive.
Okay.
And it's global. So we have customers in utilities, oil and gas, transportation, all the manufacturing, all the IoT heavy intensive industries.
What's IoT? Does anybody know?
I'm in charge of the offering at IBM. So the reason I'm here is to connect with customers, connect with partners. We also have IBM Research here. So that's pretty exciting to have our research team on the ground, interacting directly with our customers and also showcasing our latest innovations as well. It's also been fun to interact with Spot the robot. We now have robotic inspections. And so that's a pretty big deal. It's groundbreaking. So you can actually go into Maximo and create an inspection that goes directly out to Spot. And so you're better off actually using that maintenance technician to do higher value added work. There's a lot of maintenance that they never get to that they can now actually get to if they have a robot doing some of the more routine inspections. You can even do it in the evening while nobody's in the building. So if you typically have people there during the day, Spot can go do all the inspections. And then the maintenance team can come in the morning and see what issues they ran into. Yeah, so Maximo has a 30-year legacy. And it was very important to make the investments to really set it up for the next 30 years.
So how do they get a 30-year legacy, but somebody who's guaranteed their job for 6 years, they can't even have that?
During COVID, a lot of companies slowed down work. We actually rolled up our sleeves and accelerated things. And that
Yeah, I bet.
Acceleration is what they're seeing today. And so we're pretty proud of it. Well, I came in almost 3 years ago into IBM and really drove Maximo 8 from the ground up, putting all the applications into a single suite, making it much easier to consume, making it really easy for someone just to try another piece of functionality is what Maximo 8 delivered. It's also a massive modernization effort to upgrade the software. It's truly.
Once launched,
He's probably got some
this
kind of
dental
contract.
appliance received an explosive response and quickly became popular.
Next up, we have a story that'll make you think twice about where the truth really lies. Something fast, pale, and inhuman is stalking the streets of Kennewick, slipping through backyards, but vanishing before anyone gets a clear look. The cops dismissed it, until one of their own saw it up close and is scared out of his wits. So put on your seatbelts and buckle in tight. We're about to go on a wild and crazy ride.
This is like 10 hours ago.
I work for the Kennewick Police Department in Washington State. Kennewick sits in the Tri-Cities region of southeastern Washington, near the meeting of the Columbia, Snake, and Yakima rivers. We're not a tiny town, but we have many residential areas that feel small and close-knit. People notice when something is off, and they tend to talk about it among themselves. Lately, those talks have revolved around sightings of something that doesn't quite fit any rational category. The first call came in mid-January 2023. It was a local man who insisted he had seen what he called
we're just hearing about it now.
pale crawler under his fence in the dead of night. He claimed it stood about 6 feet tall when upright, but mostly it moved in a hunched posture. He said its speed defied any normal explanation, darting across his yard and out of sight in the span of a few seconds. I was the officer dispatched to that call, and I remember how uneasy the man looked. He wasn't someone with a history of false reports. He was a quiet, middle-aged individual who'd never called 911 before. Yet here he was. Genuinely scared out of his mind. Still, I couldn't find any solid evidence. No footprints, no damage, just his testimony. I tried to reassure him that it might have been a large dog or some other animal. But in my mind, I pegged it as a strange but ultimately unconfirmed incident. Within days, I began hearing similar stories from other officers. Residents were reporting late-night intruders, described as pale and agile. Some used the word humanoid, but insisted.
Late night intruders? I mean, come on now.
A deadly shootout with U.S. Border Patrol agents in Vermont last night is now part of a cross-country investigation. Agent David Malin, the Minnesota native, was killed, and authorities now say the 44-year-old's death may be tied to a cult-like group. Our Brittany Ehrman joins us now with more on these new findings, Brittany.
Callan, the FBI is investigating a cult of at least 6 people. Authorities believe they're involved in 6 homicides in Vermont, Pennsylvania, and California. One of those homicides was the shootout that killed Blue Earth native David Malin. Investigators revealing new details about the murder of a U.S. Border Patrol agent from Minnesota.
This is the United Kingdom that British Jews experience today.
Zionists, they are filthy animals.
What a big mistake! You afraid Israel!
The whole condemning Hamas, I'm not going to condemn them. And Israel doesn't exist.
I'm sorry.
Most British Jews now no longer believe they have a future here. Recent polling has also found that most Jews hide their Jewishness in public and do not feel welcome in the United Kingdom. Gideon Falter is chief executive of Campaign Against Anti-Semitism, which commissioned the poll and has been documenting the
It's Trump that's making that happen, in my opinion.
rising Jew hatred.
A lot of people have talked about whether they have a future in this country. Do I think the Jewish community in the UK is going to evaporate? No. But I do think there is a sizable conversation now happening within the community of people saying, okay, is this the place that we've got a future?
There were nearly 2,000 anti-Semitic incidents reported in the first half of 2024, the highest number ever recorded for a 6-month period.
Wow.
9 out of 10.
Wow, that's horrible.
British Jews say the government is not doing enough to stop the violence and discrimination.
I know some who have left. I know some who are actively, seriously looking at leaving.
Jewish investigative journalist David Collier tells us he constantly feels the anti-Jewish hate.
I get death threats every single day, but I'm also...
Hello, look at the trees.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house no matter what condition it's in.
I want to buy the
If you need to sell your house for...
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a warning. Thank you.
Of all the suburbs around Detroit, Michigan, Oakland County comprises a majority of the northern section. Encompassing 62 cities, villages, and townships, it is the second most populated county and one of the top 30 wealthiest counties in America.
You know, I think it's pretty fucked up, though, that these people go on and on, you know, these serial killers, and never get caught.
Prior to the 1950s, when more people began to migrate out of Detroit, much of the area was rural back roads. Even 2 decades after the white flight began, many pockets were still far more rural than they are today. Detroit may have been called Murder City at that time, but out in the suburbs, families felt safe. Doors were left unlocked.
Murder City in the 50s?
Names such as Royal Oak, Huntington Woods, Pleasant Ridge, or Bloomfield Hills recall scenes of classic Americana. Tree-lined streets, sprinklers, grilled hot dogs. Children were able to freely walk to schools, parks, or to the local candy store. But a series of kidnappings and murders that began in 1976 would shatter that sense of safety.
Police in Michigan say they still do not know who's responsible for the wave of child kidnappings and murders there. Some 200 police are
Shit, man.
searching for the killer of 4 children in a wealthy Detroit suburb.
The killer methodically moved along the Woodward corridor from Ferndale to Royal Oak to Berkeley to Birmingham.
A psychopath who washes the bodies and neatly dresses them before he dumps them off.
A psychotic who has killed several young.
That's gotta be a cop, in my opinion. Washing the body. You know? Just my opinion. I mean, I'm not saying that it is one, but yeah, me too sometimes. Because I can't understand how they let some of them go for so long. Like, wasn't there any detectives out there that really wanted to detect? You know what I'm saying? Like,
youngsters in the last year.
The killer could be a cop, a teacher, man, woman, a priest, a preacher, maybe a reporter. The advice we got.
neat. See how he put out so quickly a cop? That was like the first thing he said.
From police and criminal experts is don't trust anybody.
State and local police said they have no one man under suspicion yet, but they think he lives and works in Oakland County.
In response to these killings, the largest homicide task force in United States history at that time was launched at a cost of $2 million, which would just.
Back then, none of those jobs would have thought about washing the body. A cop would, though, in my opinion.
Just be over 10 million today.
The police are prepared to pursue this case on a massive scale for 6 months if necessary. They hope and pray.
For 6 months.
They find the killer quickly. Every hour, they live with the fear he could strike again.
Despite almost 18,000 tips, thousands of interviews, and hundreds of polygraph tests, the investigation failed to arrest a single suspect in the murders.
80 detectives working on each shift, all of them, looking for this man.
To this day, a great number of theories exist in who was behind the snow killings. But an even more terrifying prospect is that what if the killer or killers never stopped? What if someone in power was protecting them? In the years before and after these 4 children were murdered, a startling amount of similar crimes occurred around the southeast section of Michigan.
That guy is probably still doing it. I watched a movie one time with Jack Nicholson, and it was kind of a weird movie, you know. I didn't care much for how it ended, but he was a cop who had said that he would, you know, right before he retired, he had said to some lady that he had found, you know, for some reason he had been the one sent out, even though he was going to be retiring. But it was like a little kid murder, you know? And he said to the lady, I promise you, I'll catch the guy. So he's like trying to talk him into letting him stay and work the case, but they wouldn't, you know, no, you need to retire, you know, you're overworked, blah, blah, blah. So he starts, you know, he does try to get away from it, but it just so happens that this guy in this big black car keeps coming through, and it makes him really? He didn't make I mean, I know he did the necrophilia, but because his last like killings there in Florida was like he just kind of went off. Did you see that movie? A Deliberate Stranger. It had what's that guy's name? Mark Harmon. Is that his name? Right, Wild Wisdom, right, not too far from you. And you could have ended up one of those kids, or you're a kid.
Leading to the very real possibility that whoever the Oakland County child killer was, they're still out there.
goes on in San Francisco for the man known as the Zodiac Killer.
There could be a serial killer in Chicago.
The Oakland County child killer, Phantom Killer.
Frankfurt slasher. 4 children have now been murdered.
Has killed 5, says he's going to kill again.
15 brutally murdered young women.
The pattern is the same.
One by one, the death count started rising. A man in a mask robbed, tied, and stabbed him.
Strangers stuffed and burlapped back.
Now you can wear a mask and it don't matter.
It is highly unlikely that these women were murdered by separate men.
Oh, but what I was saying about that movie. So he starts like scoping out this guy that really seems like it is the one. So he talks his old, buddies in the police to do like this sting thing where the guy would be there and whatever, blah, 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 right? But the guy on his way to go where this kid is going to be gets in a car accident and dies. So when he never shows up, the cops are like, see, you're crazy, blah, blah, blah. Who's Kohlberger?
Killers struck next. The police can't answer who or why. That's the
Oh, is Kohlberger the one that I was just playing? The one that had his 13-year-old son doing that with him?
I don't know.
I wonder if that's in LA, wondering if this person's going to be caught.
I believe that there's someone out there that has knowledge, and he's probably still at large.
If you know Root Road, you know we value our privacy. But in our personal life, it's not always easy to maintain. Whether we know it or not, sites will mine our data like full name. Relaxing. But just about.
It got stuck in the branch that it was growing on, and then it all.
About 16 miles south, in Redford Township, things were much quieter. 16-year-old Judy Farrell was babysitting the children of the Louts family at their home on Wakendon Street. The popular student at Mercy High School in Farmington was a regular volunteer at the school's spring fair, enjoyed writing poetry, and had just gone on one of her first dates to the alumni ball at her church.
Oh, okay.
A conscientious girl, Judy had turned down a trip to go up to Traverse City for the holiday because she had promised to babysit for the Louts. It was around 3:10 a.m. when David and his wife returned to find Judy missing and their phone lines cut.
Oh my God, could you imagine that? What a shame.
When police arrived, they discovered a .22 caliber bullet had been fired into the ceiling of the home, but somehow the children remained asleep upstairs and had heard nothing. Just a few hours later, about a half-mile south in Lola Valley Park, beside a hill, the body of Judy was discovered by some kids coming to sled. Someone had forced the girl to walk barefoot and without her coat from the Louts down here, in temperatures which were around 30 degrees Fahrenheit or -1 degree Celsius.
Forced her to walk all that way and nobody saw?
The area she was found in showed signs of a struggle before she had been strangled to death. Just 3 houses down and across the street from the Louts, the Pervinkler family had also come home to find their son missing.
Huh?
19-year-old Gary Pervinkler had complained of a stomach flu the night prior.
I think this is in like Detroit, or like Michigan.
And said he planned to stay home. When it was discovered his father's Plymouth satellite car and .22 caliber handgun were missing, Gary became the prime suspect.
Well, yeah.
A pair of the family's binoculars were discovered lying in their front yard, which provided a direct view into the Louts' living room. Neighbors expressed shock when an arrest warrant was issued for the boy, who they described as polite and respectful. A nationwide search began for Gary, reaching as far as Florida and Alaska. But 12 days later,
oh my God,
snowmobilers would find the empty car in a wooded area outside of Cadillac, a small city about 200 miles northwest of Redford. It was estimated to have been there for about a week, but there was still no sign of Gary. It was the next Monday when Cynthia Ray Cadu would leave the Roseville High School after the final bell rang. Though a friend offered her a ride per usual, Cynthia chose to make the short walk home, where she ate dinner with her parents and then walked to visit friends. Around 8 p.m., she would leave to head home, and was last seen walking in this area along 11 Mile, near what that time was a Papa Joe's restaurant. It was the last time she would be seen alive. About 18 miles to the west lies the small village of Franklin in Oakland County. Known as the Town Time Forgot, Franklin would be the first downtown in the state to be designated as a historic district. Today, as it was in 1976, the population is just around 3,000 people. The main attraction in summer months is the Franklin Cider Mill, just north of downtown. Though it is closed during the winter, the road it sits on is still a busy one, even around 2 a.m. in the morning following Cynthia's disappearance, when a driver would notice something in the slush of the road about 100 yards north of the cider mill. It was a naked girl. Disturbingly, police estimated that at least a few dozen cars had passed by without stopping. But either one vehicle pushing her a further 18 inches off the road, or someone had stopped and dragged her over before realizing.
That's really disgusting.
She was dead, at which time they panicked and fled.
The girl's nude body was discovered here along Franklin Road early this morning by a passing.
When the Cadieux family saw a news broadcast in the morning about the body found, they made the call.
I just didn't believe it was her until I went to the morgue to see her. I couldn't even hardly identify her. All I know is I want to get a hold of the guy that did it, or whoever did it, because I love my sister.
Cynthia's arms showed signs of being bound. She had been repeatedly sexually assaulted.
Okay, so if they know that her body was dragged 18 inches, then that meant that there was still marks in the snow. So that would mean there would have been tire tracks. There would have been footprints. Her nude body, definitely that was not somebody that fucking came across her and pulled her body and left her there. If it was, no, that's somebody who fucking drove by, saw it too visible, and fucking went back and pulled that. There's no way. If there is a chance that someone else saw that body in the road and pulled a nude body off to the side, then they're sick. That is unreal.
Assaulted and then killed by a blow to her head that left a large gash.
Early members say that even if the killer is never caught, he'll have to live forever with what he did. And someday, they say, he'll have to face the Day of Atonement. Someday.
Unbelievable.
Robert Vito News for Roseville.
4 days later, the next murder occurred. It was the evening of January 19th, 1976, when 14-year-old Sheila Schrock was babysitting for the Risen family at this house on Vila Road in Birmingham, Michigan, a city about 4 miles east of Franklin. Though she had recently lost both of her parents to cancer and had moved into her brother's home on the other side of town, she was described as hopeful and bouncy.
So you're telling me Harvard discovered chocolate can burn the stubborn fat away? So I've been reading about this stuff with ketones. Everyone.
Birmingham is considered to be one of the most prominent areas in Oakland County, reaching its peak population of around 26,000 in the 1970s.
Definitely a white person doing this.
Numerous famous people such as Tim Allen, David Spade, and Sam Raimi all grew up in this affluent area. While not far off the main Woodward corridor, Vila Road is quiet and dark when around 8 p.m. a gold Cadillac would glide to a stop. His driver would break into 3 nearby homes, 2 on Yosemite, and then the last a block down on Vila, where he would tie the owner up and steal just $5. He would next approach 1772 Vila and knock on the door, but Sheila knew better than to answer late at night while alone. As he broke in through the back, the robber would find her in the kids' playroom, force her to undress, and then sexually assault her. amongst the toys. At some point, a police officer responding to the break-ins actually knocked on the front door as he was checking the neighborhood, but left to respond to another call.
That's the cops. In my opinion. I'm not even trying to be any kind of fucking way, but seriously.
Well, not far off the main Woodward corridor, Vila Road is quiet and dark when around 8 p.m. a gold Cadillac would glide to a stop. His driver would break into 3 nearby homes, 2 on Yosemite, and then the last a block down on Vila, where he would tie the owner up and steal just $5. He would next approach 1772 Vila and knock on the door.
And nobody got the license plate number?
But Sheila knew better than to answer late at night while alone. As he broke in through the back, the robber would find her in the kids' playroom, force her to undress, and then sexually assault her amongst the toys. At some point, a police officer responding to the break-ins actually knocked on the front door as he was checking the neighborhood, but left to respond to another call. Also at
Oh, man. That is so fucked.
some point during the ordeal, a man shoveling snow off his roof nearby would notice the horrific assault and would stand frozen as the intruder fired 3 shots into Sheila's stomach, then steal some jewelry and a revolver. The entire time from the first break
No fucking chance on
that had been just 40 minutes. In the chaos, as police and neighbors responded to the shots, the killer would slip out the back, mingle in with the crowd to see what was happening, and then calmly head back to his car, slipping away into the night.
Next thing I knew, my voice was saying, "Don't move or I'll blow your brains out." So I froze, and he told me to freeze, so I froze right there and came over to me and told me to bury my face in a pillow, and then covered me up with a blanket, asked me where the cash was, and I told him there wasn't any cash.
Footprints here in the snow on the steps and fingerprints here on the door frame are among the physical evidence uncovered by the State Police Crime Lab. Right now, they're looking for a man believed to be anywhere from 19 to 25 years of age, 5'10" to 6 feet tall, very slender with a prominent nose and dark, long, wavy hair. He was
They were there, though. And left? That doesn't even make sense. What was the other call that the guy got?
believed driving a gold or green Cadillac, model 1966 or 1968.
Since January 1st, 2 teenage
That's so crazy.
girls have been found murdered while babysitting. Could these deaths have been prevented? Are there precautions? When we go into
And you know what? I bet you that time, around that time, late, what is it, 1976? When did that movie, What a Stranger Calls come out?
go home, we insist that the parents leave us a list of any adults that they are expecting during the time that they're gone. If the doorbell rings and they peek out and don't know who it is, call the police and then call me. You have teenage girls and they babysit. Do you tell them anything special as a parent? Well, I tell them lots of things as a parent. But as far as their safety when they're babysitting, we tell them use common sense.
Someone would report
Use common sense, so-called. There was a guy across the street frozen, watching the whole thing go down. Ugh. I mean, come on. And they knew what kind of car it was, too. Oh, my God.
seeing Gary Pervinkler in the area at the time of the murder, and police stated they wanted to question him on this crime, as well as several other women's murders across the state. While many feared the young man to be a psychopath on the loose, it would be April when his body was discovered several miles in the woods from where his car had been ditched. He had shot himself with his own gun.
That's not a fart, that's the commercial.
Though the slayings of Cadu and Schrock would eventually be solved, throughout the Oakland County child killer case, both girls were added on and off to the list of victims. Though police stressed that these first 3 murders were all likely unconnected, the public couldn't help but pay attention to the fact that several young women had all been killed in similar circumstances in just a matter of weeks. But 2 months prior to Pervinkler's discovery, and just 1 month after the last of the so-called babysitter murders, another death in nearby Ferndale would usher in the nightmarish beginning of the Oakland County child killer. Situated in the southeasternmost part of Oakland County, the city of Ferndale juts up against Detroit proper. Ferndale's population would peak just before Birmingham's would, as Detroiters moved out to the suburbs post-World War II to raise their families in the baby boomer generation.
So who
By
was
the
the killer of those? Didn't they say that they had been found? What?
Situated in the southeasternmost part of Oakland County, the city of Ferndale juts up against Detroit proper. Ferndale's population would peak just before Birmingham's would, as Detroiters moved out to the suburbs post-World War II to raise their families in the baby boomer generation. By the 70s, it was starting to see a slight decline, and had even gotten in trouble by the federal government for still operating a segregated school. But around the new millennium, a revitalization push has once again made it into the bustling hub seen here. It was the day after Valentine's, February 15th, when 12-year-old Mark Stebbins was at the Ferndale American Legion building with his brother Mike and mother Ruth, who worked there. In the years since, that building has been demolished, but used to reside near the corner of Livernois and 9 Mile, where these condos now stand. Coming bored of the pool tournament going on, Mark's mother said he could head home to watch a war movie on TV, his favorite genre. Though he had to cross the busy Woodward Avenue, it was less than a mile and almost a straight line to their home at 429 Saratoga Street.
So,
about an hour later, Mark's older brother came back home to find it empty. That night, when his mother phoned to check on them, she learned he had never made it back and informed police. A drawing had to be made up for the missing boy, as Ruth had not had the money to get his school photo taken that year.
so she didn't have any photos?
4 days later, an office worker would leave his workplace along 10 Mile Road in Southfield, Michigan, and walk over to the drugstore in the New Orleans Plaza, less than 500 feet over. In the years since, the parking lot has changed some, with a new strip plaza going up and removing a section of brick wall that bisected the lot. But it was just beside the area where a partition for a dumpster was that the man noticed what he first thought was a mannequin. It was the body of Mark Stebbins.
The body of 12-year-old
Oh, that's terrible. Picture.
Mark Stebbins, 429 East Saratoga, Ferndale, was found in the rear of a parking
Can't believe they have a picture.
lot of an office plaza.
It all began on February 2nd, 1976. Everyone thought it was an isolated case, but the murder of Mark Stebbins of Ferndale remains unsolved. His body turned up 2 weeks after he disappeared in a parking lot in Southfield. The 12-year-old had left his mother and brother at a social function, never to be seen alive again.
He's going home to watch a movie on the theater, on the TV. Didn't say anything about meeting anyone or no, nothing there. How well did you know the job? Very well, 3.5 years. He talked to you about anything in recent days, or definitely not? Normal activity of a young. Had to go like a boy. Had to go like a kid. Never get no trouble.
Mark had rope burns on his neck, wrists, and ankles, but had been smothered to death between 12 and 36 hours before. His forehead also had 2 lacerations that had begun to scab after he'd been hit.
That had begun to scab already?
Common reports state that his clothes had been freshly washed, with the creases from where they had been folded still present.
Oh. That's odd.
Thanks to the persistent efforts of the victims' families, information would be released decades later which disputes many of the most commonly believed facts in this case, along with theories of cover-ups. We will be going into those documents and suspicions later in the episode, but for now, we'll stick to what was chronologically reported and believed.
Police now know why Mark was kidnapped. They don't know why he died, or even if he was killed intentionally. No specific suspects. We're looking into a lot of background, a lot of people who have got backgrounds of this type of offense right now.
Immediately.
Really? And they're free? They're walking around?
First crime scene, mistakes were made. First, police would cover Mark's body with a dirty blanket, thus contaminating trace evidence. Then, upon contacting psychiatrist Bruce Danto, police would move the body to the police station where they personally bagged his clothes rather than a medical examiner. Next, a mannequin was dressed in similar clothes and placed at the crime scene, as Danto had suggested the killer had dumped the body in a public place because he planned on returning to the location. This thought, no doubt coming from the same belief that police had in the Michigan murders near Ann Arbor about a decade prior, where police also hid out and waiting for the killer to return to his dump sites. But in both instances, after several hours of staking out the scene, no one showed up. An autopsy on Mark would reveal he had been thoroughly washed to remove traces of sexual assault he had endured over the past 3 days. His body showed signs of rigor mortis to indicate he had been transported in a car trunk. Another man in the same office complex had taken his pet out for a walk around 9:30 that morning and said that he was certain his dog would have alerted him if the body was there
So in broad daylight, the guy dumped him?
at that time.
Not a day goes by, where you don't wonder and, worry about it, the whys and the wherefores, how long he had been dead before his body was found, who it was, where he was, what he had to go through. And, yes, I'm still very bitter.
As police ran down leads and tips behind the scenes, none of which would be released to the public for decades, another abduction would occur on March 19th that year.
3 reasons why you need this portable welder. Firstly, it makes beautiful welds, and it works with 2 to 32 millimeters electric.
2 7-year-old boys were playing in a church parking lot in Madison Heights, a city just northeast of Ferndale, when a man who said he was a cop pulled up and said he needed to drive one of the boys home.
Say.
As soon as that one got in, the man sped off. The other boy, 7-year-old Michael Justice, would run to his friend's house and tell the family what had happened. 3 hours later, a man named James Joseph Crafton would return the boy home, saying he had found him walking around. But Michael identified him as the abductor, and he was arrested. Crafton,
A 54-year-old convicted S offender was arraigned Tuesday on charges of kidnapping and criminal SA in the abduction of 7-year-old Madison Heights boy. The boy was kidnapped Monday and released by his abductor after being in the man's car for 3 hours. Police said the boy had been SA'd. James Joseph Crafton was in custody. Police said the alert action at the abducted boy's playmate helped lead to Crafton's arrest. The playmate gave police a description of the man and the car he was driving. The 2 boys had been playing together in the parking lot and were walking home around 8 p.m. God, that's so... Is it 8? Is it 8? I mean, remember, this is fucking in the winter, too. Like, yeah, 8 p.m. 2 7-year-olds at 8 p.m.? Holy crap. When a car pulled alongside them, the abducted boy's playmate, Michael Justice, said the man leaned across the front seat and held the passenger door open. Michael said the man told him, and they don't show the bottom part of that, he didn't look like a cop to me, but he climbed in the front seat and the man closed the door real quick and drove away fast. Michael then reportedly ran to his friend's house, shouting that a strange man had picked up his friend. After calling the police, the boy's mothers cruised the streets looking for the man's car, but they returned without finding the boy. After 3 hours, the man came into the house and said that he had found Michael's friend walking the street.
self-confessed drunk, had previous arrests for sexual assaults on young girls. But this time, he had sexually assaulted the 7-year-old boy for 3 hours in his car or in an abandoned house. He couldn't remember clearly. Police would give him a lie detector test on Mark Stebbins and declared him not involved in that murder.
Huh? What murder? I thought he returned the guy.
Summer would come and go without further developments in the case. The Golden State Killer would begin moving from burglaries to sexual assaults in June. Jimmy Carter would win the presidential election. John Gacy, who had only committed 2 murders previously, would kill 12 young men through the rest of the year.
Oh my God, who had only committed 2 murders previously would go on to kill 12 more.
Auto workers would go on a month-long strike against Ford and GM in the fall. 1976 would be the first year that the city of Royal Oak would earn the title of Tree City, USA, which is held onto ever since. It had reached its peak population in 1970 with over 86,000 residents. But that decade saw many people leave and storefronts shutter as almost 17,000 people departed over the decade.
Okay, buddy, but why are you going back in time? Like, unless you're going to tell us about some murders that weren't solved then.
It would take until the 90s for revitalization to hit full steam. But back then, locals joked you could fire a cannon in downtown and no one would know. Carol Robinson had just moved here from Detroit with her 3 children after a divorce, moving into the home at 1213 Mayfield with her new husband. In 2012, that house was demolished and replaced by this one, but back in 1976, it is where 12-year-old Jill Robinson lived. Described as a bright child, she had recently begun seeing a psychiatrist for a recurring nightmare of being shot.
Hello, Mark Barden here from Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2012.
The divorce and move had been hard on her, and she developed what some called a changeable preteen nature. And so it was on December 22nd, 1976, that she had gotten into an argument with her mother over helping her cook dinner. Carol told the girls she could stand outside until she wanted to be part of the family. So Jill packed a backpack, got on her bicycle, and planned to go over to their father's house in Birmingham. In total, a bit over 4 miles north along Woodward.
I had asked her to help with dinner, and she refused and said she didn't want to be here. And it just made a snotty remark again. And I just think I had it. I just said, well, Jill, if you don't like being here, why don't you just get your coat on and stand out in the front yard and think of it.
All right, lady, but weren't you just recently divorced and you're already married and moved in with some guy? I mean, like...
about it. And when you feel like talking about it, come on back in. She didn't come back in.
Around 7:30 that night, she would stop at the corner of 13 Mile and Woodward, at what that time was a Tiny Tim hobby shop. Though unconfirmed reports say she had been witnessed at the Donut Depot on Maple Road in Birmingham the next morning, she never arrived to either her parents' home the previous night, and they phoned police, who stated she was likely a runaway and they had to wait 48 hours to do anything.
But that's not true. You don't have to wait 48 hours, and I think it's disgusting that... I mean, still look, you know?
I haven't seen her since, and I wasn't really very worried for an hour or so because she's very stubborn. And I thought she'll stand in the next yard and think about it or go around the block or something. Then I thought maybe she went to visit her father. And so I wasn't very concerned for a couple of hours. And then I got in the car and drove around and tried to find her, and that's when I called the police.
She ever done anything like
Sorry, I forgot that.
Between Detroit, Pontiac, Flint, and up north. It was around 8:45 a.m. on December 26th that year when a man heading back home after the holidays noticed a patch of red snow just north of Big Beaver Road on the northbound lane. It was Jill.
Oh my God, now that's a lot of fucking blood right there. Holy shit.
From Royal Oak, Jill Robinson, 12 years old, was missing. She ran away after a fight with her mother. No one knows anything about the person she met on that adventure, only that that person is a killer. In 4 days, it was the day after Christmas. Her body turned up in Troy. She was dead of a shotgun blast to the head.
After placing her in the snow just past the now moved I-75 sign, her killer had blown off the left side of her head with a shotgun. Yet again, she was fully dressed and clean. Her backpack was still
Come on.
on her, with everything minus 2 books she had packed. Also, yet again, police failed to call crime scene investigators to the location, thus losing a lot of possible evidence.
Come on. This is rough, in my opinion. Okay.
It was noted that where she was dumped was just across the field from where the Troy Police Department was.
See? And they didn't hear a gunshot? Obviously, that's where she was killed. There was too much blood there.
Her autopsy would state she did not show signs of sexual assault, and a tampon she had purchased was still inside her. Though it would take them some time to link Jill with Mark Stebbins, it was apparent she too had been taken.
So, okay. So let me get this straight. So, she's 12 and probably had just started getting her period. And probably wasn't, familiar with all that. Purchased her own tampons, though. Like, I'm thinking there's a little more to the story that this mother is leaving out. Like, that she was just not being understanding to this kid that was, going through changes.
Taken care of prior to her death and had been washed. It has been theorized that Jill could have been smothered as well, but was either still alive when being placed, or, due to her backpack being on, when she was set down, some air escaped from her lungs and made a gasping noise. Whichever the case, it is clear her abductor had no intention of letting her live.
How did they know she made a gasping noise?
No, we don't have any information as to who did it at all. We haven't been able to come up with any leads as to her whereabouts, even for 1 minute of the time when she was gone from home. Certainly there's evidence that she was kept clean during that time. The medical examiner said her body was exceptionally clean.
Family members.
I'm wondering if the mother had something to do with, family member. I don't know.
Would clean out Jill's bedroom and give her still unwrapped Christmas presents away.
Wow, cleaned out her bedroom and gave her still unwrapped Christmas presents away. Oh. I'm wondering about that shit.
A few days later, Jill's purple and chrome bike would be found behind what was then the Valenti and Lieberman law offices, just a few blocks away from the Robinson home. It would later be learned that the bike had been originally left by the Tiny Tim hobby shop, but some other kids had found it and ridden it here before ditching the bike.
This denture
The
set
mother
has
didn't say
received an
she took
explosive
off on a
response
bike.
and quickly became popular. Come and see how practical it is.
Just a few days later, another girl went missing. Sitting between Birmingham and Royal Oak along the Woodward Corridor, Berkeley was a small city of around 20,000 people when the new year of 1977 was rung in. It would be ranked as the 28th best place to live in the United States money-wise, due to its small-town feel and easily walkable downtown, which stretches along 12 miles.
Man, this person is doing these killings fucking days apart and shit.
Perpendicular to Woodward. One block north of 12 Mile, Deborah Ashcroft lived at this home on Gardner Avenue with her 4 children. Deborah never allowed her children to cross 12 Mile as it was too busy. But on January 2nd, her oldest daughter, Christine Mahalik, said she was bored and asked if she could walk to the 7-Eleven to buy a magazine. The 10-year-old was described as a quiet, nice
10
child.
years old. My God, hasn't there been newspaper reports about what's been going on?
She liked watching television and idolized singer Donny Osmond, who she had several pictures of taped in her room. She still believes Santa Claus had brought her a toboggan and records this Christmas. As she had done some chores earlier, her mother relented, but only if Chris was sure to use the crosswalk during the 3-block walk to 7-Eleven, which sat just across the road from where Deborah worked at Hartfield Lanes. Around 3 p.m., Christine would enter the bowling alley and chat with one of her mother's coworkers for a few minutes before crossing the street to enter the 7-Eleven.
Why? Why would she go there?
Where she purchased a teen magazine, candy, and a soda, as confirmed by the store clerk. But after leaving the store, she vanished. This time, the entire city went on a high alert. News was awash in reports of Chris missing, and it was feared the same person had abducted her. Neighbors would pool money and even offer to mortgage their houses to raise $17,000 in case a ransom note came in. The local spaghetti factory held a Christine Mahalik Day fundraiser.
The money is being used for warfare preventions of persons or persons who are holding Christine. If it's not used within a year, if anyone should ask, the money will be turned over to the city of Berkeley for crime prevention of young children in the city of Berkeley. And this is Chris's family's wishes. Okay. Thank you very much and good luck.
I think it's worthwhile. We have to find the girl. We need information to find the girl, no matter what the situation is. And that's why I'm here. I think this is the only way we can do it. It will be a week tomorrow since Christine Mahalik disappeared.
Wow.
Coming home from this store. In those 6 days, the community has come to realize that a missing child in this area is not merely the problem of the parents. Most of those out collecting funds today have families also.
Within 24 hours, police had stated they searched the entire city. Every possible vacant house, garbage bins, parking lots, and more. No signs of Chris were found.
The juror believed that she was taken out of his immediate area if she was kidnapped or abducted. I'm pretty well convinced that she is.
Find out if anybody left the bowling alley right after, like, she left.
Out of the city if she was abducted, yes.
The station was flooded with hundreds of tips, 80% of which were said to be obscene calls. And multiple times, someone phoned saying they were Christine, which would turn out to be a hoax by a 14-year-old girl. Everyone was tense. At Pattongill Elementary, where Chris attended 5th grade, another child went missing, and a huge search was formed. This time, the girls found outside the school 20 minutes later, where she was looking for her older brother. Pattongill and all local schools would drill into their children not to accept rides from strangers and write the license plate down of any car they thought was following them. Parents lined up outside schools to pick their children up. No one was allowed to walk home.
I'm shocked and terrified. It's a terrible way to live, I think. I'm very saddened because children you're afraid to let them have any freedom anymore. And most of all, I'm upset because my children are very frightened. And I don't want to be outside alone anymore and won't come to school alone. And I think that's the worst thing to grow up, being distrusting.
We're worried about whose child might be the next victim. Everybody is. Then people are afraid.
2 other girls would go missing from River Rouge, a city south of Detroit, but would phone their parents 3 days later, telling them they had voluntarily left with 2 men. Southfield police would coordinate a joint effort between all police departments involved in the Robinson and Mahalik crimes to avoid duplicating efforts. An office space below the Northland Mall was rented out to contain the operation, which at this point was still uncertain if Cynthia Cadu, Sheila Schrock, and Mark Stebbins were related.
Okay, but the 2 girls who went off to Detroit voluntarily with 2 men, I hope they put them in fucking jail too.
19 days after Chris went missing, on January 21st, Jerry Wozni, a USPS mailman in Franklin Village, would turn onto Bruce Lane, about a mile from where Cynthia had been dumped in the road a year prior. Today, houses line both sides of the street, but in 1977, the only homes on the road sat at the very end. Jerry was a bit of a junk collector, so when he was approaching about the middle section of Bruce Lane, on the eastern side, he spotted something blue in the snow and stopped to see if it was something worth picking up. But as he approached, he realized it was a hand protruding from the fresh snow. Residents on Bruce Lane would not be getting their mail that day.
A 10-year-old girl, looking 18 days, found lying in a snowbank, suffocated.
Lying in what was a small ditch was the body of Christine Mahalik. She was fully dressed, laying on her back, with her legs bent in a carrying position and arms folded.
Residents
Arms folded? How could her hand be sticking out then?
Worst thoughts seemed to be coming true when 10-year-old Christine Mihalik never came home from a 3-block trip to a party store in Berkeley. Within 2 weeks, she too was found dead, this time in Franklin Village.
With Christine's discovery, state police announced they would be forming a task force immediately to begin a full-scale probe on all 5 unsolved child killings. The 5th one we'll be covering
All 5?
a little later in the episode, that of 13-year-old Jane Allen of Royal Oak on August 7, 1976.
This morning, the Southfield Police Department, a task force was formulated. There were approximately 35 detectives from the following.
Why are they still in 76? I thought Christmas went by. Now it's January. Shouldn't it be 77?
Departments participating: Troy, Ferndale, Southfield, Berkeley, Royal Oak, Bloomfield Township, Birmingham, Oak Park, Franklin, Oakland County Prosecutor's Office, Oakland County Sheriff's Department, Michigan State Police, and the FBI. These 35 investigators from those agencies have formed a task force primarily to investigate and solve the Mihalik homicide.
The pattern is the same. A child 10 to 12 years is abducted and kept prisoner, in some cases as long as 16 days. The child is then killed and the body dumped in a street.
Information is out there. And we're trying to coax somebody to come forward. We've got to catch that man because it's only a matter of time before he does it again.
The public was tense. A man driving his son to school was surrounded by police. Another man who approached a paperboy was arrested. It turned out he was just trying to ask the child to deliver a love letter to his girlfriend. PTA groups handed out placards of 2 hands in red for people to put in their windows. This was to tell children in trouble they could come to that house for help. Kids, on the other
Are you fucking kidding me?
hand, were still seen hitchhiking up and down Woodbury Corridor. None of them thought it could happen to them. The medical examiner initially stated he had found semen inside of Christine, but when state investigators tested the evidence, they said they found no such thing, nor had she been sexually assaulted. Chris's mother also disagreed with the finding that she had dressed herself, stating Chris never tucked her pants into her boots or tied her blouse behind her, which was how her body had been dressed. Though it was at first speculated she died from exposure, the medical examiner would eventually rule she had been smothered to death.
Jermaine struggled for years with dental issues before finally finding Nuvia. Listen to what he wanted most after his smile makeover.
2 months after Christine was discovered, some of that tension had eased when 11-year-old Timothy King asked his sister for some change to go buy some candy before she left to go to the movies. Tim's father was a lawyer and had to visit a client's home for a will signing, and his wife was going as the witness. This was the first time the straight A student who had the role as Mark TV in his school's upcoming play of Willy Wonka and Little League soccer tryouts this weekend would be left home alone. He had been begging his parents for some time to let him do so. His sister told him she would leave the front door unlocked and the lights on for him. It had been drilled into Tim's head, never to talk to strangers. Taking a skateboard and a football, Tim went the half a mile over to the Hunter Maple Pharmacy in this plaza at the corner of Maple and Woodward in Birmingham, where he had been skateboarding with friends earlier in the day. Today, the plaza has undergone renovations, but back in 1977, the pharmacy was in the middle of the building, and Tim would enter and exit through the back door into the parking lot. When his parents returned home, Tim was nowhere to be found. After each of his 3 siblings all returned home without Tim, they'd phone the police.
Age 11, 4 feet, 63 pounds. This is KHJU Port of Lake. The time is 11:31 hours.
Investigators will continue to work into the night, hoping to find a lead on Timothy King's whereabouts. Every available police officer in Birmingham was pressed into the search for Timothy King, hoping, praying that the youngster would be found alive.
Over 100 police officers would launch a combined ground-air search of the area, stating that they were well prepared after
His 17-year-old sister is supposed to be babysitting him. The fuck?
For learning from these past incidents.
The key to Timothy King's disappearance is still the rear door here at the Hunter Maple Pharmacy. This is where the youngster was last seen leaving at 8:30 Wednesday night, and authorities are saying that somebody must have seen something that evening, and they're asking people to come forward.
The task force would move into the nearby Birmingham Fire Department to process all leads quickly. A witness would phone the task force that she had been loading groceries into her car in the back of the lot when she noticed a boy with a skateboard talking to a young man with mutton chops, standing beside a blue AMC Gremlin with a white stripe on it. Just 2 car spaces down from her.
He was wearing a rust-colored sport jacket with dark pants. He's soft-spoken and has dark brown hair cut in a shag. We believe that he's driving a late model blue Gremlin with white wall tires.
In perhaps the most serious blunder yet, this tip somehow turned into the suspect was driving the Gremlin. Any and all blue Gremlins in the city were stopped and searched.
Officers on
What about gold Cadillacs? You would think they wouldn't have much of those.
the road are keeping a sharp lookout for the blue Gremlin, wanted in connection with the killing.
This computer printout sheet represents just a portion of the blue gremlins the police have been checking out in the Timmy King case.
I've really been worried about it because I work in Oakland County, and I'm in downtown Birmingham a lot. I get some strange looks.
You mean people driving by look at you funny?
Yeah, they look in the car to see who's driving it, and when they see it's a girl,
I mean, really, was there that many gremlins around?
they usually, are just like, oh, well.
So my girlfriends came over one night and they said they saw a man out there looking in my car. I came out off of work one time and there was a guy looking out at my car, but that was it.
You do get some strange looks.
Yeah.
The only problem is the Gremlin was not the man's car. After his brothers returned home the night to learn of Tim's disappearance, they retraced his steps to Hunter Maple Pharmacy and would recall that the blue Gremlin was still parked there. Weeks later, another woman would come forward to police that the Gremlin in question had actually been hers. But she was too afraid to come forward sooner because she was having an affair with a man in an apartment nearby.
Oh my God.
And didn't want it known she was in the area. The original tipster had stated the man was only standing near the Gremlin, not touching it. Another man, who was a car designer, stated he saw an older, overweight man sitting in a dark-colored Pontiac Le Mans nearby, backed into a spot as though he was watching the interaction. The blue Pontiac Le Mans was the vehicle seen on I-75 the night Jill Robinson was dumped by a witness who said it was pulled over to the side of the road. As they drove by, it pulled out, but would park again after they passed.
I gotta wonder if, these are different murderers.
The witness was positive of the vehicle because they used to own one. They also said it had some damage to the left rear near the taillight. In Christine's case, police know the bumper impression of a 1971 or 72 Pontiac that had a trailer hitch bent to the left.
Were tire tracks found at the scene of where they found the body of Christina Haley? Match the Gremlin at all?
Not to my knowledge, no. We would hope that you wouldn't start speculating in that area. Okay? We're telling you what we would like you to know. And if you speculate, you could ruin things for us.
Even today, the blue Gremlin is still an iconic piece in this case, such as in 2013, when one was discovered buried in what at that time was an empty field in Grand Blanc Township, not far from I-75 outside of Flint, Michigan, where this subdivision now stands.
Neighbors say the parts for this blue Gremlin were actually found back in July, but Michigan State Police just got the tip last night and they've been out here ever since. A piece of metal painted blue with a white stripe. Pat Phillips took these photos of the car parts last month after she realized they were from an AMC Gremlin.
Well, there was 4 tires sticking up. It was like the Gremlin. The car
come on.
Was chopped up.
Our understanding is this was farmland before, and it was a common practice for farmers in the old days to dig a big hole and dump all their garbage on it and bury it.
Michigan State Police Lieutenant Michael Shaw says they don't know if this Gremlin is tied to the unsolved murders, but they are treating the Grand Blanc Township site as a crime scene. State troopers escorted 2 dump trucks filled with potential evidence out of the subdivision, and it's now being analyzed.
One day after Tim went missing, an 11-year-old girl in West Detroit would vanish.
One day after. Unreal.
Kimberly Fisher was described as a quiet girl who had no history of misconduct and was last seen in a neighbor's house. 2 days later, she would be found safe and sound, telling her parents she had hidden because she skipped school that week and didn't want to be punished.
I want to buy your house.
11?
I can pay you cash for your house no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house,
One man was arrested for driving around with a pistol and trying to run over people in his hunt for the killer. Along I-75, a hitchhiker would disarm two police officers, steal their car, and eventually ditch it and flee on foot, finally being arrested 10 hours later.
It has been stressed that they are to just be eyes and ears for the police department. They are not to get involved whatsoever. They are not to chase violators, anything like
First of
that.
all, dude, you're a cop, you're inside, and you're wearing sunglasses. I don't trust that in the least.
An 18-year-old boy would phone Birmingham police demanding they drop off money behind his apartment in return for information. When Michael Blue went to pick up the bag and discovered it was full of paper clippings, he fled before police could catch him. He tried to set up another drop-off on a Saturday and would finally be arrested.
In the past 24 hours, we have obtained over 600 tips, workable tips, that are being put out to the detective to work on.
The King's address is on Yorkshire. How close is that to the location of Shoeless Rock, the babysitter was murdered just over a year ago?
It's very close.
3 blocks.
I would say 3 to 4 blocks.
Similarities between Schrock and...
No, there are no similarities between the Schrock murder and the missing youngster here we have on Yorkshire.
How far was
jacket found?
This jacket was not found. This is a jacket that's similar to the one that Tim was wearing.
Farmland before, and it was a common practice for farmers in the old days to dig a big hole and dump all their garbage on it and bury it.
Michigan State Police Lieutenant Michael Shaw says they don't know if this gremlin is tied to the unsolved murders, but they are treating the
I'm shocked and terrified. It's a terrible way to live, I think. I'm very sad.
Homicide.
The pattern is the same. A child 10 to 12 years is abducted and kept prisoner, in some cases as long as 16 days. The child is then killed and the body dumped in a street.
Information is out there, and we're trying to coax somebody to come forward. We've got to catch that man because it's only a matter of time before he does it again.
The public
Okay.
was tense. A man driving his son to school was surrounded by police. Another man who approached a paper boy was arrested. It turned out he was just trying to ask the child to deliver a love letter to his girlfriend. PTA groups handed out placards of 2 hands in red for people to put in their windows. This was to tell children in trouble they could come to that house for help. Kids, on the other hand, were still seen hitchhiking up and down Woodbury Corridor. None of them thought it could happen to them. The medical examiner initially stated he had found semen inside of Christine, but when state investigators tested the evidence, they said they found no such thing, nor had she been sexually assaulted. Chris's mother also disagreed with the finding that she had dressed herself. Stating Chris never tucked her pants into her boots or tied her blouse behind her, which was how her body had been dressed. Though it was at first speculated she died from exposure, the medical examiner would eventually rule she had been smothered to death. 2 months after Christine was discovered, some of that tension had eased when 11-year-old Timothy King asked his sister for some change to go buy some candy before she left to go to the movies. Tim's father was a lawyer and had to visit a client's home for a will signing, and his wife was going as the witness. This was the first time the straight-A student who had the role as Mark TV in his school's upcoming play of Willy Wonka and Little League soccer tryouts this weekend would be left home alone. He had been begging his parents for some time to let him do so.
Farmland before, and it was a common practice for farmers in the old days to dig a big hole and dump all their garbage on it and bury it.
Michigan State Police Lieutenant Michael Shaw says they don't know if this gremlin is tied to the unsolved murders, but they are treating the Grand Blanc Township site as a
Homicide.
The pattern is the same. A child 10 to 12 years is abducted and kept prisoner, in some cases as long as 16 days. The child is then killed and the body dumped.
Lying in what was a small ditch was the body of Christine Mihaly. She was fully dressed, laying on her back, with her legs bent.
Homicide.
The pattern is the same. A child 10 to 12 years is abducted and kept prisoner, in some cases as long as 16 days. The child is then killed and the body dumped in a street.
Information is out there, and we're trying to coax somebody to come forward. We've got to catch that man because it's only a matter of time before he does it again.
The public was tense.
A man driving his son to school was surrounded by police. Another man who approached a paper boy was arrested.
Birmingham was pressed into the search for Timothy King, hoping, praying that the youngster would be found alive.
Over 100 police officers would launch a combined ground-air search of the area, stating that they were well prepared after learning from these past incidents.
The key to Timothy King's disappearance is still the rear door here at the 100 Maple Pharmacy. This is where the youngster was last seen leaving at 8:30 Wednesday night, and authorities are saying that somebody must have seen.
Speculating in any way.
There was
We're
something
telling
in
you,
a
as I say, we're
newspaper
telling you what
article that
we
I
would like
wanted to
you to
reread,
know.
but I
And
can't
if you
find it.
speculate, you could ruin things for us.
Even today, the Blue Gremlin is still an iconic piece in this case, such as in 2013 when one was discovered buried in what at that time was an empty field in Grand Girl in West Detroit would vanish. Kimberly Fisher was described as a quiet girl who had no history of misconduct and was last seen in a neighbor's house. 2 days later, she would be found safe and sound, telling her parents she had hidden because she skipped school that week and didn't want to be punished. One man was arrested for driving around with a pistol and trying to run over people in his hunt for the killer to be arrested.
In the past 24 hours, we have obtained over 600.
No, there are no similarities between the Schrock murder and the missing youngster here we have on Yorkshire.
When was the jacket found?
This jacket was not found. This is a jacket that's similar to the one that Tim was wearing.
How far is the drugstore from the youngster's home?
About 3 blocks.
Because the other children have been kept alive for some time, Tim's parents assume for now he
Not all of them, though.
is alive. Last week they made an appeal on television.
We love him very much, wherever he is and whoever he is with. We want him back home. He's got a basketball game on Saturday. He missed play practice today. And wherever you are, Tim, we love you. We want you back home.
Timmy King's father offered words of encouragement to his missing son and a plea to his kidnapper.
Well, I want to say
I think I'd be fucking pissed off if I asked my fucking 17-year-old daughter to babysit and just.
Tim, we love you, Tim. God bless you. Stay tough. I have one other statement to those persons or person who may be with Tim. I don't know if you have children or if you want to have some, but please treat Tim the same way you would your own kid. Talk to him. He's a talkative kid if you spend some time with him. We love you, Tim. God bless you. Stay tough. Say your prayers and we're with you, buddy. And Kathy and Chris and Mark say to treat him just like you would a brother. And we all want him back. And please send it.
Police were trying everything, even subliminal messaging. Psychologist Bruce Danto was told to slip in the code word of squirrel during his interview for an assessment on the killer and in hopes that it would suggest he go to Squirrel Road outside of Pontiac, where police were staked out. Cops would stake out other intersections around Oakland County over the weekend, as apart from Christine, none of the children had been kept longer than 4 days.
How are things been going, Mr. Stell? It's been interesting. The weather's made it kind of nasty to drive around here and do your looking here, but we're doing the very best.
This guy is just like boom, boom, one right after the other.
We can find this missing youngster. We were out till about 1 o'clock this morning, and with all the heavy snow and everything, it was really pretty rough in some of these areas, especially around the lakes and west of here. You've searched that for us? Oh, yeah, and others too. We're not the only one.
Just talking to your delivery man, aid the police in this investigation.
Our delivery men cover probably more area, the Royal Oak, Madison Heights, all this area, every day, day in and day out. They're on the street 5-6 hours a day. They should send anything out there. They should be able to see as well as everybody. They hit every house, all the people.
My husband works on the Royal.
They're depending on the post office.
Police department. So they worked till 4 o'clock this morning. He was on the afternoon shift, and he worked from 2:30 to 4 in the morning.
The number to call if you think you can help is Lincoln 136.
They've got the fucking postman looking.
50.
Marion King, Tim's mother, would have a letter published in the Sunday papers pleading for him to be released so he could come home and enjoy his favorite meal, Kentucky Fried Chicken, followed by 8 Oreos and a glass of milk to dunk them. But as Monday arrived, nothing had turned up, and 200 of the 300 officers assigned to the case were called off that day. The news reported that on Wednesday the 23rd at 10:30 p.m., next door Wayne County would also be placing cars on the stakeout.
So you're telling me Harvard discovered chocolate can burn the stubborn fat away? So I've been reading about this stuff with ketones. Everyone's saying.
Livonia, Michigan is in the upper west corner of Wayne County, of which Detroit is a part of. Livonia, too, had reached its peak in 1970, with over 110,000 people living in it,
So with all these different counties, the police weren't like, given the information to each one.
1976, the city had purchased 1,800 acres of land near the intersection of 8 Mile and Newburgh to begin development of a park and historic village. But a mile and a half to the east, at the intersection of 8 Mile and Gill Road, things were more desolate, with Gill still being a dirt road. 8 Mile Road is the county line between Wayne and Oakland counties. Just 360 feet down Gill and in Wayne County, 4 hours before they were to begin their stakeouts, 2 teenagers had to swerve their car to avoid hitting Cat. As they slowed down, their headlights bounced off a red jacket in the muddy ditch. It was Tim.
After nearly a week of waiting, hoping against hope, the parents of 11-year-old Timothy King of Birmingham were today confronted with their worst fears. The body of 11-year-old Timothy King was found last night. He'd been suffocated and sexually molested. Livonia police kept a mile-long stretch of Gill Road blocked and allowed only a select group of investigators near the body. Though no official statements were being made, the red jacket Timothy King was wearing when he disappeared could be seen from the roadblock. The police began checking license plates and cars going both directions on a mile-long stretch of 8 Mile Road in hopes that a suspect would return to the scene. As part of the routine, Oakland County deputies stopped and searched several people but turned up nothing.
Do you have any reason to believe that the suspect might still...
I can't believe they've got all those cars there instead of like checking tire tracks and all that shit.
be in the area?
Nothing specific, no. But this type of crime, very often the responsible will return just to see what's going on.
This time, the body had been hastily discarded. In fact, he was still so warm that paramedics attempted to revive him at the scene, thusly destroying and further possible trace evidence. His skateboard had been thrown in the ditch about 10 feet away. An autopsy revealed he had too been smothered just hours before he was discovered. His clothes had been washed and pressed. His wrists and ankles showed signs of ligature marks. He'd been sexually assaulted and foreign objects inserted into his rectum, possibly post-mortem.
Post-mortem?
With a medical-grade soap. His last meal had been fried chicken.
The autopsy was conducted by Dr. Spitz of the medical examiner's office in Wayne County. The overall results were that death occurred sometime between 6 and 8 p.m. yesterday. Sexual abuse did occur. Stomach contents were of food that was consumed about 2 hours before death.
So look for a fucking Kentucky Fried Chicken. I mean...
Yes, fowl and corn. Chicken. Police told me last night it was about 11 o'clock when 2 teenage boys from Detroit had driven down Gill Road. They'd gotten this far, about 200 yards south of 8 Mile Road. They spotted the body of Timothy King. They went to that house back there, another 200 yards, and told their story to Lester Davis. Well, the cat was out at 10:30, about a half an hour before this whole thing occurred. And then the boys knocked on the door, and they said they saw the cat. These 2 young fellas came pounding on the door and said that there's a dead boy in the ditch. And they were all shook up, and then I began to get shook up. Went down there, and there it was. So that was it. And so I came back in the house. And I don't think the body...
All those fucking tire tracks there, too. Unreal.
...had been there any more than an hour before the cat let the boys know that it was there, and they knocked on the door, and I called the police and all that so-called bit.
I still feel the most important aspect is the investigation and get this animal off the street. The investigation is proceeding, but I can't say that a suspect has surfaced nor that an arrest is imminent.
With the amount of coverage that we had to know that we had assembled probably the largest task force in the United States to work on a case like this. And I'm sure that the pressure caused him to move to Wayne County.
A nightmare ends for the parents of Timothy King, and a new one begins.
I don't know that empathy will be quick to set in a case like this until the killer is caught.
Police secretly photographed all those in attendance at the funeral. As in Mark's case, it was believed the killer may have attended due to the fact that later that very day, someone placed a card from his funeral where the body had been dumped.
The killer or killers of little Tim and the other little children are still out there.
So then if they were there looking for the person to return, like, to be at the funeral, were they filming them all, photographing them all? Because if somebody placed a card, most people sign a book too when they go into a funeral. I mean, if they were really watching, they would have been able to figure it out.
Sergeant Crease, are you taking any special preparations to...
Especially if they would have done, like, tire marks, because they would have been able to eliminate the 2 kids who found him. If it was only within the hour. I mean, that is just so fucking crazy to me.
The sky strikes again. These attacks have become more and more frequent. December, January, and now March. Have they got a trap set?
I'm certainly not going to comment on this, but as far as the local police departments, I think they've geared up and are more
Like,
aware.
dude, if you were at all these fucking crime scenes and stuff, and they still had the mindset that the killer usually shows up, so they would have had a photographer there or something, right? Taking pictures all the time, taking pictures all the time. You're saying that somebody who was at the fucking funeral brought a funeral card to the spot where he was found. And there's nobody who looks familiar in those pictures to you. Fucking shit, man.
Well, you gear up, as I say, you gear up to look for the person responsible, as opposed to the other way. It's a different strategy, a different.
Well, what are you gonna do? Look for the person who's not responsible?
Are employed. It's much more aggressive from now on. And as I say, there's a different motivation driving the officers at this point. And I can guarantee the public that there are going to be a lot of policemen out there shaking the bushes. And
good for you, buddy. How about preventing the murders?
Personally, because if not, I think we're going to be doing the same thing, in a matter of months all over again.
Taking pictures at crime scenes, expecting the guy to show up. Now you got confirmation that somebody did, but you don't see anybody who looks familiar in any of those pictures.
Want the effects of Viagra, but faster? Meet Rose Sparks. They contain sildenafil and tadalafil, but Sparks.
Hi, Snow.
In Lansing, a bill was brought forward to request $1 million reward for information in the murders. Oakland police told residents, quote, "Look at your neighbors. See if he fits the profile. Think about whether you've seen him in the past few days. Was he home last night? Look at the..."
Yes, you're a woman. I'm sure you were called out by a man who thinks he's a man, but he's a woman. Or any of those fucking weirdos.
Side of the face and the sideburn area, as well as the hairline.
More than 100 detectives working on the case now feel that 3 other murders of children in Oakland County are connected to the same sick individual. One cop told me today that we may have been giving kids the wrong advice by telling them not to go with strangers. The point being, don't go with anybody, because nobody knows who this killer is.
168 detectives would be reassigned to the OCC case task force, which now was moved to the nearby former...
They're so fucking stupid. They really are dum-dums.
Hollywood School, which had been closed due to a dwindling population.
The hunt for the man police say murdered the 4 children escalated today. The FBI calls it the largest crime task force ever assembled. The staff moved into bigger quarters from a small fire station to a vacant school.
I feel the task force here will be instrumental in catching them in.
Oh, I'm sure it will. This is the only way to go as far as I'm concerned.
I think it's very sad there's a vacant school there. Knowledge of what? King of Chaos? That's why his name is King of Chaos. That's why his name is that. Because he likes chaos. Like, he tagged you, right? Is he tagging you even more? Here's a thought, Snow Shepherd. Why don't you worry about that felon on the run, Sharon V? Sharon's not on the run. And help clean up the streets of America. Did you know she likes to rob women who are working? E-babes, I'm so glad you have these screenshots. Sure to help to have conversations like this if ever needed at a certain point in life. Like what fucking screenshots? Uh, Screenshots of us talking about Ellen having a lot on her plate and your douchebag friends, e-beggars, harassing another person with cancer. I mean, why? Oh, sure. Go right ahead. Have those screenshots because it's all still up, Swiss. So, e-beggars and Swiss. Oh, if you're fucking proud of harassing somebody newly diagnosed with cancer, I don't know what to fucking tell you. I mean, if you think it's offensive that someone is like, hey, that's not how a professional is supposed to act, then don't fucking act that way. And if there's nothing wrong with how you're acting, then don't worry about it. But while you're thinking fucking e-baggers, Swiss, I don't even know. Like, he didn't do nothing for you. Really, he didn't. Absolutely not. You're a fool. You're an idiot. E-bags, you're such a smart man. Yes, Sharon and Steven should move in with. Right, because you were kind of appalled at the way somebody who keeps referring to herself as a nurse and saying, "Did you ever see a lot? Did you ever save a life? Did you ever save a life?" You know, it's like here we get her in lieu of Methy's birthday. First of all, my name's not fucking Methy. If anyone would like to be my Valentine, here's my wish list. And then you get King's J on there. How old is she? Like, King's J, you know you could fucking ask me yourself, right? And Swiss, you want to brag about shit? You want to fucking harass people about shit? I think you need to fucking check yourself. Because there is no felon on the run, okay? There's just you being a fucking CUNT about somebody's recent diagnosis of cancer. Yeah, Ellen's. Exactly. Exactly. Then, they just keep avoiding the whole subject matter of what Sharon's community post was about. and why you were so disgusted. And this woman keeps saying, have you ever saved a life? Have you ever saved a life? Bitch, I wouldn't even want that thing near. Now, I'm not calling you bitch. She's a bitch. Near me saving my life because I wouldn't trust her. She's evil. I think they're evil people. Well, exactly, Snow. And that's a good point. So when you've got somebody who's so evil like that, it almost seems like no, she claims she's a nurse who's saved people's life, but I really don't think she has. I think she's too mean to fucking do that shit. She's just a mean person, in my opinion. No. No. Uh-uh. When she says, Snow is not a woman, we should ask their pronouns. I met she still works there. Hey beggars, where do you work? Where does Munchie work? Can you guys you know? I'm sick of fucking seeing the insults that these people don't know right from wrong enough to delete shit, you know? Now he's calling people communists and socialists and Marxists. Wow. Um, I don't know who this Kyle person is. And this Munchie, man, they need to fucking go. They really fucking do, man. They're a sick fuck. Well, Munchie says, you don't want to fund Trump going to the Super Bowl. Not for 15 million. Yet we, the people, should fund your benefits, like health care, while making money under the table to remain within the requirements of poverty. Munchie, do you have proof of that? And then they say, she still works there. Works where? And not for nothing. People are allowed to work on Social Security and disability. But everything they do has been, harassing anything since, October 8th, 2020, because that's when I was diagnosed. So you got fucking Munchie saying, talking about my kid. She's a triple major Dean's List graduate with a master's, yet her job was running the social media for a music school, and now is doing the same for a dog rescue in Chicago. So either she's an underachiever or it's not adding up, bitch. Working for the dog rescue. I wonder how she feels about Roscoe's maltreatment. Okay, first of all, why the fuck is this skank parasite speaking about my kid? Now, e-beggars, what do you got to fucking say about that shit? Why is your skanky fucking friend stalking my kid? With her information completely wrong, but why the fuck is she stalking my kid and making false accusations like I mistreat my dog? Where the fuck do you get off, e-beggars, thinking you get to talk smack to people while you've got scum parasitic friends like this? Crystal Hate says, oh, still neglecting Costco. If she couldn't mother Rachel, how on earth can she mother Roscoe and her two surviving cats? Two surviving cats. Animal abuse is simply odium. Okay, do you have some fucking proof of animal abuse? Give the pets up for adoption if you truly love them. Johnny Depp goes out at least 5 times a day, and that doesn't include playtime. Goes bathroom when he gets up after breakfast, after lunch, after dinner, before bedtime, and somewhere in between. If a dog is hydrated, they will naturally need to go out. She's setting him up for a major UTI, which can turn into sepsis and death. Living on a 3rd floor in a rental without a fenced-in yard, there is a fenced-in yard, can be an inconvenience. But first, P.S. and stop wishing death on people. Fuck you, bitch. Like you did tonight. Why not plan a trip? Get out of that self-made prison. Self-made prison? And learn about the world. Oh, I don't know nothing about the world. Instead of listening to what YouTube has to say, it's all propaganda and you fall for it. Shut the fuck up, Crystal. You fucking scum sucking bitch. And she says, Miss Methy conceivably wants to research why a child of 4 years of age nose picks. Sometimes it's out of boredom or curiosity and is unaware it's not hygienic. But the adults around them were aware and didn't say anything. It has nothing to do with intelligence. Hopes this help coming from a fucking unintelligent piece of lard like yourself, Krista? Be for real. Munch goes, wasn't he adorable? Oh, yeah. Methy. I don't know who the fuck you keep calling Methy, you fucking dick sucking STD ridden whores. Like, for reals, man. Seriously. Like, who the fuck are you talking to like that? These bitches are fucking, like, off the chain with desiring fucking horrific things for themselves. Methy won't even get to see her grandchild. I'd vote for Elon, and I'm looking forward to him running in the future. Shut the fuck up, Munchie. You're gonna be one of the first ones he fucking gets rid of, you stupid bitch. What if he was in your house picking his nose and wiping it on your furniture? No, really. With his parent. With his parent. And there, he was wiping it on your furniture. And his parent wasn't saying nothing to him. Right. But none of them did. None of those adults. Actually, is it what adults do, though, to ignore it? You do know that the desk and the stuff in the Oval Office, like all that shit's pretty historical, right? You know, like JFK sat there and other presidents. You know, like it's pretty important, right? Like, you know that, right? No, 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 but you do know that nobody else has done that ever. Like, he wiped his snot on the presidential desk. And his father didn't even have the fucking decency to say, hey, name one. Right, with their father. Like, really? When? On camera, wiping snots on the desk? Then why would you say it? No, it's historical. Like, eh, it's not about it grossing me out. It's about the adults that had no respect for what it represents. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, like, dancing when somebody's sworn in is. But I don't think he had both of them when he was sworn in, because I'm searching to see if there was any other little kids picking their nose in the Oval Office. And doesn't seem to be any. I think it's just gross. Like, here, 3 days ago, Elon Musk's nose picking antics.
Why do 90% of kids pick their nose? Because it's a universal hobby, even for Musk Jr. So, Elon Musk's son was caught in the act, digging for gold. And no, it's not a new mining venture. Just goes to show, even the offspring of billionaires have some.
Yeah, but the parents are there. The parents are there. That's the difference. Like, the parents are there to say, you know, hey, you know what I mean?
It got stuck in the branch that it was growing on, and then it also had.
Elon Musk's 4-year-old son puts on cheeky display during White House outing with dad and President Trump. Elon Musk's 4-year-old son added some levity to an otherwise serious meeting at the White House. The tech billionaire brought his son XAEAXII to meet
No, they weren't. No, they weren't, Snow. No, they weren't.
President Donald Trump before the commander-in-chief signed an executive order to slash the federal workforce on Tuesday. Musk, who heads the Department of Government Efficiency, and the toddler stood behind Trump as they took photos in the Oval Office. Musk threw on a black blazer atop a t-shirt for the meeting, while his son looked sharp in black trousers, a sweater, and a camel coat. XAEAXII, who goes by X, put on a cheeky display despite being in the presence of the president. The toddler was photographed flashing funny faces, flopping on the ground and climbing on his dad's shoulders. The group seemed to be in great spirits as they laughed and chatted about the little one's antics. However, this wasn't the first time the top met the head of state. Musk brought X to Trump's most recent New Year's Eve party at Mar-a-Lago, where the
So they might have
CEO
been
was captured
in the
dancing.
Oval Office, but I don't know if they were during it.
With his son on his shoulders. While Musk is the father to 12 children, the Tesla founder rarely steps out with kids. Musk welcomed 6 kids, late son Nevada, twins Griffin and Vivian, 20, and triplet sons Kai, Saxon, and Damien, 19, with his first wife, Justine Wilson. He wed Wilson in January 2000, but they split after 8 years of marriage. Musk began dating singer Grimes, whose real name is Claire Elise Boucher, in May 2018, and they welcomed X, their son, not the social media platform, 2 years later. Although the on-again, off-again couple split in September 2021, they welcomed daughter X at Dark Sidereal Musk, who was given the nickname Y, via surrogate 3 months later. They quietly had their third child, Techno Mechanicus aka Tao, around June 2022. However, they seem to be done for good as Grimes recently denounced her ex after his controversial appearance at Trump's inauguration. The exes have also been locked in a contentious custody battle over their little ones, with the Genesis singer claiming she didn't see one of her children for 5 months. Meanwhile, Musk also shares 2-year-old twins, Strider and Azure, and a 1-year-old child, whose name and sex has not been revealed, with
Something wrong with that guy.
Von Zeles. His relationship status with the Neuralink director is unknown.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying.
Here's my take. It's been a head-spinning week for American foreign policy, with tariffs against Canada and Mexico dramatically announced and then suddenly postponed. USAID was gutted, and President Trump said he wants the U.S. to take over Gaza. The most revealing lens through which to look at all this might not be Donald Trump's pronouncements, but rather those of his aides and supporters. The tariff tantrum suggested that foreign leaders are
Hello. Is that Jacob? Yes, it is. It's Barack Obama.
I lost my stuff.
Yeah. You remember you telling me that your hair was going to be great next time. And I was not lying.
So these are some little kids he had in his office.
This gentleman here, Mr. Philadelphia, was a Marine who had served in the National Security Council. So he comes and he brings his two little boys, his wife. This young man, the older brother, he's very serious. He's asking me questions about weapon systems and the budget process. And clearly he's been studying it. This young man, Jacob, he has a different kind of question. He's kind of standing there looking at me for a second. And then he says, is your hair like mine? I go, well, you want to check and see? Then I lean down and I said, go ahead, touch it. And right as he was putting his hand on the top of my head, he says, my wife was talking for a picture. I said, well, what do you think? He says, yeah, that's good. I think that's pretty much what I got. I think this picture embodied one of the hopes that I had when I first started running for office. I remember telling Michelle and some of my staff, I think that if I were to win the day I was sworn in to office, young people, particularly African-American people, people of color, outsiders, folks who maybe didn't always feel like they belonged, they'd look at themselves differently to see a person who looked like them in the Oval Office. It would speak to Black kids and Latino kids, and gay kids, and young girls. How they could see the world open up for them.
Now, Snow, you were married to a woman. He gives a message right there that I would think would be appealing to. I'm just saying. And Trump wants to wipe them out, wants to wipe that message out for so many people. I don't understand. Didn't you fight for your rights to, for them, to recognize marriages between same sex? So it's confusing to me. I think he doesn't, he's not right. And you know that it's more of the Democrats that
I was 5 years old when I met President Obama in the Oval Office. When I was younger, I just thought the president was just my dad's boss. I didn't know how powerful he was, but I was slightly intimidated. It was a really big room, the Oval Office. So I was a little shy, and I kind of remember touching his hair, but him towering over me.
really, because I would have thought it was Vermont.
I need women to know that you're not limited to anything other than living your life openly and honestly.
Ask your healthcare provider if Biktarvy is right for you, and visit Biktarvy.com to view the important facts, including important warnings.
Many believe same-sex marriage in America is a settled issue. The results of last week's election, however, are sparking fresh concerns among some in the community. 13 on Your Side political reporter Josh Albertus spoke to a lawmaker who married his husband last year on what he says is happening to safeguard that right.
The return of President-elect Donald Trump to the White House has been a cause of celebration for many.
I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day
I mean, I did put where do most same-sex marriages occur. It didn't say Mar-a-Lago.
will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body.
But for others, including many in Michigan's LGBTQ community, the future is a reason for deep concern.
I am hearing a lot of concerns from folks in the LGBTQ community, and I think they're right to be concerned.
State Representative Jason Morgan, who's been married to his husband for the past year, introduced a resolution to the State House 2 summers ago that would ask the voters of the state whether to repeal its sleeper ban on same-sex marriage.
A lot of folks don't realize that the Supreme Court in 2015, in the case of Obergefell v. Hodges, legalized same-sex marriage nationally. Michigan has had a ban on our constitutional books since 2004.
But why now? And what might that have to do with the president-elect? Following the overturning of Roe v. Wade, some have felt with the current makeup of the Supreme Court and potentially more socially conservative-leaning justices Trump could appoint in a second term, their right to marry might be next.
It's a very strange time in Michigan and in our country where future generations may not have the same rights and protections that we have fought so hard for today.
As Roe had stood.
Yeah, but no. This is concerns over the future of same-sex marriages after presidential election results.
On similar grounds to Obergefell, Justice Clarence Thomas, in a concurring opinion, signaling support for reconsidering that case, among others. The concerns leading to the bipartisan passage of the Respect for Marriage Act later that year, which now requires states to legally recognize those marriages performed in states and times where it is legal. For some, they believe that the push went too far unnecessarily.
While this bill does not move the needle on same-sex marriage, this legislation will raise serious issues for religious liberty.
But for many,
I didn't see anything about Mar-a-Lago, though. You mean in his house? Do you think Elon is? You do think Elon is corrupt?
The stock market is open for nearly 7 hours a day, but don't even think about trading it after
Hi, I'm Dave Aquino, and I help ordinary.
Now at 10:30, thieves caught on camera in the act stealing a fire hydrant for some quick cash, but causing thousands in damage. It is a crime that's been happening all over Southern California. Thieves stealing fire hydrants for the scrap metal, but the cost of the
Well, they've been having all those wildfires.
crime is much higher.
I'm giving away free money.
The latest incident in Pomona, where the suspects are caught on camera. Sandra Mitchell live in Pomona with a story you will see only on 5. Sandra.
Micah and Chair, we have some really clear video of the thieves to show you.
That's terrible. No, he's not, because he has a conflict of interest.
It's costing local cities thousands of dollars in replacement costs, but more importantly, it's putting a lot of people at fire risk. With a crowbar and a sledgehammer, the thieves go to work. For more than 25 minutes, they struggle to wiggle the bolts.
For
Then
25 fucking minutes, and nobody comes and arrests them. There's their fucking license plate right there in the picture.
A fire hydrant.
I called the police and I said, if you come out now, you'd be able to catch them. 30 minutes later, they grabbed the hydrant, took off, and then the police showed up.
Unreal.
Six o'clock Sunday morning, two thieves in a white pickup truck pulled up outside a corner bar on 2nd Street in Pomona. As business owners.
Elon Musk is so intelligent that it's no surprise people expect his children to inherit his sharp mind and curiosity. While Musk doesn't put pressure on his kids to follow in his footsteps, one of them, X-A12, has already caught the world's attention. Recently, Elon...
Well, yeah, because he's using it as, he's using his son as like a human shield, in my opinion.
broke his silence about X, describing the 4-year-old's extraordinary intelligence and unique interests. But could he be the heir to Musk's groundbreaking legacy? Join us as we uncover what Elon revealed about his son X-A12's intelligence. Exploring Elon Musk's IQ. We cannot talk about Elon Musk's son's X-A12 intelligence without
That's not even a real name.
talking about the brilliant mind of Elon Musk himself. The man is a living enigma, often described as a visionary, innovator, and genius. But what's really going on upstairs in that extraordinary brain of his? Many have speculated about Elon's IQ, pegging it in the 150 to 160 range. If those numbers are accurate, it would put him in the exceptionally gifted category, on par with the likes of Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking. Impressive, right? However, intelligence...
Much like his pet, Donald Trump, Elon Musk wants you to believe that he's a self-made man, an independent thinker, a disruptor of the status quo, and brilliant. Here's the reality, though. Musk has been one of the biggest beneficiaries of Donald's regime, raking in billions while pretending to be some sort of anti-establishment renegade and genius. The worst part is he's still trying to play both sides.
Well, there you go. There you go, Snow. Then you're smarter than Elon Musk.
Joining me now, the senator you just saw there.
You're smarter than Elon Musk.
Much like his pet, Donald Trump, Elon Musk wants you to believe that he's a self-made man, an independent thinker, a disruptor of the status quo, and brilliant. Here's the reality, though. Musk has been one of the biggest beneficiaries of Donald's regime, raking in billions while pretending to be some sort of anti-establishment renegade and genius. The worst part is he's still trying to play both sides. I just want to point out, this started long before. Like, his companies had billions in government contracts during the Biden administration as well. Gee, wish we could have done something about that then. I want you to take a look at something that's truly baffling. As reported by the New York Times, this is just a glimpse of all of the agencies currently
I agree with her. They should have done something back then instead of giving this mother. But when he started saying he was, doing this shit, then he should have had to get rid of his
investigating Elon Musk's businesses. Just check to see if any of these look familiar to you. Of course they do, because one of the first things Donald did in office was to...
It's Mary Trump. Why is she lost in space?
Purge, or at least give Musk the authority
Or
to
lost
purge
in the
regulatory
sauce. Why?
agencies like these, the very agencies that are investigating Musk's company. Since 2017, at least 32 ongoing federal investigations into Musk's empire have been stalled or outright buried, which seems pretty convenient to
It's Mary Trump.
me. Here's Representative Greg Kassar speaking some truths at the inaugural DOJ subcommittee hearing.
At least 5 inspector generals that were looking into Elon Musk's companies were fired by the Trump-Musk administration.
And that's true.
inspector generals who are independent, protected by law. They are the people that find the waste, fraud, and abuse and found many of the cases of waste, fraud, and abuse that have been brought up today, fired because they were looking into Elon Musk.
Rep. Kassar is talking about agencies like the Federal Aviation Agency, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and the National Labor Relations Board, the ones meant to oversee workplace safety, financial regulations, and labor laws. Not surprising. Donald fired 3 executives of the National Labor Relations Board that were investigating Twitter, SpaceX, and Tesla. And remember, the dismantling of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau by crony and Project 2025 so-called mastermind Boyd was also no accident. The CFPB database was housing hundreds of complaints about Tesla regarding loan problems or debt collection. This agency would have also been responsible for regulating Musk's attempt at bringing payment services to Twitter, ensuring any consumer would be protected from any false practices. What did Elon Musk have to say about the actual death and dismantling of this extraordinarily important pro-consumer agency? CFPB, RIP, because he's an asshole. Then there's the SEC lawsuit. Musk was caught underpaying $150 million in Twitter stock transactions. The fine, well, thanks to Donald and the reshuffling of the SEC, it might as well just be a slap on the wrist.
What do you mean debunked? What do you mean it was debunked? They're using Project 2025.
Instead of facing any real accountability, which is a running theme in the Trump regime, whether for himself or his businesses, Musk gets a pass because that's what happens if you're a really, really rich, insipid, mediocre white guy and happen to be in Donald's orbit.
It doesn't even matter about white guy, black guy, nothing like that. It's just about the money.
Donald's regime didn't just look the other way. It actively dismantled the oversight that was keeping Musk in check.
What are you talking about? How so? Because they're doing everything that it said.
To the extent it was. With the agency is out of the way, Donald has outlined a clear path for Musk to grow even richer, all on the government's dime, and presumably with Donald getting some massive kickbacks. Before we go further, please take a second to like and share this video. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our channel. And after you have, just click the bell and you will be sure to be alerted when new episodes drop. So Musk has 6 major...
Breaking down the Department of Education and giving the money to people, wealthy people, for waivers for private schools. Loads of stuff. I mean,
major companies under his belt, from Tesla to SpaceX to Neuralink, and somehow he's managed to score over $13 billion in federal contracts. Yes, $13 billion. And now he's overseeing government spending through the illegal and unconstitutional Department of Government.
In replacement, like what to replace it though? So
efficiency, which he leads without any legitimate authority whatsoever. I think the term conflict of interest springs to mind here, because, and actually that probably doesn't even go far. This is well beyond.
Like, to replace it with what?
On being a simple conflict of interest. This is grift, this is corruption on scales heretofore unseen in the federal government. So Musk is able to rake in just untold amounts of wealth from the government while disseminating claims like this to the American people.
Well, we just take a look at all the federal agencies and say, do we really need whatever it is, 428 federal agencies?
When was it state run? When were schools state run Board of Education in your time? Like, what do you know about that? In your time, when were schools state run? I mean, because the states still get the money from the government. Well, so what you're saying is then that in the early 70s they were state run? they still get the money from the government. Oh, but when were you in school when school was state run? But where are they getting the money from? Like, you know they need money, right? What do you mean? Why would it be relevant? Mm. Let's see how your schools are funded.
As I'm in the midst of applying for residency right now, wish me luck, Grammarly has again been a lifesaver with my application and helping me write my personal statement.
What you hear about how your schools are funded really depends on who you ask. If you listen to some people in Tallahassee, they'll tell you funding is up, which is sort of true. But if you listen to someone who works in a large urban school district in Florida, like Duval, will tell you funding is down, and that's true too. So what's the whole truth? Florida public schools funding is overly complicated, but essentially there are
But what do you mean, like?
two types of funds. Discretionary funds are dollars the school district can use for any of its operating costs. It's how we pay teachers and school principals and buy supplies and instructional resources for kids. For example, it takes discretionary dollars to keep teachers' salaries competitive and to meet the rising cost of healthcare. The second type of funds are called categorical funds. These funds can only be used for specific purposes, as dictated by the legislature. For example, if Tallahassee gives you money to buy computers, you can't use it to buy STEM supplies. Same goes if the state were to.
Okay, so it seems like the states were already running their own schools.
The public education system in Texas is huge and critical to the future of our state. Smart planning and adequate funding are essential to making the system work for each and every Texan. Where does the money for public education come from? Let's break it down. First, think of funding schools like filling up a glass of water. The water in the glass represents the amount of money the Texas legislature allocates to educate each student. The water is sourced from two primary pitchers. The first is school district revenue generated by local property taxes. The second is state funds, which are generated.
So it sounds like I don't think we were. I don't think we were, no. Because it sounds like they were already funding their own schools.
The majority of Texans think the state spends less than $1 billion on education each year. The real figure, $93 billion, nearly 5 times what the state spends on public safety and criminal justice. That's $16,800 per Texas student. And it's all paid for by you, the Texas taxpayer, with just over half of your property taxes going to cover the cost. And while your property value has gone up over the last decade, so has your tax rate and the revenue it provides to the school district. It might cost you a lot, but hey, it's all worth it if Texas students are getting the kind of quality education they
Okay,
deserve.
so
After all,
wouldn't it mean that he should have looked into each state individually. Well, yeah, but I mean, shouldn't it have been each state individually?
They're the future. Except, despite the massive increase in spending, student performance has been on a decline. According to the nation's report card.
Because it's already, what are you talking about? None of them got money from the top.
Oh no, we're embarrassed. We screwed up. Our warehouse is overloaded with survival food kits, but our mess is your gain. You win.
This more broadly across the whole federal government. The administration's already laid off tens of thousands of folks who are in their first few years of service, and it's causing real challenges for us in our national security workforce, in the firefighting workforce across the country, whether it's in our national.
Exactly. Each state. That's what I'm saying. Each state. So he should have looked at each state.
Parks, or it's in the intelligence services.
You mentioned USAID, and this week a judge ordered the Trump administration to
I think I said that already. Each state.
freeze foreign aid spending, saying plaintiffs showed a strong preliminary showing of irreparable harm. Other recent decisions have blocked the administration's efforts to dismantle, again, the U.S. Agency for International Development. Will these
What do you mean, like federal or state?
decisions hold, Senator, and what are the consequences if they don't?
Well, I hope they will, but frankly, what's more urgent is that the money get turned back on, because there are so many different nonprofits.
Yeah, I know what they are, but from what I'm seeing here, it's coming from state taxes and state property taxes.
Partnership with USAID.
Yeah, I know that, Snow.
World nonprofits that are household names like World Vision or Catholic Relief Services, Save the Children, or CARE, that are already publicly announcing that they have laid off hundreds or thousands of their staff around the world in life-saving missions. I hope that the judge's order will be respected, that the layoffs and firings. Congress has been in session in person for these first 3 weeks that Trump has been in office. So in a lot of cases, that means individual senators and members of the House, they can't get home to their districts yet. They've only been able to convene town halls thus far.
But they're not the ones.
And now, for a moment of clarity.
Like the three of us, who not only cares about yourself and the people you love, but cares about your community, then you are feeling.
Now, for a moment of clarity.
Like the three of us, who not only cares about yourself and the people you love, but cares about your community, then you are feeling the reverberation of every choice that they are making every day.
It hurts. It hurts a lot of people. It hurts a lot of families. And, you know.
No, I don't.
I know from some folks in the Maga land that I've talked to who are now sitting there going, well, I didn't think that it would go here. I didn't think it would be like this. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you, boo. The man told you this is what you want to do. What did you think being a dictator for one day meant?
Well, but say what you said in the break, because at least it was like saved for TV and we should have. But the fact that people, they didn't think so because there are many people who were.
Because what would they need it for? If each state is already paying for their own education systems.
hand waving, wagging the finger at us saying, oh, this is just Project 2025 is just a policy paper. You all, I mean, Bill Maher tried to wag his finger at Stephanie Ruhle, talking about she's trying to make it seem like that's Trump's policy and it's not. When in reality, they're doing exactly what they said they weren't going to do.
Right. And I don't understand why people would think otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
If you paid attention at all over the last, let's go back, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years, Donald Trump has always told you what he wants to do. And he tells you because he doesn't think you can stop him. And
Who are the idiots?
so it was very important to understand what Leveling Up Project 2025 was all about. Keep in mind, they backtracked on Project 2025 because they got called out on it.
Mm-hmm.
If no one had focused on a 900-page policy paper, trust me, right now you'd be going, everybody going, where Project 20? But you knew, you had it.
Taraji P. Henson tried to save the Republic.
She tried to tell us at the BET Awards, honey.
There you go. And everyone.
Where does Elon and his conflicts of interest contracts come from?
Blew it off because they didn't want to believe that a man in the Oval Office would do something like that. But when you don't have any regard for the Oval Office, you don't have any regard for the position of the presidency, when you want to remake it in your own image, this is what you do. And this is how you do it. So yes, think about what this country looks like with no education, no Department of Education to assist and aid those who are on SNAP programs, who are on special ed programs, who are trying to get their kids from one grade to the next. Think about that.
We're going to have to find some joy. Boy, folks, Cowboy Carter, the Eagle, something.
Not everybody going to.
We got more of the weekend after this.
If people call in and say,
Listen, he can't have contracts with this country while cutting other contracts. He can't do that. He's not allowed to reward himself money while cutting other people's contracts. That's a conflict of interest.
say, you need to stop this. You need to take a position on this and
Do you think we're supposed to pay for him to go golfing?
intervene at this point.
Yeah, it is very effective. In fact, as the Congresswoman can tell you, when calls come into her office, if she averages typically, maybe 15, 20 calls a day, right? We're probably a little bit more than that. But when it's 100, 150, 200, you start to pay attention to what exactly is moving your constituents to act. I think a very important front line, with all due respect to the Congress, are the governors. I think this is where we've already begun to see even Republican governors, red state governors, raise their hand and go, excuse me, you can't do that. And so that's where...
Snow.
This is Michelin quality olive oil, starting at $16. Graza, single origin olive oil that's made to be used.
Oh my God.
So you can sizzle.
Are you fucking kidding
Right on cue with the Trump
me?
administration.
Who pays for you to distress?
We've got a constitutional crisis after constitutional crisis, lurching from one abuse of power lawsuit to the next, firing the Department of Justice personnel, FBI personnel, ethics watchdogs, and having a career Department of Justice prosecutors pushing back, shoving back. The revolution, it may not be televised, but it's certainly on YouTube.
Why, Snow? He's the president of America. It's not...
But we do know that judges do get to say whether the executive is complying with the law or not. That's been the case for decades, hundreds of years.
Well, I think there's a difference between saying whether you're complying with the law and then you have these individual district court judges setting effectively broad federal policy that is specifically reserved for the president of the United States. I think we do have a constitutional crisis, and it's being caused by these judges. They're not here.
No, it isn't. Mm-mm.
What are you talking about?
They're not here to tell us how to spend the money. They're not here to set broad federal policy. That is the president's job as elected by the people. These judges are supposed
No, it isn't.
supposed to be settling discrete, specific matters, not policy setting. I think Vance is right. I think Trump has a point, and these judges want nothing more to continue the law.
There was no condoms sent for Gaza.
I don't think anybody's going to be surprised to hear that you think Trump is
they're
right
doing
against
this on
it. However, just on a real important technical point here, one of the main disputes is whether the executive branch can just decide not to spend money that another co-equal branch has said ought to be spent. So it's not just about forcing the federal government to spend money. It's saying Congress said you need to spend this money this way, and the executive branch saying, no, I don't feel like it, and the courts say you have to.
Well, my answer to that simply is, it is the executive branch's job to figure out how to spend money once it is appropriated by Congress. And sometimes they spend money that's not been appropriated, but the correct.
What do you mean? But a different Gaza? What does that mean? What does that mean? Not Gaza Strip.
Right,
but a
Trump is
different
in
Gaza?
the point
I don't
position.
understand that.
He could not be worse. Yet again, we are reminded of how absolutely, completely dumb MAGA is. For example, Representative Eric Carter introduced a law to rename Greenland red, white, and blue land.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's unbelievable that these people are in jobs that are serious. This man had his staff do this without never thought it was a bad idea. Nobody around him told him, you can't do that. That's sovereign territory. It's unbelievable how stupid these people are. And they just advertise it every single day.
See, and that's how I think King of Chaos is too. They sit there and they type out the stupidest shit. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now?
I'm far more concerned with how cute and fun these people are, that they think they're so clever to come up with the name red, white, and blue land. Like that's just a real banger. And this is the United States of stupidity. And half of the country voted for this crap. And they hear that crap and they are like, oh yeah, you.
I thought you just said Gaza was.
USA, baby. Let's go. Come on, Patriots. Let's rev it up. It's just, this is the stupid party for stupid people, and they are all going to get punished by these MAGA regulations and the dismantling of agency by.
They didn't.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house no
There
matter
just was
what
nobody to
conditions.
vote for.
If you need to sell your house for any reason,
Oh, hold on. Now
is
you're saying
abundantly
there's
obvious.
a Gaza in Mozambique, and that's what they're talking about?
This is the Musk administration. As we saw at the press conference with little X telling President Trump, you're not the president. Shh. We all know now that this is the Musk administration. And obviously, it is corruption upon corruption upon corruption. We keep reminding people that Musk has stopped 32 investigations into his companies. But I thought a great point was made yesterday in Congress.
Like, that's corruption right there.
Play the clip.
How much money a day Mr. Musk will receive from the federal government for his contract?
no.
The answer is $8 million a day. Just last year, Elon Musk was promised $3 billion from close to 100 contracts with the federal government. Ms. Royal, do you know how much the average person in this country who survives on Social Security, one of our seniors who's worked their entire life, about how much they have to survive on a day?
I do not.
$65 a day. We're not looking into Elon Musk's $8 million a day. This subcommittee.
It doesn't sound like that's what they're doing. It sounds like they're talking about how much Elon Musk makes a day and how much the average person on Social Security does.
Committee chaired by Marjorie Taylor Greene and the House Republicans is looking into your grandmother's $65 a day. When Republicans talk about.
How great was that? I mean, he just told it like it was. I mean, first of all, anytime you say Marjorie Taylor Greene is the head of the subcommittee, you know it's a clown car. It's just buffoonery in action. But Elon Musk, I guess he got a $400 million contract, and the government's trying to disguise that it's actually going to Elon Musk. Let's start government efficiency there. But you know why we can't? Because there's no rules. He gets to. The corruption and lies coming from the Trump Justice Department are certainly no surprise at all, but they are full steam ahead. And the first clip I'm going to play you is the new Attorney General lying through her teeth to the American people.
In the West Wing swearing in Tulsi Gabbard. And so I just came straight back here. So thanks for being patient with us with the delay. We're here today because we have filed charges.
She had to
against
swear
the state
in
of New York.
Tulsi
We have
Gabbard.
filed charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder, who is with DMV. This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans, American citizens, and angel moms, like the mom standing right behind me, who you're going to hear from in a moment.
Enough. Okay, first of all, they filed a civil lawsuit, not charges, not criminal charges, civil lawsuit. That's different. And you cannot sue Kathy Hochul, Letitia James, and whoever the other guy was in their personal capacity because they are acting on behalf of their government position. So this is just.
Yeah, this constant, oh, they're going to sue, they're going to sue, they're going to sue. It's like, what?
So you're telling me Harvard discovered chocolate can burn the stubborn fat away? So I've been reading about this stuff with ketones. Everyone's saying it's like the fat.
Judges in liberal districts across the country are abusing their power to unilaterally block President Trump's basic executive authority. We believe these judges are acting as judicial activists rather than honest arbiters of the law.
He doesn't have executive authority. He works for the American people, and that's it. I mean, really.
While all of the Trump women, they all wear their crosses because they're so Christ-like and such good Christians while they're lying through their teeth. Watch this clip.
Now, before I take questions, I would like to address an extremely dishonest narrative that we've seen emerging over the past few days. Many outlets in this room have been fear-mongering the American people into believing there is a constitutional crisis taking place here at the White House.
No, they didn't. No. Not what he's doing. He's not.
Across the country are abusing their power to unilaterally block President Trump's basic executive authority. We believe these judges are acting as judicial activists rather than honest arbiters of the law. And they have issued at least 12 injunctions against this.
I guarantee you the majority of America does not want their Social Security fucked with.
As part of a larger concerted effort by Democrat activists and nothing more than the continuation of the weaponization of justice against President Trump.
Okay. This is just basic, like grade school, United States history stuff. There are three branches of government. They are co-equal. Everybody in the Trump administration, there's only one branch of government, and it is for them to worship the most insecure, weird man that can't blend his makeup, that has his mugshot hanging right outside the Oval Office.
Yeah, he does.
Joke. She's a liar. She's stupid. I can't take it. You know, there's a revolving door of the Trump press secretaries, like Kellyanne McEnany used to sit there and lie with her cross like crazy. I'm sure if we looked at Fox News, it's a bunch of cross-wearing people. And I've seen a lot about the cross and her wearing the cross, and I just want to give you credit that you've been troubleshooting this for years. This is not new information. You have been saying this for years. They've got a cross on. Wait for it. The craven, cruel behavior. Okay, but here's my thing. Those were lies. Number one, the executive orders that Donald Trump has made are being enjoined by the courts because they are illegal. Congress is the body of government.
I just don't understand it. They're going to keep saying they're illegal. Fucking arrest them.
That says what the budget will be and who will be funded and how much. It has nothing to do with the judicial branch. What he has done is come in and want to consolidate all the power in the executive branch, totally ignoring Congress. Point two. These Democrat liberal activist judges, over 80% of them have been appointed by Republican presidents, either George H.W. Bush, Reagan, Trump. Like, are you kidding me? And here.
Once launched, this dental appliance received an explosive response and quickly became popular.
We're going to have, guys, we don't have to buy. There's nothing to buy.
we will have Gaza. What is that? No reason to buy. There is nothing to buy. It's Gaza. It's a
This Jordan's king offers to take in 2,000 Gaza children. Wow.
war-torn area. We're going to take it.
You know, the most infuriating
You're
thing
gonna
about
take it? Who the fuck do you think you are, buddy? Who the fuck do you think you are?
Donald Trump is that he makes inflammatory statements to dominate the news cycle, and then all we do is talk about him, obliging him in what he wants. It is reprehensible for anybody to suggest that people should be forcibly removed from their homeland.
As Trump continues to make waves amidst the international community with his remarks, and by waves, I mean finding new ways to
Every country is disgusted.
attack our allies.
Well, Canada's been very abusive of the United States.
No, they haven't. Canada was not fucking abusive of the United States. This is disgusting.
They don't allow our banks. Did you know that Canada does not allow banks?
Shut the fuck up. This fucking guy, man.
To go in. If you think about it, that's pretty amazing. If we have a U.S. bank, they don't allow them to go in. Canada's been very tough on oil, on energy. They don't allow our farm products in, essentially.
No, they aren't. Snow. What was Canada doing to you? What was Canada doing to you, Snow? What was Canada doing to you, Snow? Seriously. Give me a for instance that Canada was affecting you in some way.
They don't allow a lot of things in, and we allow everything to come in.
No. You're talking about now. What was Canada doing to you?
It's been a one-way street. We subsidize Canada by the tune of about $200 billion a year. And for what? What do we get out of it? We don't get anything out of it. I love the people of Canada. I disagree with the leadership of Canada. And something's going to happen there. But
No. I asked you a question. How has he affected me? We're not talking about little X. Forget fucking little X. How was Canada treating you badly, Snow? Because Elon Musk is a fucking thief. He created AI, which he himself has said is dangerous. Now you answer my question. What was Canada doing to you? What was Canada doing to you? LOL, that's the answer? What was Canada doing to you? Okay, and ICE isn't trying to get rid of... He's trying to, Snow. Yes, he is. And he's creating danger, and he doesn't give a fuck about the environment either. What was the name of your whole ass nation of people? Because I thought you had a problem with America doing that to you, too. So was it Canada or was it America? Right. Right. You do know you weren't alive then, though, right? I asked what they were doing to you now. Do you practice any religion? I asked what they were doing to you. I asked what they were doing to you. What was Canada doing now in our current times to you. Good answer.
Game, I don't mind. We can play the game all they want. Mexico, we've had very good talks with them, and this is retaliatory. This is retaliatory to a certain extent.
Propose Mar-a-Lago Gaza addition as his solution to one of the most brutal and deadly conflicts in modern history, and sympathize with.
No, I was just looking for a real answer. I was just looking for a real answer.
Authoritarians regarding the Ukraine-Russia conflict. And yes, this is him saying that Ukraine shouldn't be equal parts negotiators in this conflict, because who could have seen that coming?
Did you know that nearly...
No, you said you couldn't afford maple syrup, which could come from Vermont. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, live closer to where there's maple syrup. I don't know. I'm sure there's flavored maple syrup.
50 million Americans struggle with hearing loss. I'm 78, but I can hear like I was 27. Let me show you how these men went.
Do you view Ukraine as an equal member of this peace process?
It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed, and I think they have to make peace.
Do you see any future in which Ukraine returns to its pre-2014 borders?
Well, I think Pete said today that that's unlikely, but it certainly would seem to be unlikely. They took a lot of land, and they fought for that land, and they lost a lot of...
Well, I don't know what to tell you. So you want to go after Canada because of maple syrup?
They lost a lot of soldiers, but it would just seem to me, and I'm not making an opinion on it, but I've read a lot on it, and a lot of people think that that's unlikely.
And also, wasn't it supposed to be resolved already? Because we're long past day one.
Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the disaster.
The real deal is ambrosia in comparison. What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
This war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It will be settled quickly.
Mr. President,
Yeah, I do. But is it that important to you?
in Davos next year, will there be then a peace agreement with Ukraine and Russia by then?
Well, you're going to have to ask Russia. Ukraine is ready to make a deal. Just so you understand, this is a war that should have never started. If I were president, it would never have started.
However, where I tend to disagree and have vocalized in the past is how we cover Donald Trump. Ignoring it just doesn't work, clearly. But
I don't even know what to say to that.
poking holes in the fallacy in calling to attention.
America is too. America does too. In my opinion, that he's trying to send ICE to
just how egregious his suggestions are, and in turn how they're perceived outside of the United States, I think helps identify not only the salaciousness of his comments, particularly regarding Gaza, but how unpopular they are, despite him believing to the contrary.
Today, I mean, humanitarian situation. So we have the ceasefire, we have to preserve it, we have to restore humanitarian operations, and we have to save maximum number of people. But now the right answer is not a real estate operation. This is a political operation. Just because this is not a free land. This is a place where 2 million people live and want to live. And just because international rights and a lot of treaties and agreements we negotiated, and even the US, did recognize these rights. So you cannot say to 2 million people, okay, now, guess what? You will move. The whole story of
What do you think about him wanting to build resorts in Gaza?
Anything is made
Do you
of
think he means the one in Mozambique?
tiny part of places where even less than 2 million people were ready to go till the end because they wanted this to stay. So I think we have to stick to our principles. Sometimes in this world, you have the feeling to be so old-fashioned when you speak about principles. But I will tell you, this is humanity. And the civilization is a process. And the process of civilization is that you learn generation after generation. And this is how you improve yourself. And we did learn that you can get rid of people and just push them out of the.
I mean, there's so many more things about what's going on than just the Canadian thing.
When they have a legitimate right to live in their place, being recognized by everybody. So I think we have to respect the willingness of Palestinian people to have a state, and we have to respect Jordan, Egypt, these sovereign countries, because they want their security, they want to keep their borders.
Just as he strategically tweets about Taylor Swift to help cover up Monday morning news on the soaring price of goods.
Egg prices are soaring. Last week, the average wholesale price for large white shell eggs reached $8. For a dozen. This is wholesale. Retail, it's higher than this. The previous all-time wholesale price was $5.46 back in December 2022. How much are eggs retail right now?
Right now, probably $11, $12, $13, $14. Which ones you want? Brown eggs, you want free-range eggs, etc., etc. But they're in the low teens right now.
I've never seen anything like that. Well, $14 for a dozen eggs.
They're killing the chickens.
Yeah.
And
because of bird flu, right?
Because of bird flu. Now, let's ask the $64 trillion question. Is this another COVID crisis to greet President Trump?
Yeah, but that was one of his campaign things. I mean, yeah, but you heard him say about bird flu.
Wow.
And we don't know this.
I'm getting anxiety already.
Ignoring it altogether doesn't help bring that news story to the front page, especially when he has so many social media platforms and news media companies bending the knee to his will. We have to, in a way, sort of Trojan horse the fact that he is making life even more unaffordable for Americans to help pierce the white noise, which is why I have a lot of respect for world leaders who use their platforms to send a clear message that they're not willing to sit idly by and will speak out against the American leader.
Want the effect of Viagra, but faster?
It got stuck in the branch that it was growing on, and then it also has a line from where it was.
Donald Trump, from the very beginning of his term, has very clearly taken a 180 on some of his core promises, and in particular, the economic stuff. It's only getting worse with the way he now talks about getting prices down compared to, the lofty promises he was making before. Here's a reminder.
Starting on day one of my new administration, we will end inflation and we will make America affordable again because the prices are too high.
All goes to plan.
Now, has he done that? No.
When do you think families will be able to feel prices going down, groceries, energy, or are you kind of saying to them, hang on, inflation may get worse until it gets better?
No, I think we're going to become a rich. Look, we're not that rich right now. We owe $36 trillion. That's because we let all these nations.
That's because of him. He doubled our deficit.
Take advantage of us. Same thing, like 200 billion with Canada. We owe 300. We have a deficit with Mexico of $350 billion. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to let that happen.
Yeah, again, look, I understand regular people, you don't need to understand what the trade deficit is. All it means is we buy more of their stuff than they buy of ours. We have way more money. We have way more spending money than they do. It's a sign of a strong economy. That's what it is. He doesn't understand that. He cannot. But much more importantly, he was asked, when will the American people feel the relief that you promised was coming on day?
Okay, because he promised it was coming on day one.
Day one. You saw it in that clip, okay? When? Well, 200 billion, Mexico, and we're going to be rich. We're not a rich country now, but we're going to be. So never. They're never going to. Let's just be honest. They're never going to feel it. You're not even saying a month. You're not saying 6 months. You're off talking about something else that has nothing to do with the financial situation that Americans wake up to every day. So let's just be very clear about that. Reminder, on True Social, he had said this will be the golden age of America. Yeah, I'm sure the top 0.1% are going to do well, but there will be some pain. Yes, maybe not. But we'll make America great again. And it will all be worth the price that must be paid. Why do your voters have to pay a price? Why? You said they've been paying a price and you're going to help them. Now they need to pay.
Yeah, he said they've been paying a price.
More of a price? So that the wealthiest people in the world can have even more money they'll never be able to spend? Wake up, MAGA. If this doesn't bother you yet, why? And wait. Oh my God, wait until the prices. I mean, already, I went to buy eggs again this weekend. It's absolutely insane. It's not getting any better. He's not even talking about it, by the way. He's not even like, give me it's those damn Guatemalans or something. Give me like an excuse or a scapegoat. He's not even pretending to care about any of this. And I'll remind you again, he talks about how we're going to be, as a country, we're going to be so much better off. Here is on the left all the debt that he added to America, saddled our kids, our grandkids with. And then his tariffs, which are going to fix all of our problems. That's on the right. That's how much it offset.
3 reasons why you need this portable welder. Firstly, it makes beautiful welds, and it works with 2 to 32 millimeters electrodes. You could.
He wants
At the outset, I would like to express my honor to deliver this statement as chairperson of the Arab Group this month in New York. And I would like to thank esteemed ambassadors among us today from the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and the Non-Aligned Movement as well. The displacement of Palestinians in Gaza must be unequivocally rejected. The Arab Group categorically rejects such displacement, which constitutes a clear violation of Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1949, prohibiting the forcible transfer of protected populations from.
you've got the Arab groups against these things.
Territories, irrespective of motive. We commend the international community's firm stance in rejecting these proposals and reaffirming their illegality under international law. A united and unequivocal rejection by members.
We start with South Africa, which is locked in a diplomatic spat with the United States. After freezing aid over the alleged land confiscations, President Donald Trump has offered South Africa's white population a resettlement offer in the United States. However, white South Africans have turned down Trump's offer. Donald Trump has signed an executive order to cut nearly $440 million of financial assistance to South Africa. The order cites disapproval of South Africa's land policy and its genocide case at the International Court of Justice against Washington's ally, Israel. Not just this, it also provides for resettlement in the U.S. of Afrikaners in South Africa.
So he wants to give 440 million.
Racial discrimination. Afrikaners are mostly white descendants of early Dutch and French settlers who own most of the country's farmland. However, even the pro-Afrikaner groups, which lobbied Trump's previous administration on their cause, have rejected Trump's offer
insane.
and have said they do not want to move.
He wants to give 400. Wow.
We have to state categorically, we don't want to move elsewhere. We are not going to ask our children now to move to another country. The fact is, our ancestors worked hard to make sure that we as a people are formed down the southern tip of Africa. We're not going.
You are using apple cider vinegar the wrong way. If your goal is to lose belly fat, you need to use it the.
Well, I'm pretty sure by the time you get to watch this, you've witnessed the war of words online between Julius Malema and Elon Musk. And when Elon Musk is calling for the sanction of Julius Malema and having declared an international criminal, Julius Malema seems not to care because he says if defending black people is what will get him called or termed an international criminal, he definitely does not care. But it might be one thing. Where did this all start? Well, it started when Elon Musk shared a video, an old video of Julius Malema calling for the slitting of throat of whiteness. Now, I need you guys to
tech billionaire Elon Musk is calling for sanctions against EFF leader Julius Malema and wants him declared an international criminal. Musk believes that Malema has played a significant role in inciting calls for a white genocide. Malema
He doesn't get to do that. See, Musk is not in the position to do that.
responded to Musk, labeling him a typical racist, and expressed that he is unconcerned about the possibility of sanctions. This feud stems from years of conflict. But how did the South African opposition leader become a target for the world's richest person? And what are the implications? Well, News on Africa's Kanita Anta explains.
Julius Malema has for years been in the crosshairs of Afrikaans lobby groups like AfriForum over his public utterances about white people. His singing of the famous anti-apartheid song.
Republican lawmakers in both the House and the Senate have publicly praised Donald Trump and Elon Musk for their efforts to just slash and burn their way through government budgets, freeze funding, kill the staff, metaphorically by firing them, not actually murdering them, of these federal departments, shrinking them so much as to be completely ineffective. Republican politicians love it publicly.
No more business as usual in the United States Senate. Let's give it up.
Mr. President. Senator from Maryland is recognized. Mr. President, as we gather here on the Senate floor, over at the U.S. Department of Treasury,
And he just ignores them.
The richest person in the world, not elected by a single American, has gained access to the U.S. payment system, payments that go to about $2 trillion worth a year. He's gained access to the personal information of millions and millions of Americans, social security numbers, bank accounts, all.
This is true stuff.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you.
Mr. President. Senator from Maryland is recognized. Mr. President, as we gather here, has gained access to the U.S. payment system, payments that go to about $2 trillion worth a year.
That's ridiculous. Nobody in the IRS is doing that stuff.
He's gained access to the personal information of millions and millions of Americans, social security numbers, bank accounts, all sorts of sensitive information that we do not want to be shared. It compromises people's privacy. And that kind of scenario is playing out across the federal government. Elon Musk and his so-called Doge boy are in many other departments. And every day that we wake up, we hear about another one. One department that we know they're in is the Department of State, specifically USAID. Now, what we are witnessing here, Mr. President, is the result of the most corrupt bargain in American history. Because Elon Musk spent over $280 million to elect Donald Trump. And Donald Trump has handed the keys of the U.S. government over to Elon Musk. And damage is being done every day, and it is hurting the American people and the interests of the American people.
And that is true.
I want to focus for now on the situation at the Agency for International Development, which has been a critical piece of our overall national security and foreign policy strategy. And AID has enjoyed bipartisan support in this body for its work for decades. And I want to thank the great patriots, the men and women who work for AID, for the important work they're doing.
Actually, it isn't. I mean, it really isn't.
Introducing the new EcoPower Plus 2-stage snowblower, a heavy-duty workhorse with unmatched power from the #1 rated brand in. Y'all, the constitutional crisis, because I think this term is put out there a lot. And for the everyday person, it's like, this is necessary. Like, what do I put my hands around with this whole crisis? And what does it mean? And how do I survive in it and through it? I would love, Angela, if you could just hit on like what constitutes this crisis. And then is there something about this crisis that is empowering to the people? Or is it just a tool for the person in power?
The very simple answer for this is a constitutional crisis exists when one branch of government ignores another co-equal branch of government, full stop. And that's why I went into that, that ramble earlier about we were there and we were already just a stone's throw away, as you would say, from that. And I think with Donald Trump signing another executive order granting more authority to Doge is exactly the problem. So, folks are saying that like, oh, well, this isn't they're focusing on the wrong thing because they're looking at all of the things that provide benefits as our safety net, but they're not looking at the Pentagon. They are about to look at the Pentagon. And in particular, this executive order that was signed is called an executive order implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, Workforce Optimization Initiative. And they say that it's to make the workforce more efficient. Elon Musk was on air on TV yesterday, or I'm sorry, by the time this podcast airs a couple days ago.
When did he say that?
Just being so disrespectful. And I mean, I know we have a clip from him too, But the reason for the presser was to announce this executive order that grants them more authority, reducing the size of government, reducing the size of the federal workforce. Do you understand that he about to throw us not into a recession, a full-on depression? The number of people that aren't going to be able to afford groceries or gas. Before I keep going down, it's like, can we please run this Elon Musk clip? Because I think he got it all figured out, but he really ain't got nothing figured out.
The people voted for major government reform. There should be no doubt about that. And that's what people are going to get. They're going to get what they voted for.
What are the checks and balances that are in place to ensure that there's accountability and transparency?
Well, we actually are trying to be as transparent as possible. In fact, we post our actions to the Doge handle on X and to the Doge website. You know, and the kind of things we're doing are, I think, very, very simple and basic. They're not, what I mentioned before.
I don't know why this guy is even
For example, about Treasury, just making sure that payments that go out, taxpayer money that goes out, is categorized correctly, that the payment is explained, that organizations on the do not pay list, which takes a lot to get there, that actually are not paid. These are not individual judgment decisions. These are about simply having sensible checks and balances in the system itself to ensure that taxpayer money is spent well. So it's got nothing to do with, like, say, a contract. For some company of mine at all.
But there is a conflict of interest when it comes to you yourself. For instance, you've received billions of dollars in federal contracts when it comes to the Pentagon, for instance, which the president, I know, has directed you to look into.
Yeah.
Are you policing yourself in that? Is there any sort of accountability check and balance in place that would provide any transparency for the American people?
Well, all of our actions are fully public. So if you see anything, you say, like, wait a second, hey, that seems like maybe that's, that there's a conflict there. I feel like people are going to be shy about saying that. They'll say it immediately.
Including you yourself.
Yes.
Yes, and we are saying that.
It's great to be with the next President of the United States, Tim Walz. I love this guy. Love that dude. Love that man. The kind of person who should be in politics. He's a veteran. He's a
American psychopath President Donald Trump continues to look weaker than ever and also looks like he has major cognitive issues. Donald Trump imposed a deadline on Hamas on Saturday to return all of the hostages back to Israel by noon, or else Donald Trump said he would unleash hell. Hamas ignored Donald Trump's deadline. Hamas and Israel stuck with the original ceasefire deal negotiated by former President Biden. Donald Trump did nothing about it. Hamas returned 3 hostages, which was part of the original plan. And once again, Donald Trump's threats were demonstrated to be empty. But Donald Trump had to get his fix of being an authoritarian, so he went.
It's sick the way he keeps threatening. And I don't know, man.
On his social media platform, and he posted, "He who saves his country does not violate any law." This is often attributed to Napoleon and dictators throughout history making statements like this. Also, a number of individuals who have been involved in some horrific conduct in mass shootings have used language like that, but Donald Trump's using that language. And then he has the White House official account post this photo of him, which looks like his mugshot, by the way. Trump has posted the photo of his mugshot right by the Oval Office in the White House. It shows you what a psychopath criminal he is. And the official White House account posted this: "He who saves his country does not violate any law." So as Donald Trump looked utterly pathetic over the weekend, Donald Trump had Fox state regime media, which is even more embarrassing than state regime media for North Korea. Well, Fox then goes and says that, oh, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, both incredibly handsome and powerful men. Here, watch this segment right here. It's just so humiliating. Play the clip.
Why does the media have such a hard time believing that two powerful, successful, handsome men could work together with one objective? It's happened before, and America accepted it. Remember, for example, Lethal Weapon? 4 separate times. Mel Gibson, Danny Glover. Watch.
And then Fox talks about how Donald Trump and Elon understand who's in charge.
So, why is the media, who Donald Trump sometimes playfully calls the enemy of the people, having such a hard time understanding that both President Trump and Elon Musk understand who is in charge?
And then you have Ted Cruz talk about how, I gotta say, he goes, Elon's playing a critical role. He's doing it the Silicon Valley way. You move fast and you break things. You gotta break
This is our country he's talking about.
things.
And listen, Brian, I got to say, the entire effort, Elon is playing a critical role. It really is embodying the old Silicon Valley mantra of move fast and break things. They're doing a lot of things, and everything they do, they're getting sued.
Break things? You mean like break
Break things?
Social Security, break Medicaid, break programs that people rely on to live. Take a look at the front page from the Christian Science Monitor. Farmers cast their votes for Trump. Now Musk's cuts are hitting them. It should say Trump's cuts are hitting them. The Christian Science Monitor writes, America's farmers help put Trump in the White House. These same communities are reacting with a sense of dismay as Trump dismantles federal agencies and freezes Biden-era financing
It's just disgusting.
programs. Ted Cruz, also serving as a surrogate for Donald Trump, went on Fox, which you saw before, but then he talked about how he wants to acquire Greenland. And then Ted Cruz said that he told the ambassador from Denmark, everything is for sale. You should know
Everything isn't for sale. How fucking dare they? What money is he supposed to be using to buy that?
for sale. Well, probably Ted Cruz is for sale. That's for sure.
You know, we are. And I sat down. I met with the Danish ambassador this past week. I met with the Greenlandic ambassador. And I got to say, the Danish ambassador, they were upset and they were offended. And they said, Greenland is not for sale. And I laughed and I said, you know what? Everything's for sale. And I said, listen, Denmark, you are a friend. You are an ally, an important friend and ally. You'll continue to be an important friend and ally. But friends and allies can have conversations about things that are mutual.
And you're okay with that?
Benefits. What I told Denmark is I said, ever since the president began talking about this, the Greenland independence movement has been growing in momentum. And if Greenland declares itself independent of you, Denmark gets nothing.
No, it hasn't. That's a lie.
Denmark would be a lot better having a major financial investment from America. For Greenland, there are roughly 50,000 Greenlanders living there right now. They're not living in wealth and abundance. If Greenland became an American territory, they would become American citizens. That is an incredibly...
What the fuck? What about making America great again?
The valuable inducement.
Let's take a look at what some of these Republican senators are saying. Republican Senator Bill Cassidy says, I am all for efficiency and ultimately downsizing the federal government, but firing large numbers of new FBI agents is not the way to achieve this. Louisiana specifically benefits from newly hired FBI agents. We need to add to our law enforcement, not take away. Remember when all...
Yeah, remember he kept going on, oh, Kamala wants to defund the police. Huh.
MAGAs like liberals want to abolish the police. I mean, the MAGAs are literally abolishing the FBI and abolishing the police. Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski writes, dozens of Alaskans, potentially over 100 in total, are being fired as part of Trump administration's reduction in force order for the federal government. Many of these abrupt terminations will do more harm than good, stunting opportunities.
There's barely any, like, I just can't even believe where the fuck this guy gets off.
In Alaska and leaving holes in our communities. We can't realize our potential for responsible energy and mineral development.
Oh my God.
If we can't permit projects, we will be less prepared to manage summer wildfires. If we can't support those on the front lines, our tourism economy will be damaged if we don't maintain our world-class national parks and forests. But come on, Senator Murkowski, you know that Donald Trump doesn't care about any of that at all. Also, one of the things that we were learning about too is, you know how Donald Trump was talking about, you gotta California, you gotta rake the forest better. That's what causes all your forest fires. You're not doing enough raking. Well, you need to know that most of the land in California that needs raking is actually federal land. It's the responsibility of the federal government and not the state government. And of course, the same way
What good is Greenland gonna do for us?
Donald Trump lied and said that the Biden administration was not providing FEMA aid to North Carolina and the states in the East Coast.
That was a
because of
lie.
Hurricane Helene and other major storms. Donald Trump gutted FEMA and denied the request, for example, by Georgia's
Yeah,
governor.
he lied and said Biden didn't provide FEMA, and now he's gutted FEMA.
Brian Kemp for emergency debris removal from FEMA and other requests with FEMA. Donald Trump wants to eliminate and gut FEMA. Similarly, while Donald Trump attacked Governor Newsom, who Donald Trump refers to as New Scum, because Donald Trump is a petulant third grader, for not raking the forest. Here's what's really happening. Trump spending freeze halts California wildfire work. We can't even buy the rakes. This is from the
You hear what he just said? They can't even buy the rakes.
the San Francisco Chronicle, and it talks about how a key federal agency overseeing 15 million acres of public lands in California has halted some critical fire prevention work because of the massive freeze in government funding directed by Donald Trump. The Bureau of Land Management confirmed it had stopped all plans to clear hazardous overgrowth on public lands across the country if the projects were to be paid through the bipartisan infrastructure law. The law was slated to fund $113 million.
They didn't defund their own fire department.
Dollars worth of fuel reduction work on 770,000 acres nationwide this year, a Bureau spokesperson said, quote, "We can't even buy the rakes if we wanted to rake the forest," said Stephen Gutierrez with the National Federation of Federal Employees, the union representing federal workers. Gutierrez, a former U.S. Forest Service firefighter, said the cuts involve key support roles for firefighting, if not permanent staff firefighting positions. Quote, "The workforce is deeply concerned the government doesn't have their back," he said, and it goes on to say that they can't even rake the forests at all, which would make California more susceptible to wildfires. It should also be noted that Donald Trump's Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is kissing the ring, according to Russian state-owned media outlet RIV Novosti.
Okay, well.
We spoke today with Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, who's in charge of the department's more than 3,200 uniformed personnel. Began by asking her how they're doing.
Their resilience, they're putting everything into this. I can guarantee you that. I'm extremely proud of their dedication and commitment to this mission. They're doing everything in their power to save lives and protect property.
Okay.
I must ask you, because a lot of people are talking about the warning that you sent last month that the budget cuts have, quote, severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires. You sent that warning about these budget cuts. Was this preventable?
I tell you, from the budget cut side of things, when
there's a $17 million cut in our budget, operating costs. Immediately from that point, I had to make some tough decisions. I looked at some other duties and responsibilities that we do as a fire department and had to focus right back on the training of our firefighters and also our ability to respond to the everyday fires and EMS response. Would that $17 million that had been cut from your budget have made a difference in this fight? I would say with the lean forward posture that we took, knowing that a $17 million cut we had to take from somewhere, and that was from the non-essential duties and responsibilities that as a fire department we have taken on over the past many, many years. But with all due respect, in December, you had warned that the budget cuts would severely limit your ability to respond to large-scale emergencies. Is that true or not? Yes, so I would say yes, we were limited to a certain factor, yes. And let me ask you about how that limited your response, because in the early hours of the wildfires, especially in the Pacific Palisades, we had a team on the ground, a crew there with a reporter, and witnessed a number of homes burned to the ground, and there was not a fire truck in sight. How did that happen? We pre-deployed the most amount of emergency resources that we could with what we had. With the pre-deployment, when the fire takes off, we're going to push as many resources that we can at that particular incident. And that's what we did. We did exactly what we could with what we had.
Donald Trump tries to portray himself as a phony man of the people, as somebody leading a populist movement. He and his family have already pocketed over $200 million just since the election on the backs of his presidency. I'm Michael Popak. You're on the Midas Touch Network and Legal AF. Let's get down to the numbers. This is the unholy grift. They're
$200 million.
watching almost like a bank robbery in plain sight. Ty Cobb, a lawyer for Donald Trump, says that Donald Trump is motivated right now by only two qualities, by only two features, either greed or revenge. And sometimes we see them combine in his negotiating strategy against companies where he's trying to extract or extort large settlements that go to his family. Everything I'm going to talk about on this particular hot take, everything, is going to be about monies that either Donald Trump, Melania, or Donald Trump's adult children have obtained since November the 5th, just to keep the timeline straight. So let's get to it. Michael Popak here. You're on Legal AF and Midas Touch.
Since November
Let's
the
start
5th.
with the fact
Why
that
the fuck should they have been getting money since then? They weren't even like officially in office.
So I agree with Ty Cobb. Everything we're seeing is either vengeance or greed, right? And so these are the sins that animate Donald Trump at the present time. Let's go through the money first. Let's go through the settlements that he's reached, including with Elon Musk's own company. Talk about a shell game. Start with Elon Musk. Elon Musk, who's been sued half a dozen times already, and his Doge, and is in federal courts to remove him effectively from the government, from serving as the co-president. We said in November, it looked like there were going to be two co-presidents with Donald Trump, Elon Musk and RFK Jr., and that's what we're watching. Elon Musk spent $250 million to buy a presidency. His own money. He invested $250 million. Why? Why not? Because he's doubled his wealth in that amount of time. He went from $250 billion of wealth at the time of the election to almost $500 billion now
in a month. Wow.
February. That's a pretty good return on an investment. In return, he got control over the government and its regulators, all of whom have been the bane of his existence for a long, long time. Now there's reports that Elon Musk, who now controls X, used to be Twitter, is going to settle with Donald Trump, right? The guy he works for, to pay him $10 million. In broad daylight, Elon Musk in the government and his company X is going to pay Donald Trump $10 million to compensate Donald Trump for a failed lawsuit that Donald Trump had already lost at the trial court level, and that was up on appeal, unlikely to be reversed.
Oh my God, that's the same thing that Zuckerberg had to do. He had to give him $25 million. But they did the right thing, banning their fucking social media accounts on January 6th. I mean,
First, so a losing case. Elon Musk decided to put $10 million directly into Donald Trump's pocket, the guy that he works for, right? I thought they're all supposed to be working for us. I thought they're all supposed to be in public service. So when have we ever heard in the history of America one employee paying the boss, who's the president of the United States, $10 million and to settle a case that is a failed case for Donald Trump? He's got dismissed by the trial court level. And it wasn't going to likely be revived at the Ninth Circuit. I've been before the Ninth Circuit.
Unfucking real.
Okay, very difficult to win an appeal at the Ninth Circuit. You got that $10 million. You've got Meta, Facebook, paid Donald Trump $25 million on a lawsuit. It was also just sort of languishing around. This is all because Donald Trump was spreading lies and disinformation and misinformation on his social media platforms, including through Jan 6 and during Jan 6, to foment discontent, to create more of a firestorm attacking the Capitol. And so he was deeply.
And they're paying him money for that.
Platform, taken off these platforms. So now, because he's the president and these people are scared and they're worried about their own dollars, that's why they're all lined up like toadies, like bootlickers at the inauguration, one next to each other in the section that's usually reserved for family of Donald Trump. It was all the tech bros. So you have $10 million Elon Musk handing it off to his boss. You've got $25 million for Meta.
Fucking $35 million right there. Plus what he got from what was it? The one that did the interview with Kamala or something. This is disgusting, man. This shit's fucking gross. This guy's shaking people down.
And then you've got the also social media platforms. In addition to that, Melania's BS documentary that nobody wanted. Nobody wanted. 3 of the major media companies didn't even bid on it. None. Disney only wanted distribution rights. They offered 15. Everybody else, like Paramount and everybody else, all the streaming services, they offered like 5. And lo and behold, Amazon and Jeff Bezos, they buy it for $40 million.
Get the mother.
Okay. The next bid was 15. So go to 16. No. The delta between 15 and 40, right? That's the bribe. That's the bribe. That's Jeff Bezos, who's friends with Ivanka and Jared and live next to them in Miami. And
Yeah, it is. It's fucking bribery. Fucking money laundering, bribery, in my opinion.
party with them in Aspen, wanting to get in the good graces of the Trump administration. So they overpay for Melania. That delta between what is proper market value and what they actually paid, that's a bribe. That's $40 million. So let's keep doing the math. You got 40 million, 25 million, and 15 million, and 10 million. That's almost $100 million right there.
Wow.
Now, another $100 million was earned by Trump in selling his phony meme Trump coins, dollar sign Trump coins, those meme cryptocurrency. Yeah. You know who made money on that? 2 people. The Trump family, 2 entities. The Trump family, they got a $100 million brokerage fee, just a fee for the.
Oh my God. This fucking guy.
Transaction, the buy and sell. That fee that nobody read went to the Trump organization for the buy sell. So $100 million fee, regardless of what happened to the meme coins. See, now that's a broker. The broker always makes money, regardless of whether his clients lose money, because they make it on the churn. Yeah, they make it on the velocity at which the buy and the sell happen, and they get a little vig in between, using my Wall Street background. That's $100 million, regardless of what his stake in the coin is. That went up to 75 and then back down to 15, undermined by a Melania coin. So between the 2, they made over $140 million brokerage fee. Here we go. This time of year, many of us start thinking about our health goals, like losing weight, exercising more, or eating better. But a goal without a plan is a plan to fail. Prolon's 5-day program gives you researched and a program, snacks, soups, and beverages designed to 1.5 inches. Look, when in science, and it works. Legal AF for 15% off. ProlonLife.com. LONLife.com/legalAF for 15% off. ProlonLife.com/legalAF. Now, let's look at Eric Trump and Don Jr. Everything that everybody was concerned about on the MAGA side about Hunter Biden, Don Jr. and Eric are doing more and worse. They all got seats on boards. They took stock in return. All the stocks skyrocketed in these conservative holding companies with all different media assets because of the involvement of their sons. Forget their sons, because of their involvement of the Trump family name. All the stock doubled and tripled, and that already lined the pocket of Don Jr. and Eric to the tune of let's just call it another $100 million of value transfer, wealth transfer to the Trump kids because they have the Trump name, right?
Well, this motherfucker went over to Italy and shot a protected duck. Come on.
By the way, where is the oversight, the Judiciary Committee run by MAGA, about watching in plain sight the president's children make $100 million off the name of the father? The Biden crime family? This is the Trump crime family, obviously. They were just gaslighting us the whole time with that narrative and that thematic. So $100 million to the kids, $100 million brokerage fee or more to Trump for the meme crypto stock, and about $100 million brought in by all these social media platforms and the sale of the Melania documentary to quote unquote Amazon for 3 times the price of anybody else that wanted to pay it.
But what about all the other animals that he shot? There's pictures of him with them.
This is Michelin quality olive oil, starting at $16. Graza, single origin olive oil that's made to be used, so you can sizzle like a chef.
Are we okay with all of this as we await Donald Trump issuing some sort of ethics plan that's going to allow him to be somehow restrained? Let me just say something out loud to our audience that they're not going to find to be very comforting. The president of the United States, no matter who it is not subject to government conflict of interest or ethics laws. Let me repeat that.
Man, that's some shit right there. That's where we fucked up. Because we knew. That's just giving somebody way too much power.
Yeah. Next time you elect the president, understand that the way that constitutional powers of Article 2 have been interpreted, the president rises above the law in the area of ethics and in the area of conflicts of interest. So we cannot limit Donald Trump's avarice and greed, those sins, and his attempts to make money. He knows it. He's learned it, and he is cunning in his approach to abusing it. I mean, it is abuse. It's abuse of power, but there's nothing.
Everybody sniffs little kids' hair. If it's your grandkid or something. Everybody does. She might have asked him, doesn't my hair smell good? Because she might have used some, shampoo or something. I mean, come on now. Trying to see if, what I had read was that Carter had to sell his peanut farm when he became president. Like, God forbid, we should just be able to type it in and find it.
It got stuck.
You didn't look that up.
And then it also has a line from where it was strung.
I like President Carter. It's good to meet you. What advice do you have for Trump to avoid being a one-term president?
Oh, just do a good job. Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Yeah.
Any
So he didn't have conflict of interest, though, right? You didn't have to? What do you mean you didn't have to? You didn't have to what? You don't have a peanut farm. What are you talking about, lady? What's a fact?
I've never asked God to let me be president just to win a nomination. I've never asked God to let me win a single nomination. Never. Why not be a pastor or bishop and not a president? You read my book. But this came up early in my life.
You looked
I
it
was
up.
in the Navy, and I was supposed to run for the Georgia Senate. And we had a visiting pastor, and he was giving me a hard time about going into politics. He said it's a disgraceful profession. Stay out of it. I got angry. I turned to him and kind of lashed back and said, how would you like to be pastor of a church with 80,000 members? But there are 80,000 people in the state Senate district. I don't look on the presidency as a pastor. I was going to ask you, President.
I see Carter more as a president than a pastor.
No. Pastor of 230 million. No, although Teddy Roosevelt said it's a bully pulpit. But no, I don't look at it with religious connotations. But it gives me a chance to serve. And it also gives me a chance to magnify whatever influence I have.
Do you have a favorite president, Snow? And I don't mean like one that, you know, they don't have to necessarily have, you know, like that around when you were around, but do you have a favorite? I mean, mine, of course, is Clinton, but if I was to, you know, think about like as historical facts and stuff like that, I would say Teddy Roosevelt.
Only those are fit to live who do not fear to die, and none are fit to die who have shrunk from the joy of life and the duty of life. Both life and death are part.
I love Bill Clinton too. Snow, man, I really, really, man, I love that man. And I don't mean like in a weird way, but I mean he seems like he would be a good dad too. Like they both seem like they would be good parents, in my opinion. Strong role models.
Great adventure. Theodore Roosevelt.
He was called TR and Teddy. By any name, Theodore Roosevelt was a true American original. At age 42, he was the youngest man ever to become president, and with his youthful vigor and vision, transformed America from a fledgling industrial nation into a world power.
McDonald's? Yeah, they could probably eat a burger together.
Theodore Roosevelt made the presidency the focus point of American government. He is generally perceived to be the creator of what is called the modern presidency.
TR said no president ever enjoyed himself as much as I, and no wonder. His achievements include building the Panama Canal, creating national parks, busting big business monopolies. He was the first president to go up in a plane and down in a submarine. And though he loved a good war, Theodore Roosevelt was the first American to win a Nobel Peace Prize.
Probably. They probably have. Man, they be getting all goofy though, like as you know, when they're getting older and shit. Like it's like holy crap, man, these motherfuckers.
A whole lot of people see him as almost a human spirit incarnate, enthusiasm personified, this tremendously alive person. Who could be bored Theodore Roosevelt.
The most affordable 12-month GLP-1 program with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy. For one payment upfront, 12 months of weight loss by hers.
The great adventure TR called life began in this house on East 20th Street in New York City, where he was born October 27, 1858.
Theodore Roosevelt grew up as an upper-class knickerbocker, which meant that he was at the top of the heap socially. You couldn't get more feet than Theodore Roosevelt.
Theodore, the second of 4 children, was named after his father, a wealthy and socially prominent glass importer.
TR was profoundly influenced by his father, the best man I ever knew, as he said. The only human being to whom I ever told everything.
I feel like, you know, a lot of these people, they do come from money. But a lot of it really kind of depends on their role models in their life, too, you know? Like, I think that Trump's father doesn't seem too friendly. Like, he seems like really hard, you know? And
The only man of whom I was afraid. The father was an extraordinary human being.
He was involved in all the charities. He was a perfect father, a perfect husband. He was a paragon. And I think it was a big problem for TR as to what to do, because he believed himself, I think, all of his life, inferior as a human being to his father.
that's rough, huh? Having like the perfect father, then feeling inferior to them.
He had to go into politics in part because his father had been defeated by politics. That was his one defeat. He'd been beaten by the bosses in a brief foray into politics at the end of his life. And there was the one thing that Theodore Roosevelt could do that his father didn't. He could beat the political bosses.
Theodore's mother, Martha Bullock, was a Southern belle from Roswell, Georgia. Some believe that Margaret Mitchell, the author of Gone with the Wind, based the character of Scarlett O'Hara to some extent on Theodore Roosevelt's mother.
Her only public role was
Really, Snow. That's like a flip side of a situation that people don't always consider, you know what I mean? Everybody always considers childhood trauma to do with, you know, the parents not being what they should be. But a lot of people don't put any thought that somebody who has the perfect parents could feel inferior.
really as a society leader, as a person who had a charming salon, who was funny, articulate, well-read. His mother is the person who gives TR his love of playing on words.
He was terrific at turning phrases. The press loved him. He created such phrases as the lunatic fringe or throw your hat in the ring, phrases that today everybody uses all the time.
Really? He created lunatic fringe? What does that even mean? Like, what is that, like on the fringe of lunacy? You should be my new research assistant, Snow. Would you like to look up the definition of lunatic fringe?
But neither his loving parents nor privileged background could shield Theodore from a childhood plagued by severe bouts of asthma, which kept him isolated from others.
Theodore Roosevelt develops a combative personality, not only in struggling to breathe as a small child, but also in the struggle that his father sends him on to kill that invalid within him.
TR created his own character from puny man to a man of action, and it began here in his childhood. Working out an agenda his father created for him.
Later, when they learned as part of therapy for asthma that he should go out in the country and that he should exercise, nature and the outdoors represented health to him. He spent much of that
He had perfect hair, like, for the 80s. I swear to God, when he was, like, a little kid. Like a preteen, 13 or something. His fucking hair's all feathered back and thick.
Time looking at nature, particularly birds. He was fascinated by birds. That was the beginning of his interest in natural history.
He began immediately. We're talking when he was 9 and 10 years old. He learns how to become a taxidermist. He learns all the Latin names of the birds and animals. He keeps diaries, notes.
He would save his specimens in the family icebox. Upon one occasion, a maid reached.
Oh, come on. That's not what it fucking said. Why you gotta be like that, Snow? Why?
In for some cheese, and there was one of TR's dead mice lying on the cheese, and she screamed.
One of the great achievements of Theodore Roosevelt's presidency was his conservation efforts, and that clearly was an outgrowth of his childhood studying natural.
Come on. That's not what the fucking definition said. Then you have to... See? You gotta stop. Put the brakes on it right now. We're watching about Teddy Roosevelt right now. I mean, because you seem radical, because you can't fucking stop. I'm just saying. Well, I asked you to look up a definition. I didn't ask you to come in here with some colloquialism. Like, come on now, what the fuck? C definition. Like, come on.
Natural history. In fact,
You don't have to. It's quite an honor to be asked to be a research assistant.
his college years that he would become a naturalist as an adult.
TR's college years were spent at Harvard, where he excelled in academics.
I really don't like those mutton chops though that these men had, because right here he be looking. He'd be looking a lot older than a fucking college kid, that's for sure.
He pursued rowing, boxing, and Alice Hathaway Lee.
She was a very pretty young girl, and she had a lot of suitors, and he despaired of ever attracting her attention because she had so many suitors.
How he wins Alice is funny. He ingratiates himself with her family. He talks politics with her uncle. He buys little Indian presents for her brother, and he just charms the family slowly. Alice gets used to this rather bumptious and awkward.
He be staring at her though, kind of like intense in this picture. There's all kinds of fucking
academic fellow.
Guys. And finally, he persuaded her to marry him, and they were married right after he graduated from Harvard.
It was during this period that Roosevelt manifested an interest in politics.
Not a bad-looking guy. I don't like those things. Like it's like kind of like pubic hair growing off the side of his face. It's not a good look.
Politics was a forbidden field for men of his class when he graduated from Harvard in 1880. TR decided to become a professional politician because he wanted to be in on government, and he broke with the tradition of gentlemen in New York that period.
In 1881, at the age of 23, Teddy Roosevelt, a Republican candidate, won election to the New York State Assembly.
Why was there no gentlemen that were presidents prior to that? Like of a wealthy status? Huh.
Theodore Roosevelt went to the state assembly, something of a conservative, somewhat anti-labor. But when he got there, he
Ah, okay. Okay, so the lunatics are on the edge of what's going on. See, he was Republican. He was Republican, and when he got in office, though, he said he was the people's president. He was the people's president. And he was a Rough Rider. I mean, like, really, he was a hero.
had a chance to look around. He went to inspect the houses of the people who were making cigars in lower New York, and he was appalled at the conditions that he saw. And this was his introduction to how a large part of the citizenry of New York.
And that's really commendable that somebody who came from wealth would even go to those slums, because they were bad, so bad.
Of the country lived. He became very much a reformer and very much a friend of labor. In fact, he sponsored legislation banning making of cigars in tenements.
But TR's fledgling career as a reform-minded politician was shockingly sidetracked.
There's a commercial that's going to sound like a fart. So
Theodore Roosevelt had the incredible misfortune of having a double tragedy in that his wife and mother died in the same house on the same day, February the 14th, 1884.
wow, he did some shit on Valentine's Day.
Typhoid fever claimed Roosevelt's mother. Hours later, his wife, Alice, succumbed to kidney disease. Only 2 days earlier, she had given birth to their daughter, also named Alice. In his tribute to his wife, TR wrote,
"She was beautiful in face and form, and lovelier still in spirit. As a young flower she grew, and as a fair young flower she died. And when my heart's dearest died, a light from my life went forever."
And when he finished that tribute and had it printed, he never spoke of Alice Lee again. His way of dealing with that particular grief was to walk away from it and not look back.
I hope he kept his daughter around.
In the wake of his personal losses, Theodore Roosevelt abandoned the world of New York politics and went out west to start over. It was a course that would eventually lead him to the White House.
Yeah, but where was young Alice?
In 1884, newly widowed Theodore Roosevelt left his daughter Alice in the care of his sister and went out west to become a rancher in Dakota Territory.
This is where the romance of my life began. Theodore Roosevelt.
He did something to her. To the wife. Seems like he was like done with it, right?
He said it more than once, that had it not been for his years in North Dakota, he never would have become president of the United States. Now, what does that mean? Well, I think he acquired something of the democratic spirit out there.
I owe more than I can ever express to the West, which of course means to the men and women of the West. Everybody worked. Everybody was willing to help everybody else. And yet nobody asked anything.
I buy myself chocolate whenever I want. But that's a good idea. Like, you know, the hearts and stuff with the Reese's.
Favors.
He learned how Americans outside the Northeast thought and looked at things. He acquired a broader view of the needs of working men and women, and he acquired the image of a cowboy.
You probably have that wonderful picture of him in the buckskin. Now, that was the silliest costume to wear if you're going to be a cattleman. Nobody was dressed like that. That was his romantic notion of what a Westerner should look like.
There's one amusing story that he said in a roundup to some of his men, "Hasten forward there." And of course, everybody just laughed, practically rolled off their horses in laughter.
He wanted to be accepted among men because he had had a childhood where he had to be kept away from other children.
So I wonder how his asthma was doing.
So it was really painfully important for him to make it socially among the cowboys. And he really conquered some of his own self-doubt in the West.
I do not believe there was ever any life more attractive to a vigorous young fellow than life on a cattle ranch in those days. It was a fine, healthy life, too. It taught a man self-reliance, hardihood, and the value of instant decision. In short, the virtues that ought to come from life in the open country.
He picked a very unfortunate time to go into the cattle business.
I get it, but it just seems like when you have, you know, like a fortune to go back to, that, you know.
Range was becoming overpopulated, cattle prices were plunging, and there was a tremendous blizzard, which wiped out his herds as well as everyone else's, and he lost his buckskin shirt.
In 1886, TR went back east to resume his political career and the life that he had known. But for other people, they couldn't go back to nothing. You know? I mean, nice try, but come on, dude. No, he lost the election for mayor of New York, but won the heart of Edith Kermit Carew, a childhood friend.
Edith would say to Theodore, "You are like a sensitive plant that I will cultivate and take care of." Edith really developed a maternal attitude towards TR, which, even though he balked at it sometimes, really appreciated, because she took care of the practical side of his life. She was the wife he needed for a political career.
While Edith raised their growing family, Theodore's political career began its swift descent. "I rose like a rocket," is how TR himself described it.
He was able to make a name for himself, make an impression, and accomplish a great deal wherever he landed. He had a homely phrase that he repeated.
Sounds like it, right, Snow?
And that was, do what you can with what you have where you are. And that proved to be a great deal indeed.
Roosevelt's rise began when he was appointed commissioner, first of the Civil Service and later the New York City Police.
Theodore Roosevelt's work as United States Civil Service Commissioner in Washington from 1889 to 1895 helped replace the so-called spoil system of political appointment with the merit system, where a person was hired on the basis of their ability to do the job
Oh, that's good.
rather than the basis of their politics. As police commissioner of New York from 1895 to 1897, he was particularly notable for introducing modern technology and reforms to police work. And this foreshadowed his work with modernizing American government when he was president.
That flamboyance that he has, almost his exhibitionism of liking to be in the newspapers and knowing how to make issues colorful, comes out in this time period where he is seen with his cape going down to the slums and trying to catch police.
I guess back then they didn't mind if somebody made a cartoon about the president.
Policemen not doing their job.
As one of the policemen said at the time Roosevelt resigned to become Assistant Secretary of the Navy, "It's tough on the force, for Roosevelt was dead square, was Roosevelt. We'll miss him."
Introducing the new Ego Power Plus 2-stage snowblower, a heavy-duty workhorse with unmatched power from the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power equipment, featuring Ego.
New York City's loss would be the nation's gain when Roosevelt was appointed Assistant Secretary of the Navy by President William McKinley in 1897.
As Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Roosevelt had relatively little actual power and relatively little influence, but he did work hard behind the scenes to advance the cause of war. He did this partly because he thought that the United States should have an empire. He wanted war because he wanted to prove himself in battle.
That's kind of crazy.
No triumph of peace is quite so great as the supreme triumph of war.
TR got his war in 1898 when the Maine, an American armored cruiser, blew up off the coast of Havana during Cuba's revolt against Spain.
The yellow press of the day leaped upon the sinking of the Maine as a cause belli. They blamed it on the Spaniards, and this led the United States into a war against Spain, which John Hay, the good friend friend of Theodore Roosevelt called A Splendid Little War.
Roosevelt, a leading advocate of intervention in Cuba, resigned from the Navy to form the 1st U.S. Volunteer Cavalry Regiment, better known as the Rough Riders.
The rank and file were as fine natural fighting men as ever carried a rifle or rode a horse in any country. We had a number of first-class young fellows from the East, most of them from Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. But the great majority of the men were Southwesterners. They possessed hardihood, endurance, and physical prowess. And above all, they had the fighting edge.
The Rough Riders were the genuine article. They really were. The chaplain of the Rough
That's kind of commendable right there.
Riders said, well, a Rough Rider never killed a man except if he cheated at cards, and a man who cheats at cards deserves to be shot. That's what the chaplain said.
On July 1st, 1898, Colonel Roosevelt and his Rough Riders became legends when they charged up San Juan Hill.
The Battle of San Juan Hill, which actually involved assaulting two hills, Keppel and San Juan, was a very important battle in the capture of Santiago, Cuba, which was crucial in bringing about the end of the war in Cuba. And the Rough Riders were indeed heroes. They had the highest casualty rate of any regiment in the war, nearly 20% killed and wounded. So they were definitely in the thick of it. TR himself was wounded slightly on the arm by shrapnel.
Roosevelt charged up the hill, calling his troopers to come behind him.
Yeah, from what I researched, he ran like under the bullets, kind of like the when they were trying to like put down John Kerry, it was something boat something, but they were trying to put John Kerry down about his service, and I forget what they were calling it, but he did the same thing. Like if somebody is up in a high point and they're shooting at you, the best thing to do is to like try to get closer and under the bullets so that then you have the opportunity to get up to wherever they're shooting from and come up behind them or something. I don't know, like but anyway, that's what he did. Well, I'm talking about, in the service, it's a tactic, you know what I mean? It's tactical. Well, there's a lot of monsters out there.
Troopers were dismounted. He was on a horse. He shouted at one of them, "Why do you refuse to stand up when I am on horseback, alone?" Afterwards, he invited people to look at those damned Spanish dead. He boasted that he himself had doubled up a Spaniard. Unquestionably, he was a war lover, just as unquestionably he was a hero.
TR would later describe San Juan as the great day of my life. The glory he had won had fixed his image in the public consciousness as a...
That happened with Alexander the Great, too. He did the same thing. They were shooting arrows, and in order to scale the wall, he had to like kind of get closer so that the arrows were overshooting. And he's yelling to his men, and then when he scales the wall, and he's by himself.
fearless, virile leader who would risk his life for a cause in which he passionately believed.
The Spanish-American War and Theodore Roosevelt's participation in it was critical for his political career. He never would have been president, I
That's a good one, Sal.
believe, if he hadn't had the opportunity of leading the Rough Riders up San Juan Hill.
When the war was over, the Rough Riders returned to the United States as heroes, but their leader returned a candidate.
Big ideas.
Theodore Roosevelt's heroics as commander of the Rough Riders catapulted him to the governorship of New York in 1898.
Roosevelt's governorship was a microcosm of his presidency of the United States. He became very much engaged in supporting a measure to tax public utility corporations for the franchises that they had. He regulated the hours of workers. He also instituted conservation programs. Roosevelt was so progressive as governor of New York that he alienated many of the important Republican politicians in the state.
He kind of reminds me of how John McCain was. Another hero. Another hero. And middle of the road, you know?
So they kicked him upstairs to the vice presidency, which was the way the Republicans of New York found to get rid of him. There were several sayings in those days. One was that a woman had two sons. One went to sea and one became vice president. Neither was ever heard from again.
Reluctantly, Roosevelt ran for vice president under William McKinley in the election of 1900. TR campaigned hard and dazzled voters with his stump speaking, a talent that served him well throughout his political career.
Theodore Roosevelt was a total speaker. He was all motion and action. You couldn't keep your eyes off him. He said a political speech is like a circus poster. You need broad brush strokes and bright colors to catch people's attention.
He had a very high, screeching voice, which comes as a shock.
Yeah.
People hear the few recordings of his voice today.
I wish you boys that put to the act in the same way I'd expect any one of you to act in a football game. In other words, don't flinch, don't fall, and hit the line on.
TR had a very broad vision of American capacity. His nationalism was overpowering at times. TR argued that America could achieve greatness, and people wanted to believe that.
McKinley and Roosevelt won in a landslide, but any hopes the Republican Party bosses had of consigning TR to obscurity were dashed on September 14, 1901, when President McKinley was shot by an anarchist while attending the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York.
That's some shit, huh?
He died several days later, and Theodore Roosevelt, that damn cowboy, as Mark Hanna, McKinley's leading political advisor, had told him, was now president.
At 42, Theodore Roosevelt became the 26th and youngest president of the United States. His youthful energy and outlook would transform the office.
Unlike his predecessor since the Civil War, Theodore Roosevelt was an activist president. After the Civil War, most of the presidents had played second fiddle to Congress. Roosevelt decided to take over the government, and he...
Wow. Kind of got a lot of things in common, you know, and I hate to say it, with Trump in some ways, but then in other ways, totally opposite, you know?
became the leading figure in the nation.
Theodore Roosevelt preached what he called the stewardship theory of the presidency. In other words, he was the steward of the people's interests, or the manager on their behalf. And he believed
there's totally different. That's totally different.
he basically that he could and should do anything that the needs of the majority required, unless he was specifically forbidden to do so by law or by the Constitution.
I did not usurp power, but I did greatly broaden the use of executive power. Theodore Roosevelt.
Theodore Roosevelt first began to assert himself in the presidency in the Northern Securities case, in which he blocked a railroad conglomeration organized by E.H. Harriman and J.
Yeah, see, totally different ideologies. Like, one is signing executive orders to legalize bribes to leaders of foreign countries. And the other one is, you know, stopping monopolization of corporations.
A.P. Morgan. This would have dominated the railroads of the West, and Theodore Roosevelt was opposed to such domination by a single monopoly.
This is a new idea for a president to say the federal government should really be involved in mediating the economic forces of the society.
Wow, see, he's totally different. Same, but not with malintent to pad his own pocket. He was more for the people.
This is clearly still a debate today. He would argue that the federal government should be a force for defending the public good.
Governmental agencies must find their justification largely in the way in which they are used for the practical betterment of living and working conditions among the mass of people.
Calling the captains of big industry malefactors of great wealth, TR aggressively regulated monopolies and was nicknamed the Trust Buster.
In all, he instituted 45 antitrust suits during his administration against some of the largest companies in America, including Standard Oil, American Tobacco, and so on, and most of them were successful.
Roosevelt's bold assertiveness extended beyond domestic concerns and into foreign affairs.
TR believed in intervention, especially in the Western Hemisphere. He issued
a good president.
The Roosevelt Corollary, which is a forceful doctrine, which is still thought of as a major turning point in American foreign policy, and that is any country that's so weak that they can't govern their own affairs, the United States is going to step in and run it for them. In other words, we'll be the policeman of the Western Hemisphere.
The essence of TR's foreign policy was expressed in a catchphrase.
Speak softly and carry a big stick and you will go far. That was a West African proverb that he found and he made very popular.
TR's big stick philosophy really meant,
oh, hey, you know, work can be stressful, and if you don't find the right balance, life can slip through the cracks. Hold on.
speak softly, that is, use diplomacy, and carry a big stick, that is, be prepared, use deterrence. And it was really a combination of diplomacy and
that's where Trump lacks, like, diplomacy, in my opinion.
Force.
Roosevelt's big stick, in most cases, was the Navy. He sent it to the Caribbean to prevent the British, the French, and the Germans from encroaching on some of the island nations and to maintain order when various revolutions broke out.
One revolution of special interest to Roosevelt broke out in Panama, a colony of Colombia, in 1902. At stake for the United States was the construction of a canal.
Part of TR's overview of the world required that there be constructed across the isthmus of Central America a canal, one that would link
It raises the prices for us.
the eastern coast of the United States with the western coast, this in the interest of American commerce. That was essential.
He wanted the Panamanian Revolution to succeed because Panama would agree to a canal, whereas Colombia would not. So he sent battleships and supported the revolution without asking anyone. And that was really using executive foreign policy power, perhaps a little bit more vigorously than many people thought he should.
Not necessarily. Nobody said it was going to raise the standards. It just said it was going to raise the price.
He took the isthmus, started the canal, and then left Congress not to debate the canal, but to debate me. But while the debate...
Come on, you really think they're going to do that? They already got rid of the consumer thing. Come on.
goes on, the canal does too. And they are welcome to debate me as long as they wish, provided that we can go on with the canal.
That's not going to happen. No. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen, so. Nice thought, but that's not going to happen.
First United States president to leave the country while in office. He went to Panama to inspect the canal, to sit on the steam shovel, to throw dirt on his own.
The Panama Canal was completed much quicker than most people thought possible, and believe it or not, under budget. It really was an organizational masterpiece and an engineering marvel. It was really the largest civil work ever undertaken by modern people.
I know, but that's not going to happen what you're talking about, Snow.
Construction of the canal began in 1904 and was completed 10 years later at a cost of $380 million. Though it opened for business after he left office, Theodore Roosevelt considered the Panama Canal the greatest achievement.
Yeah, I really don't think any president is really going to be able to, I mean, under the burden of a deficit that we can't even afford to pay the interest. We barely have room to move.
Of his presidency.
The canal was the major world history changing event of his presidency. The Panama Canal changed world trade patterns, changed world defensive patterns, changed how you could get from one ocean to another. That was a huge...
No, it wasn't Obama. It wasn't Obama. When Clinton left, we were in surplus. It was Bush the son that, and his blank checks for that war, that fucking
important contribution. And it wouldn't have happened if TR hadn't pushed it.
In 1904, Theodore Roosevelt was elected president by 2.5 million votes, the largest victory margin by any president up to that time. For TR, his wife Edith, and their 6 children, it meant 4 more years in the White House.
Life in the Roosevelt White House could best be described as a 3-ring circus with Theodore Roosevelt as the ringmaster.
The kids were up to all kinds of things, dropping water bombs on the Secret Service, riding horses up the stairs, crawling around under state dinner tables and letting animals loose.
Well, there we found another president where he's letting his kids run wild. Or kids run wild.
So on. It was very much an active American household. And I think much of the country was able to sympathize with him for that.
Roosevelt's bond with the average...
I wonder if Alice was there, the first kid that he had.
American manifested itself in his program of domestic reforms, which he called the Square Deal.
The Square Deal looked to have government serve all the people and not just special interests or business, as had been the case up until that time.
It is better for the government to help a poor man to make a living for his family than it is to help a rich man make a profit for his company. Theodore Roosevelt.
The Square Deal called for regulation of trusts, a benevolent view towards labor, a moderate program of uplift for blacks, and it called for conservation.
Wow. Everything that Trump wants to undo.
Roosevelt's achievements in conservation are the Square Deal's most notable legacies.
Theodore Roosevelt's interest in conservation stemmed very directly from his interest in and knowledge of nature. The interesting thing about Theodore Roosevelt as a conservationist is that he's interested in the whole picture. If ever the term ecology applied to anybody, it was Theodore Roosevelt.
I recognize the right and duty of this generation to develop and use the natural resources of our land. But I do not recognize the right to waste them or to rob them by wasteful use the generations that come after us.
Under Roosevelt, the number of national parks doubled. He designated 125 million acres as national forests.
Maybe fucking chopping down the big trees, you know, the sequoias and stuff. Now,
Forests and placed under federal control major reserves of natural resources. To accomplish all this, Roosevelt used his broad interpretation of presidential powers. The saving of Pelican Island in Florida was typical of TR's style.
Some bird lovers came to
HERS customers report losing over 9 pounds in their first month with compounded GLP-1 injections. At 4HERS.
to him and asked him to save that. It was federal land, it was a swamp, really. And he said to the officials, is there any law that will prevent me from declaring Pelican Island a federal bird preserve? And they said, no, there was no such thing as a federal bird preserve. And he said, therefore, I so declare it. And that was the first of 51 bird preserves. And that's the beginning of our Fish and Wildlife Service.
In foreign affairs, Roosevelt maintained his policy of speaking softly and carrying a big stick. His diplomatic efforts to end the Russo-Japanese War in 1905 earned him the first Nobel Peace Prize ever won by an American. But TR was even...
wow, he really did a lot. I mean, he did achieve a lot as president, in my opinion.
prouder of the crews of the Great White Fleet.
Roosevelt said in his autobiography that the dispatch of the Great White Fleet, as it was called, the American battle fleet, around the world in 1907 and 1908 was one of the great achievements of his presidency.
The cruise of the Great White Fleet had a number of objectives. In those days, it was considered perhaps impossible for the fleet to go around the world. So it had a technological aspect. Also, it was to impress the world that we were definitely a world power and could bring a military presence to bear anywhere in the world where we chose and when we chose. Another subset of the whole thing was that we were a Pacific power because of Hawaii and the Philippines, which were a U.S. possession at that time. So the fleet was meant to impress Japan with our military power and succeeded in doing so.
In 1908, Roosevelt fulfilled a campaign promise not to run for re-election. When William Howard Taft, his hand-picked successor, took office in 1909, TR took to the jungle.
I think that's how he died.
TR went to Africa right after his presidency ended in order to do work for the Smithsonian to collect specimens for the museum, but also to hunt and to write about it. And he wrote about all of his adventures. He took his son Kermit. And it was really a year of being out in the jungle and living in a tent and writing. And he loved it.
There are no words that can tell the hidden spirit of the wilderness, that can reveal its mystery, its melancholy, or its charm. There is a delight in the hardy life of the open.
I think there's even a real Roosevelt.
In the long rides, rifle in hand, in the thrill of the fight with dangerous game.
Ironically, Roosevelt, the big game hunter, was more famous for the animal he did not shoot.
Theodore Roosevelt was on a bear hunt in Mississippi, and he had had no luck on the hunt. But finally, they found an old bear, and the guides roped the bear to a tree and then sent for the president. When TR came up
Roped the bear to a tree?
on the scene, they said, "There you are, Mr. President, shoot your bear." And of course, he said that was unsportsmanlike, and he was disgusted with the whole proceeding and wouldn't have anything to do with it.
A cartoonist in the Washington Post did a drawing of this scene, and it caught the eye of a toy maker here in New York. And he got the idea of creating a little plush bear, which he said that he wanted.
He didn't shoot it. That's how he got the nickname Teddy Bear.
Called the teddy bear. And he supposedly wrote the president asking for permission for this. The president said he didn't know what his name would mean in the bear business, but please go ahead and do so if you wish. The teddy bear was born.
Returning home to a hero's welcome after his African safari, Theodore Roosevelt soon found himself the hunter and the hunted in the presidential race of 1912.
While he was away, Taft disappointed him. He thought as Taft as a reformer in his mold, and Taft was very conservative, and Taft immediately changed things, particularly in the field of conservation. And Roosevelt was angered by this, and he fell out with Taft.
Roosevelt challenged Taft for the Republican nomination. Though he won 75% of the primaries, the party regulars still threw their support to the incumbent. Undaunted, TR ran as a third-party candidate, representing the newly formed National Progressive Party.
It was the most progressive platform of any presidential candidate until probably Franklin Roosevelt's second term of 1936. It had votes for women, regulation of trusts, workmen's compensation. It had a modified health program. It had everything the United States did not have at the time and did not really obtain until the New Deal.
The Progressive Party was also called the Bull Moose Party, after a reporter asked Roosevelt how he felt. "I feel as strong as a bull moose," TR declared. His campaign proved that most dramatically.
Do they even still have that party?
On October 14th, 1912, at the height of the Bull Moose campaign in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Theodore Roosevelt was shot by a would-be assassin. Roosevelt was standing up in a convertible, acknowledging the cheers of the crowd when he was shot. The bullet passed through his coat and through a glasses case, which was metal-rimmed, and through a very thick folded speech, which slowed down the trajectory of the bullet. He was knocked down. He got up, coughed into his hand. No blood came up, so he figured he hadn't been hit in the lung. And so he went on to the hall and gave a speech for an hour and a half, then went to the hospital. He did it with a mixture of showmanship and bravery and calculation, characteristically his.
I do not care a rap for being shot. It is a trade risk which every prominent public man ought to accept as a matter of course. Theodore Roosevelt.
Roosevelt lost that election to
That's crazy. You lost the election.
Wilson, but it's important to note that Roosevelt, with 27% of the popular vote, polled a higher percentage than any third-party candidate in history has done.
After the election, Theodore Roosevelt, at age 55, went on the last great adventure of his life, an expedition to Brazil to find the source of an uncharted body of water, the River of Doubt.
TR said it was his last chance to be a boy, and he was getting older, and he felt his age, but he still wanted to have this adventure with his son Kermit, his favorite traveling companion. His wife Edith was terribly worried that
I wonder what happened to Alice.
he would die on this trip, and he almost did. TR was injured, and he asked Kermit to leave him there to die because he felt he was holding up the party. And Kermit, of course, would risk his life for his father, so they kept TR in the party.
The stock market is open for nearly 7 hours a day.
You really
But
hate
don't
Biden,
even think
huh?
about trading it after.
They did find the source of the River of Doubt, and the Brazilians later named it the Rio Roosevelt. Luckily, the expedition had broken his health, and he was in poor health the rest of his life.
When he came out, he had lost 55 pounds as a result of this. Somebody asked him, why do you take such risks? He says, well, I've already lived a life of enough for 7 people, and so if I die now, it's okay.
He really wasn't even that old. What they say, 55 or something?
When TR came off the campaign or jungle trail, he always came back here to Sagamore Hill on New York's Long Island. It was the place he called home.
Theodore acquired Sagamore Hill for Alice. The house was originally going to be called Lee Home because her maiden name was Alice Hathaway Lee. But after her death, of course, he couldn't bring a new wife to a house named for his old former wife, so he called it Sagamore Hill after the name of the Indian chief whose tribe had lived on the land.
That's kind of sad. Whose tribe had lived on the land?
At Sagamore Hill, we love a great many things. Birds, trees, books, and all things beautiful. Horses, rifles, children, hard work, and the joy of life.
It's a wonderful old pile. I lived there for a while as a kid. And one of the great things about Sagamore Hill is it's the stuff in it. And the Victorians love to have lots of bric-a-brac around, and TR has a
That's pretty sad, though.
One thing that's really been confusing for a lot of people for a really long time is the fact that Native Americans are historically, and sometimes even in the modern day, referred to as Indians. Many people still do this, and even on the US Census, natives are described as American Indians. However, clearly the natives of the American continents have very little, if anything, to do with the inhabitants of the modern-day country of India. The confusion arose when Christopher Columbus first sailed to America in 1492, mistakenly thinking he was headed for the South Asian country, and named the inhabitants Indios, meaning Indian in Spanish. I know this might be obvious to a lot of people, but many people outside of the Americas don't know this. I personally like to use the term Amerindian when referring to Native Americans as a sort of combination of American Indian. However, there are many different names for these people.
Oh, First Nations is Canada only.
Depending on what region you're in. The American continents were not populated in one fell swoop, as you might have been led to believe, but instead, migrants arrived in waves of immigration, starting with the Paleo-Amerindians, whose descendants spread out over the vast entirety of the continent, with the last wave probably being the Inuit people arriving in the far northern fringes of North America. Over the last tens of thousands of years, the various waves of immigration to the Americas mixed together, creating their own gene pool and a distinct
From what, like South America?
racial group, greatly varying from modern Northeast Asians, although they are by no means all the same. Today, we're going to be looking at some of the various Native American groups that have populated the various regions of the continents of North and South America, and their similarities and differences regarding phenotype, language, and culture. There are, of course, thousands of different Native American tribes and ethnicities, so obviously we won't have time to look at all of them, but we'll go over some of the groups that I think are most noteworthy. Let's go ahead and start from the north and meander our way south. The Inuits, Aleuts, and other northern Arctic peoples, sometimes referred to collectively
Those are like near the cold parts, right?
as Eskimos, are the newest group to have migrated to the Americas, having crossed over from Siberia about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. As such, they are the most closely related of any Native American group to the original Northeast Asian gene pool that all Amerindians originated from. For this reason, they are arguably the closest in appearance to modern East Asians, with the overwhelming majority of Inuits having the phenotype
Oh, that's true there.
of a flatter face and the epicanthic eye fold of East Asians that gives their eyes their unique look. They also generally, but not always, have a lighter skin tone than other Native Americans, although they still have very dark hair and eyes. Today, the Inuits are divided into many subgroups and don't have their own countries, being relegated to the U.S. state of Alaska, the Northern Territories of Canada, such as Nunavut, and the territory of Greenland, which actually still belongs to the country of Denmark as an overseas possession, although the island has gained a large increase in sovereignty in the recent past. Keep in mind,
What if they go sovereign? Tell the Indians that Trump takes their land.
this region along the coast of the Arctic Ocean is one of the places in the Americas where full-blooded Amerindians still make up a majority of the population, although the culture in Greenland is heavily Europeanized, with a very large
So, the majority. Wow.
proportion of Greenlandic Inuits having at least some European admixture. This was also the site of the first European landing in the Americas, with the Norse Vikings landing in Greenland sometime around the year 900, beating Columbus by nearly 600 years. Greenland's climate was far more habitable back then, and the colony managed to survive until the early 1400s, coincidentally only a century before Columbus was to first land in the Bahamas. Because of the changing climate, the Norse Greenlanders either perished or were assimilated into the advancing Inuit tribes. There are hundreds of different Amerindian tribes located in the areas of Canada and the United States. Per official U.S. Census reports, full-blooded Native Americans make up less than 1% of the population at 0.9%. Keep in mind, this number is far higher in some places than others, but that's a pretty small percentage. When including those of at least half Native ancestry, this number rises to about 1.5%, but this
Wow, that's terrible.
estimate doesn't include Americans of mestizo origin, who probably have 30 to 50% native DNA. Some of the larger Native American groups in the continental U.S. would include the Cherokee, Sioux, and Chippewa. Native Americans in the United States actually have one of the highest poverty levels, highest suicide rates, and lowest birth rates of any race in the country.
Wow. That's terrible.
However, increasing levels of immigration of Mexicans and other Latin Americans of Amerindian descent keep the population steady and growing. The Navajo today are the second largest group of Native Americans living in the United States, with a population of around 300,000 people, the majority still living on their traditional tribal land, located in the middle of an intersection of 4 U.S. states, that being Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. They are one of the few Native American tribes that still inhabit a contiguous region and still largely speak their original language. Interestingly, the Navajo were a huge assistance for the Americans during World War II, where they worked as code talkers in the Pacific, meaning that the Japanese spies intercepting American radio signals were unable to understand and interpret their strange language, the likes of which they had never heard of. They would even create their own nicknames for certain words that had no translation in the Navajo language. Now, the situation in Latin America is much different than in Northern America. Race mixing and miscegenation were far more common in Spanish and Portuguese America than in British America, and for this reason, many people with Amerindian descent are mixed with Europeans, and this racial group is known as mestizos. The mestizos are one of the largest racial groups in Latin America and can have such a huge range in appearance and culture that I'm reserving an entire new video on the subject.
Empower your students to be more authentic, impactful writers with Grammarly's comprehensive AI writing assistance.
Because they're quite an interesting group. The Amerindian inhabitants of Mexico, Central America, the Caribbean, and the northern edge of South America share a common gene pool having similar characteristics, as well as a tentative linguistic connection, and are sometimes referred to as Mesoamericans. The two largest Amerindian groups in mainland Middle America would be the Aztecs, also known as the Nahuatl people, and the Mayans, who are actually still around in large numbers, believe it or not, with the Aztecs being the largest indigenous group in Mexico today, and the Mayans making up the majority of a couple of
And they're all still getting, like, you know, treated shitty.
I'd just like to begin the event by acknowledging the land from which we're all tuning in. And some of us may be coming from.
Always happy to come back.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So I want to welcome
Long Island today is somewhat of a blank space on the American map, mostly due to its proximity and connections to New York City, which exemplify its long history of being in two worlds. Home to some of the richest and poorest in the United States, even in its earliest histories, the island has been split in half. In the 20th century, Long Island was a model for the bold new American future, but the loss of industry hamstrung the island's bold strides. Today, Long Island is a patchwork like few other places in the world. Among the most populous and highly developed islands in the world, home to high-tech research and development initiatives, yet still holds this dual nature, with agriculture and fishing being important sectors of the economy. Long Island itself was formed from glacial till, piles of debris pushed by the advancing glaciers of the last ice age, like giant cold bulldozers, pushing sand, gravel, rocks, and boulders down from the
That's crazy.
north. Upon the retreat of the Wisconsin glaciers 20,000 years ago, Long Island became inhabited by pre-Clovis Paleo-Indians, before becoming uninhabited again as the younger Dryas cold snap made the whole of the northeast boreal forest in the south and treeless tundra in the north.
So they came over, like, on the ice. And then fucking there was a cold snap.
After temperatures returned to levels more similar to that of today, the ancestors of the Shinnecock repopulated the northern coasts. In the west, Long Island was one of the favored seasonal haunts of the Lenape, who would winter inland before moving to the bountiful shores for the summer. Long Island was an important place for the native regional economy, the waters of the Long Island Sound and outer coastal barrier islands being rich in channel whelk and quahog
So this is like near that Sagamore.
clams, whose shells were used to make the most valuable wampum beads. The native name for Long Island being Paumanok, derived from the Narragansett word for contribute, making Long Island the land of tribute, suggesting that the tribes of Long Island were at some point in the past, either through alliance or subjugation, compelled to supply this wampum to their cousins across the Long Island Sound. When Europeans began exploring the region, the Shinnecock and Montauk were the clients of the more powerful Pequot of eastern Connecticut, with whom they shared the common Mohegan Pequot language.
See, they all really, even though they were all different tribes, they still helped each other and stuff, it seems.
Contemporary and modern sources differing widely on the precise relationship between the groups. Giovanni de Verrazzano was the first European to set eyes on Long Island when he sailed into New York Bay during his famous 1527 voyage of discovery under the direction of King Francis I of France. Verrazzano was met by 30 canoes full of Lenape from Long Island and Manhattan, who came out to meet him in the Narrows which still carry his name. But the threat of a storm forced the expedition back out to sea, preventing further exploration. Once out of the bay, Verrazzano continued to travel along the southern coast of Long Island, before hanging a left at Montauk and sailing into the Narragansett Bay.
It's my pleasure to introduce you to the Ford Patriot's new Patriot Power Generator 1200. For the first time,
the Dutch claimed Long Island with the establishment of the New Netherland Company in 1614, but didn't actually settle it themselves, preferring Manhattan, New Jersey, or further up the Hudson at what's now Albany, where the bulk of the fur trading was going on. Long Island to the Dutch was a source of wampum, the Dutch trading with the natives of Long Island for large quantities of wampum to,
What's exactly wampum?
in turn, trade for furs with the Haudenosaunee further up the Hudson. To this end, the Dutch maintained what amounted to trading posts on the western portion of Long Island that would later feature farmsteads, though those primarily doing the farming weren't Dutch. Long Island was primarily settled by English colonists connected in some way to the various colonies across the Long Island Sound that make up what is today Connecticut. The Connecticut River Colony was headed at Hartford and primarily operated on a
All right, everyone, I have just arrived at the village of Little Falls, New York. This town used to be much bigger than it is now. And there's some pretty good reasons for that, why the town has lost a lot of population. But first off, I think
it's crazy how a lot of these towns are becoming abandoned.
what I'm going to do, after I make this quick drive through downtown, is show you where the town got its name. This town is in an area that is struggling. All three of these towns are struggling that I'm going to show you today. But they're pretty fascinating places that, quite frankly,
this was a county that has paid its dues to the state, and the state has deserted us.
You don't have food. You don't know where your next meal's going to come from.
Politicians are going to have to start telling really hard truths. And the people of West Virginia are owed that.
This is McDowell County, West Virginia.
McDowell County, West Virginia isn't a typical stop on the campaign trail. This isn't a bellwether county, and it's not in a battleground state. But I've come here because it has a unique status in 2016. During the primaries, a higher percentage of people here voted for Donald Trump than anywhere else in America.
And they're like totally poor.
It's also the poorest county in one of the poorest states in the country.
See, I live in that apartment building across the street. I get up in the morning, come over here at 8, make me some coffee, read my paper, and kill time.
Ed Shepard is 92. His gas station stopped pumping in 1995.
He's 92. And his gas station stopped pumping in 95.
Street there was an empty building that didn't have a prosperous business in it. But little by little, they began to close one after the other. And now it's down to a ghost town, a ghost county, really.
When was the last time someone stopped and asked you for some help?
I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago. I don't remember exact. Occasionally, somebody will pull in the driveway, asking for directions.
92.
Or they're looking for something else in the county. All the good activity is gone, and we're just sitting here now.
Hi, I'm Brad Johnson, the Senior Director of Design here at Kizik, and I'm here to talk to you about hands-free tech.
I want to find more people who are still clinging on in McDowell. I asked for a tour from Sabrina Schrader, an anti-poverty campaigner up for re-election to the House of Delegates in the next-door county. Born and raised in McDowell, she introduces me to people from her childhood. Alma McNeely used to have a good factory job. Now she recycles cans for extra money.
When I was little, there was plenty of jobs. You got 10.
Saving so many fucking pounds.
Burning coal mines and people at putting in filling stations, working on cars and stuff. Coal field's gone. They done tempered everything out, so that leaves about everybody gone.
Working in the coal mines was still fucking bargain. From what?
Where do you pick up cans from?
Road, anywhere.
How much is it now, pound?
I think it's 45 cents now.
It's not. I mean, you gotta
give
a lot to get 45 cents.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
You always got to start at the bottom of the totem pole.
Well, you don't. Or we started out the bottom, so that's where we got started. But rich people, most of them didn't start out the bottom.
No, they stayed at the top.
Mm-hmm. So it's impossible for them to have our perspective and understand what to do to help millions of poor people when they haven't been poor themselves. They can't design a system.
Exactly. Someone hasn't been poor themselves. They can't now. They cannot now. It seems like West Virginia is really suffering.